The events take place during the world's largest sporting event in history, called the King of Gamers. The CEO of the corporation organizing the event encourages everyone to take part. According to him, whoever wins their tournament will receive the rights to own the entire corporation, adding that this game can bring participants everything in their lives. Because of this great temptation, the KOG tournament attracted millions of players around the world to participate. In one of the dungeons, a terrifying monster falls dead after a well-aimed shot between the eyes from a laser weapon. The main character, Sam, looks around and says that this monster was the very last one. The game system notifies participants that they have successfully completed the dungeon and are now eligible to advance to the final round. Sam turns to his comrades and says that they have one last test to pass. Suddenly he freezes in place and a sharp pain pierces his body, burning through him. The source of the terrible pain turns out to be a knife, stabbed not by a monster, but by the player directly into the protagonist's chest. After recovering from the shock a little, Sam realizes that the player who stabbed him in the body is his squadmate. He tries to force out the question of why he did this, but only slides helplessly down. The traitor tells him that he doesn't want to fight such a strong opponent as Sam in the finale, and asks him not to take this to heart. According to the traitor, Sam has only himself to blame for what happened for being too trusting. The game system notifies everyone that Sam is leaving the game, but the protagonist, in his final thoughts, refuses to accept this ending to his story. A few seconds later, he comes to consciousness in a cold sweat and sees the ceiling of the plane in front of him, causing him to scream loudly. Looking around, Sam realizes that something has clearly gone wrong. Standing up from his seat and taking another look around, he realizes he is in the cockpit of a plane for the first round of the KOG called the 1000 Battlefield. The other participants on the plane look up in surprise at the strangely behaving protagonist. Sam approaches one of the participants and loudly demands to know today's date, month, and year. The participant looks at Sam with obvious incomprehension and tells him that today is July 1st, 20XX, the first round of the KOG tournament. Sam is shocked by what he hears and mentally admits to himself that he finds it hard to believe what happened. However, he realizes that he apparently returned on the first day of the tournament after being killed by a teammate. Unable to overcome the emotions that are overwhelming him, Sam shouts that this time he will definitely not lose. His heroic musings are interrupted by a muscular man who grabs him by the collar of his shirt and loudly tells Sam that he is making too much noise. Pulling Sam closer, the man shouts at him to ask his permission first before opening his mouth next time. Sam looks closely at his opponent's face, and his face changes dramatically, causing confusion in the offender. Suddenly, Sam rushes at the man, hugging him, then calls him by name Stan, and says that they met in the first round of the competition. He adds that he hasn't been killed yet this round, and Stan angrily pushes the protagonist away, asking him what he's talking about. Sam realizes that since he traveled back in time, Stan doesn't know him yet, which is why he reacts so hostilely. Sam also remembers that Stan heroically sacrificed himself during a round of zombie siege, saving the lives of Sam and his comrades. Sam tells himself mentally that he won't let anything like that happen this time. He extends his hand to Stan and says that in this round, only 10 players out of 1,000 will be able to win, so they better team up. Stan looks at Sam and his hand for a few seconds before swatting it away with force, giving him a menacing look. He says he doesn't need teammates and aggressively asks Sam why he should trust him. After thinking for a moment, Sam turns and leaves, telling Stan that he hasn't changed at all since their last meeting. Preparations for the first round of the tournament are coming to an end, and the plane's landing bay begins to slowly open. Putting on his parachute, Sam walks to the edge and turns to Stan, telling him one last time that he will definitely want to join him. Stan just looks at Sam's self-confident antics with confusion and tries to understand the reason for them. Sam says they'll see him later and bravely jumps out of the plane, heading towards a deadly adventure. The game system reports that 3 minutes have passed since the start of the round, adding that out of 1,000 participants, 964 are still alive. On the battlefield, hiding behind a rock, there is a sniper, carefully tracking his prey. After a few seconds, he smugly says that his target is acting like a pathetic loser, so killing her won't be difficult. The sniper's target turns out to be a frightened rookie, who is looking around half blindly in an attempt to spot a threat. Sniper concludes that this tournament seems to be filled with only newbies who don't know anything about these types of games. Saying a haughty farewell to his victim, he gently presses the trigger of his rifle. However, suddenly someone shoots him straight in the head, destroying the helmet that protects him, causing the sniper to fall to the ground. Lying helplessly on the ground, he realizes that this was all a set trap. He looks up and glares at the shooter, unable to force his name out. The shooter turns out to be another player who used the so-called newbie as bait to force the sniper into an opening. The newbie tells his friend that he shouldn't waste his time and just shoot the sniper, after which they can take his loot. Suddenly, loud car sounds are heard behind them, distracting them from dealing with the nameless sniper. The car turns out to be a huge jeep, which rushes at full speed towards two players, threatening to crush them. The driver turns out to be Sam, who ironically asks them to show leniency, since he is a newbie behind the wheel. The player, who was previously acting as bait, tries to dodge the jeep by jumping to the side, but Sam deftly turns to the side, knocking down the opponent. The player, hit by the jeep, falls dead to the ground, crashing loudly into a wooden crate standing nearby. His accomplice looks at his comrade's lifeless body in shock, taking his rifle off safety. Pointing his rifle at the jeep, he begins to scream nervously and opens fire to kill. Sam easily dodges the bullets, jumping out of the car and asking the player where he is even shooting. The player looks at Sam in surprise and is amazed at how he managed to jump out of the car without taking any damage. He starts firing towards Sam again, trying to hit him, but the protagonist easily dodges the shots, dashing forward. Having caught up with his opponent, Sam promptly plunges the knife into his heart, killing him instantly. Sam examines the bodies of the players he killed, and the system informs him that he received 200 points for eliminating 2 targets. The protagonist says that the items they have will be very useful to him in future battles. He takes the player's armor and weapons, reloading the rifle and installing a holographic sight on it. After finishing his preparations, Sam tells himself that compared to the tasks he had previously performed, this fight was just a warm-up. A wounded sniper, observing the scene, asks Sam if he has any more medicine, adding that Sam will still need strong comrades in the future. Sam turns around and looks closely at the wounded sniper, assessing him. Having made his decision, Sam says that the injured player is right, as he really needs strong allies. Sam extends his hand forward, and the sniper carefully pulls a pistol from his back pocket to shoot the protagonist. However, Sam suddenly relaxes his hand, and a knife easily slips out of his sleeve. Sam says that, however, he has no need for such allies, and kills the insidious player with a lightning strike. With the extra points, Sam begins to think that it's time for him to get some really strong allies. Meanwhile, the tournament broadcast announced that a new rule had been added to the current competition, which allowed players to play using only their own identity. Despite this, it did not scare anyone away, but on the contrary, it attracted a lot of professional players. The commentator also reminds that in the KOG competition, players receive points for killing enemies and completing additional quests. According to the commentator, these points can be exchanged for various resources, adding that the player with the most points is currently Sam. Spectators look at Sam's portrait in amazement, trying to figure out who he is and wondering if he is a professional gambler. All viewers of the broadcast admit that they have never heard of Sam before, and are surprised at how he managed to get so many points. Meanwhile, the camera switches to the sniper's girlfriend, whose territory the intruder enters. The intruder turns out to be Sam, who notices the female shooter and tries to dodge her shots. Taking proper aim, the girl says that the intruder is finished and easily pulls the trigger. Sam barely manages to dodge and hides behind a small fence, but the girl notices a helmet visible. Surprised by such carelessness, the girl thanks Sam for the easy points and shoots at him again. The bullet easily pierces the protruding helmet, but the girl receives no notification confirming the murder. The girl looks forward in surprise and asks herself how this is even possible. The helmet falls, and the girl realizes that it was hanging on a branch and it was all a trap. She notes that she was careless and revealed her position, which means she needs to leave immediately. However, Sam figures out her location and climbs into the second-floor window with incredible speed. The girl fires a quick shot towards the protagonist, screaming at Sam to go to the next world. The protagonist dodges bullets, arrogantly telling the girl that she is moving too slowly. Taking advantage of the fact that the girl has run out of bullets in her clip, Sam goes behind her and knocks her out with a blow from his palm. The girl loses consciousness and falls, but Sam holds her with his hand, preventing her from falling onto the stone floor. Looking at his opponent, Sam also notes that she hasn't changed a bit and still has problems in close combat. After a while, the girl opens her eyes and sees Sam in front of her, who expresses joy that she has finally woken up. Realizing that she is suspended from the ceiling, the girl asks Sam to let her go immediately. The protagonist tells her that she doesn't have to worry because they're not in the real world, meaning she can hang there for as long as she wants, without the risk of a brain hemorrhage. The girl admits defeat, saying that if Sam is going to kill her, then he better not play the fool and do it now. Sam calls the girl by the name of Astrid, saying that it would be very stupid if the strongest member of CG Squad died so ingloriously. Astrid tells Sam that she left CG Squad a long time ago. Sam calmly replies that he knew about it, as he is her biggest fan. The girl closes her eyes, swinging slowly on the rope, patiently waiting for Sam to finally say something relevant. The protagonist tells Astrid that if she makes a deal with him, he will immediately let her go. The girl asks him what kind of deal he is proposing, to which he replies that he wants her to join him and become his ally. The girl tells Sam that he better kill him, as she will never join anyone's team. Having said these words, she remembers how everyone used to make fun of her appearance, plotting against her behind her back. Sam interrupts Astrid's stream of traumatic memories by telling her that all her past allies are idiots. He adds that he is their complete opposite and has something to counter them with. According to the main character, he is an incredibly strong player. Astrid asks Sam to stop pretending he knows everything, adding that all men are the same, and they are not so much interested in her skill level as in her availability. Sam takes a closer look at Astrid's body and notes that it looks amazing from this angle. Astrid rocks back and forth and headbutts him hard, angrily asking Sam what he's staring at. Sam clutches the area where she was hit and notes that Astrid is still as hot-tempered as ever. Astrid asks Sam not to pretend that they know each other, and adds that if he wants to kill her, he better do it right now. Sam smiles and says he'll do it his way, moving closer to the helpless Astrid. He takes out a knife and tells the girl that he will force her to join him no matter what. He asks Astrid why she thought he was going to kill her, and cuts her clothes a little in the chest area. Astrid begins to scream in fear and disgust, and asks the protagonist what he wants. Sam leans towards her and says that there are probably hundreds of millions of people watching this round right now, and most likely hundreds of thousands watching them. Astrid looks at Sam blankly and asks him what he means. The protagonist tells the girl that if she doesn't promise to join his squad, he will show the audience some free services. With these words, he turns towards the camera and asks fans who want to see special services to write 6 6s in the chat. Sam turns to Astrid and says he'll give her a few seconds to think, after which she says she agrees to join him. After this, Sam cuts the rope and Astrid begins to fall onto the stone floor. However, Sam catches her before she falls, in front of a disappointed crowd who demand more radical action from him. Sam looks at Astrid contentedly and says that she should treat him kindly. Astrid looks away from the protagonist and demands that he quickly put her on the ground. Sam lets go of Astrid and she falls to the floor with a thud, hitting it flat on her back. Having cut the remaining ropes, she stands up and tells the protagonist with displeasure that she asked to be put on the ground, not let go. Sam hands Astrid her rifle, saying that she still lacks flexibility in close combat, noting that she is still a good shot. He comes to the window and says that they should gather more resources and leave here. Astrid yells at Sam to hold the horses, and he turns his head in surprise to see what she's talking about. The girl points a rifle at him, saying that he trusts others too much. She takes aim at him and asks him why he doesn't look scared at all about being held at gunpoint. Sam expresses confidence that if Astrid told him she would join him, she would never break her promise. He remembers how before his reincarnation he was defeated by her, to which she told him that he was not bad, but still weaker than her. Then he, just like Astrid was now, told her that if she wanted to kill him, she better do it now. However, Astrid then told him that he could join her team and act as a squire. Sam then looked at Astrid with the same distrust, not understanding what was stopping her from killing him at any moment. However, Astrid told him that if she promised him that she would be on the same team with him, she would never break her promise. With these words, Astrid smiled, forever imprinting herself in the memory of the protagonist, who received hope thanks to her kindness. Meanwhile, in the present, Astrid lowers her weapon and says that Sam is a very strange guy, and she can't even imagine what's going on in his head. Sam opens the card and says that there is still a lot she doesn't know about his past and his current situation. He says that the safe zone in the location they are currently in will continue to shrink, to which Astrid replies that she knows the rules of this round. Sam continues his thoughts, putting a mark on the map and saying that the center of the next safe zone will be right here. Astrid says that this is all just a guess, since the safe zone is generated randomly, and he cannot know in advance where the next one will be. However, the new safe zone is generated exactly as Sam predicted, and Astrid is surprised that this is even possible. Sam mentally rejoices that he remembered everything correctly, noting that everything is going according to his plan. Astrid asks Sam how he learned such details, suspecting that he is using cheats. Sam says he has never cheated in a game by throwing a knife in the air in his life. Catching the knife, Sam strikes a heroic pose and says that he is a walking cheat code. Astrid looks down in embarrassment, trying to understand what kind of nonsense her new ally is talking about. However, Sam suddenly quickly approaches her and covers her mouth with his hand, so that she does not make any unnecessary sounds. As soon as he removes his hand from Astrid's face, she asks him what he is doing, to which he gestures for her to listen. Sam turns to the window and says that there is someone here, watching the group of players approaching. He tells Astrid that it's time for them to test their teamwork on these opponents. Astrid says that they are outnumbered by 2.5 to 1, so they should play it safe, to which he replies that it's just a warm-up. The players look around, and one of them tells the captain that they should be careful, as they might run into an ambush. The captain replies that the place looks abandoned, after which he orders everyone else to move out in search of resources, adding that no one would dare attack a group of 5 people. After these words, the captain's head is pierced by a bullet fired from a building they thought was abandoned. The players panic and one of them shouts for the others to find cover and take up positions. Turning around, he notices Sam flying towards him, who decides to use the knife for this fight. Other players try to warn the player of the danger by shouting, but Sam kills his victim with lightning speed. The surviving players shout to each other that it's time for them to kill this show-off and open fire indiscriminately in his direction. Sam easily dodges the shots by running to the nearest stone shelter. Finding himself in a minimally safe place, he wonders why their reaction is so slow. A second later, a well-aimed headshot instantly kills the other player, and they realize they are facing a group of enemies. Astrid takes up a good firing position and begins covering Sam with accurate shots, driving the opponents into a corner. One of the players swears loudly, cursing his bad luck and telling his ally to keep his head down and wait for him. He realizes they are in a very bad situation and suggests they run away, but suddenly Sam grabs his face. All the player manages to notice is Sam holding a knife to his throat. A split second later, the player's lifeless body falls next to the last survivor, and he completely loses his composure. He decides to flee and makes a hasty retreat, abandoning the bodies of his former teammates. Astrid goes down and watches the enemy flee, while Sam asks her if she is going to chase him. Astrid calmly says that he won't be able to escape from her, after which she raises her rifle and takes careful aim. She kills the fleeing player with a well-aimed shot, and Sam says he expected nothing less from a professional player with her level of shooting skill. Astrid forgives Sam for not flattering her, since she was only able to show such a result thanks to Sam, who distracted the attention. She also adds that this time their opponents were as weak as possible. Sam is lost in thought, counting the number of players he has killed with his knife. Astrid asks him why he only kills with bladed weapons, adding that with his skills he could easily have obtained a firearm. Sam replies that there are several reasons for this, clarifying that killing with a melee weapon gives double the points. At that moment, a system notification appears in front of the heroes, stating that Sam has received an achievement for consecutively killing 10 targets using a melee weapon, for which he is awarded a unique title and a mystical treasure chest. Astrid studies the notice in disbelief as Sam makes a dramatic gesture and introduces himself by stating his name. He tells her that KOG has a large number of hidden achievements that reward the player for completing. Astrid is surprised that Sam knows such hidden facts about this tournament and asks him who he is. Sam tells Astrid that he will tell her everything about himself a little later and opens the treasure chest. He looks closely at the contents of the chest, not believing his eyes. Astrid, meanwhile, becomes incredibly interested in the reward and asks Sam what he got from the chest. Sam replies that inside the chest is an incredibly powerful and rare weapon. Astrid believes it is a weapon and begins to make interested assumptions. Sam replies that there is something truly incredible in the chest and takes out a folding spear. Raising it above himself, he opens the spear, deciding to try it out. He begins to swing it from side to side, telling Astrid that it is a very unusual and unique spear. Astrid correctly guesses that this spear can be saved and used in the future even after the current round ends. Astrid says that this will only be fair if Sam can survive until the next round. She adds that in this round everyone has a firearm, which means fighting with a spear is pure suicide. Sam replies that this is not an ordinary spear, but a gift from the system, which means it cannot be some kind of trinket. According to him, this spear is called the Nine Tails, and judging by the name, it has 9 forms. With these words, he opens the spear's built-in interface and begins to look through all the available forms. Sam decides to spend 500 points to unlock a new spear form that turns it into a bow. After purchasing a bow upgrade, Sam watches as his spear transforms into a composite bow. Sam says that one of the bow form's abilities is to automatically create arrows, which can be very helpful in resource-limited situations. The protagonist pulls the bowstring and decides to test its lethal power on a nearby stone. According to him, in this round, it's not the number of kills that matters, but survival, and the bow can be very helpful in this regard, as it makes almost no sound when fired. Astrid watches as the bow's arrows easily destroy a huge rock and admits that she is very impressed. Sam mentally notes that in his past life, the player who completed this quest did not receive the Nine Tails. Astrid says that she also wants to get such a weapon for herself and asks the protagonist about how she can get one of these awards. Sam replies that if such awards were too easy to obtain, then everyone would have them. Meanwhile, the system notifies all players that the round is now in the middle of an event called the Fox Hunt, the essence of which is that Sam's location will be marked for everyone, and whoever eliminates him will receive 1,000 points as a reward. The description also states that if Sam remains alive for 24 hours, he will receive the reward for winning. Astrid carefully reads the description of the notice and says with surprise that a real hunt has now begun for Sam. The heroes open the map, and Sam's location is immediately shown on the map as a huge icon. After seeing an advert for a hunt for Sam, Stan and his hastily assembled team decide to go after him to get their hands on the glasses. A professional gambler named Alexis also goes after Sam, offended by the main character's mysterious behavior. Meanwhile, Sam and Astrid are racing at full speed in a jeep, and Sam tells his companion that if she wants to leave, she still has such an opportunity, since she is now in danger next to him. Astrid calmly replies that this is an extremely pathetic reason to abandon your ally. She also jokingly adds that, in a worst-case scenario, she can get those 1,000 points for herself by simply shooting Sam. Sam smiles and asks Astrid what her real motivation is. Astrid laughs sincerely and tells the protagonist that she is just joking and that he doesn't have to worry about anything. After a while, Sam presses the brake pedal and tells his companion that they have finally arrived. Looking around, Astrid realizes that their destination is a bizarre stone structure that serves an unknown purpose. When Astrid asks what kind of building it is, Sam replies that it is a bunker, which will also serve as a trap that he will prepare. Astrid follows Sam, carefully approaching the steps, and asks him what kind of trap he plans to set here. Sam turns his head to Astrid and tells her that soon she will be able to see everything with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Stan's team is racing towards the main character at full speed in several cars. Opening the map, Stan is surprised that Sam's marker hasn't moved in 2 hours, and suspects that he simply decided to lock himself in some bunker. As they approach Sam's location, one of Stan's allies notices the parked car, noting that it is in an obvious location. Another of Stan's ally approaches him and says that there are probably a lot of traps inside, so they could be in for some serious trouble. Stan's other comrades agree with this statement, saying that in any case, only the killer will get points, and they will get nothing. Stan says that they are all brothers, so it doesn't matter to him which one of them kills him, then adds that he will try to disarm all the traps to keep his allies safe. He also adds that he who does not take risks does not drink champagne, and goes to the bunker, inviting the others to follow him and cover his back. Stan and his entire squad look around carelessly and are captured on surveillance cameras installed inside the bunker. Sam watches Stan and says that he is very glad that he has arrived, as it will save him time searching. Astrid asks Sam who Stan is, to which he tells her that she will get the answers later. But for now, she should enjoy the show. Astrid says that only Sam can be so calm and collected despite the fact that an entire server is hunting him. Turning around to look at the group of defeated enemies, Astrid comments that it looks like Sam is using cheats. Moving further, Stan's squad stumbles upon previously defeated players, and some of his comrades begin to panic, saying that they need to get out of here. However, at that very moment the door behind them slams shut, and they find themselves locked in a creepy room. Stan tries to calm his allies down and wonders how Sam is able to use the game traps. Suddenly, the player's attention is drawn to a screen hanging on the wall, which turns on, revealing Sam wearing a mask. Stan yells at the protagonist to stop hiding and come out for a fair fight, to which he replies that he wants to play one game. With these words, gas begins to flow into the room from the ventilation, and Sam says that this gas will gradually reduce the health points of all players inside, adding that the first aid kits they brought can delay the effects of this gas for a short time. Sam says he will open the door in 10 minutes, beginning to announce the start of his cunning game, but the screen is broken by shotgun blasts. Stan says he's tired of hearing the big talk, adding that he believes in his team. He takes out his medical supplies and tells his comrades to split into 2 groups, one of which will look for a way out, and the other will use the medical supplies, adding that they will do this in turns to ensure their survival. However, his comrades just stand there and look at him dumbfounded, and Stan asks them why they are not doing anything. One of his comrades asks Stan why he should share with anyone, adding that he has enough medicine for himself. After these words, someone shoots this player through and through with one well-aimed and lethal shot. The killer aims the gun at his victim's head, telling her that she will no longer need these supplies. Astrid looks at the cameras in surprise, and doesn't understand why the players immediately started fighting each other, while Sam takes off his mask, saying that Stan is a good strategist and player. However, Sam believes that Stan underestimates human nature, which he believes is unchangeable. Stan approaches his dying comrade, not having time to heal him with the first aid kit, and watches as he disappears before his eyes. In a rage, he grabs the killer and asks him what the hell he's doing, adding that he just killed his partner. The traitor replies that it would be more logical to leave only the strongest than to let everyone die, adding that Stan should have realized that their medicine would not last for 10 minutes. He also notes that if they kill half of the people, they will definitely be able to get out of here alive. He adds that these people are neither brothers nor allies, but merely expendables, but Stan interrupts his reasoning with a punch to the face. Stan says he will never abandon allies for short-term gain, even if they are temporary. The killer says that Stan is too trusting, after which several shots are fired into his back. The bullets hit Stan's armored body part and he falls to the ground, remaining alive. Stan clutches his wounds, unable to believe that his comrades would betray him so easily. The killer rises to his feet and says that they were never loyal to him, which means they never betrayed anyone, adding that they all joined him because he was strong. He puts a gun to Stan's head and says that he is too stupid, as he trusted his comrades, although they simply used him to win. After these words, Sam appears again on another screen, applauding the players and saying that he is impressed. He adds that in order to win, they quickly came to the only correct solution. Poe lifts the stone door, saying that they are free and can leave right now. Stan's former comrades tell him that since they've cleared everything up, he can die here from the poison in splendid isolation. With these words, they turn towards the exit and move forward together towards their freedom. The new leader also adds that he will kill anyone who dares to save Stan or help him in any way. Astrid, watching the scene, concludes that they have indeed started fighting each other. Turning towards Sam, she finds him heading towards the exit and asks him where he is going. Sam opens the doors and says it's time to reap the fruits of his labor. The squad of traitors continues to carefully move along the dark corridor, and the leader reminds them not to activate the traps. After a while, they approach the stairs to the second floor of the bunker, where Sam is already waiting for them, politely greeting them. The leader of the gang of traitors points a gun at him and says that the main character is apparently tired of living, since he came out to meet them so openly. Sam says he thinks he better not fire a gun here so recklessly. One of the players notices gasoline spilled on the floor and says that firing their guns could ignite it. The leader becomes furious and tells Sam that he promised to let them go, but instead led them into a new trap. Sam takes out a Molotov cocktail and says that the leader misunderstood his words. The protagonist throws a bottle of flammable liquid and says that just because he told them he would let them go, it didn't mean they would leave alive. The players notice a Molotov cocktail flying at them and try to run to the sides to avoid ending up in a puddle of gasoline, but they are moving too slowly. The hall is temporarily filled with the eerie screams of people burning alive, who are trying in vain to escape from the burning hell. Sam watches the action as the system continues to notify him of kills, awarding him points, and then the system informs him that for consistently killing 5 or more targets with fire, he will receive a mysterious treasure chest, as well as the unique title of BBQ Master. Sam happily grabs the chest, saying that he received a new title thanks to just one incident. Tournament spectators are incredibly surprised that Sam managed to kill 10 players with just a Molotov cocktail. Spectators are beginning to suspect Sam of being in the lead due to the fact that he has already received 2 unique titles in one round. One of the leading local media outlets asks one of the tournament's creators if he would like to say anything to dispel viewers' doubts about Sam. A man named Chen Jing responds that COG is a completely fair, globally scaled competitive video game, in which cheating is impossible, and asks all viewers to look at this situation with common sense. Meanwhile, the leader of the traitors emerges from a pile of burnt bodies, saying that he is not dead yet, and therefore will fight to the last for victory, even if he has to betray everyone. He continues to crawl on one hand, and after a few seconds, someone's legs appear before his eyes. Looking up, he sees Stan looking at his former squad mate with disappointment. He grabs him by the leg and asks him not to kill him, saying that they are brothers, but he does not listen to him and grabs his hand. Stan lifts the traitor above himself, telling him that, unfortunately, his game is already over. With these words, he takes out his knife and quickly kills the traitor, sarcastically calling him brother at the end. Sam greets Stan again, happily informing him that he knew they would meet again. Stan turns to Sam and says he remembers him, asking what he needs this time. Sam says that Stan remembers everything correctly and jumps from the second floor towards him. However, it doesn't take into account the game's fall damage mechanics and lands with a dull thud in front of Stan's feet. Having recovered, he sits down on the floor and says that for a second he became too careless, forgetting about the rules of this round. However, the beginning of a heartfelt conversation is interrupted by Astrid, who delivers a well-aimed kick to Sam's cheek. She starts hitting him, saying that Sam could have left a couple of opponents for her too, because she also needs points, while Stan is surprised that he could lose to these guys. Sam tells Stan that they defeated themselves, and he put in minimal effort. Stan doesn't understand what he means and freezes in surprise. Sam replies that in fact the gas that was sprayed in the room was at an extremely low concentration and would not have killed them even if they had not used medication. He adds that if his comrades had been loyal to him to the end and had followed his plan, then everyone would have remained alive. Stan laughs heartily, surprised that he didn't realize this sooner, adding that everyone here plays solely to win. He adds that Sam defeated him, so he has every right to kill him. Sam replies that the Stan he knew would never have given up and accepted such a fate. Stan again asks the protagonist not to pretend that they know each other, because they don't. Sam tells a story about a mysterious player nicknamed Raging Tiger who fought like a meteor, adding that Stan knows more about him than anyone else. Stan squeezes his hand and says he didn't expect anyone else to remember the ghost of the Raging Tiger. Astrid approaches Sam and whispers to him that this is the player who killed 7 of the strongest players at the national competition, and then disappeared without a trace. Sam takes out his spear and says that it would be foolish for someone like Stan to die here, and challenges him to a fight, adding that if Sam defeats him, he will join his team. Stan agrees and tells the protagonist not to beg him for mercy later. Astrid stops Sam, telling him that if they really are facing the ghost of a raging tiger, then they will never defeat it. Sam agrees with Astrid but asks her what else he can do besides fight. Without waiting for an answer, he rushes into battle with the words that if he doesn't try, then nothing will work out. Stan is transported back in time 10 years to the time when virtual reality was just beginning, to the finals of the national competition. The commentator announces that on the red side of the ring is the great champion nicknamed Holy Fire Sword Quan. According to the commentator, Quan's opponent is a newcomer to this type of competition, nicknamed the Ghost of the Raging Tiger. Quan tells himself that he has never heard his name, adding that it will be incredibly easy to win. After all the preparatory activities have been completed, the final tournament begins, and a signal indicating the start of the fight appears in the ring. Quan rushes into action, but just 19 seconds into the first round, he is soundly defeated by the underdog. Not believing what is happening, Quan jumps up from his seat and shouts furiously at his monitor. The announcer, with theatrical grace, shouts out that Quan was defeated in just 19 seconds by their new champion. With these words, he points to young Stan and says that the current champion is the ghost of a raging tiger. The crowd begins to joyfully chant Stan's nickname, and he raises his hand in the air, basking in the glory of victory. Back in the present, he squeezes his hand and mentally asks himself if he can achieve the same glory again. Meanwhile, Sam shouts at him not to get distracted and rushes at him with his spear. Stan comes to his senses in time and takes out his machete, stopping the protagonist's attack. Sam says that Stan is still as strong as he was then, to which he replies that he wasn't weak either. The heroes continue to strike each other with rapid blows, but none of them achieve their goal. Sam replies that if it weren't for all his training, he wouldn't have been able to last this long, especially against such a strong opponent. Meanwhile, Stan decides to end this once and for all, and takes to the air to perform a powerful attack called the Tiger Kick. Sam manages to block at the last moment and is thrown to the side at high speed, unable to stop the kinetic energy of the blow. Astrid watches Sam fly and hopes she won't have to scrape the remains of his body off the wall. Stan says no one can get up from a blow like that, prematurely declaring himself the winner. However, Sam, despite being seriously wounded, rises to his feet, saying that now Stan's end has come. With these words, he changes the shape of the spear, turning it into a bow, greatly surprising Stan. Sam jumps into the air, taking proper aim at Stan and saying that at this range he won't be able to dodge. A split second later, Sam fires a shot that flies through Stan at incredible speed and crashes into the wall. Stan comes to and realizes that the arrow only grazed his face, without hitting anything else. Sam states that it was a bit unfair of him to shoot the bow, as it was completely unexpected, adding that he will consider it a draw and expressing hope that Stan will still join his squad. Stan stops in his tracks and looks at Sam again, considering his offer. After thinking for a moment, he shakes Sam's hand and says that he would be happy to accept his invitation. The heroes hug each other in a friendly manner, and Sam joyfully calls Stan brother, to which Stan calls him Little Sam. Astrid, watching this scene, says that it's time for them to wrap up. Stan takes Sam aside and asks him who this charming lady is. Astrid is about to introduce herself, but Stan doesn't let her say anything, asking the protagonist if she is his girlfriend. Astrid irritably replies that they are nothing more than allies, and Sam explains that she is their sniper. Stan thoughtfully asks Sam if she is a female player, to which she immediately points a gun at him and asks if he has anything against it. Stan quickly replies that he didn't think anything of the sort, saying that the girls are definitely good players, and then asks her to put down her weapon. However, this squabble is interrupted by a shot that hits near Stan's leg, and the heroes turn back to see the shooter. It turns out that they were overtaken by fighters from Alexis's squad, who came to collect the reward for Sam's head. 3 people enter the bunker and say that the glasses will belong to them. Astrid accuses Sam of being careless, saying they should have left calmly instead of having ceremonial duels. Sam replies that Astrid need not worry, as he has a plan just for such a situation. Stan turns to Sam and says he's incredibly curious about what plan he's come up with. The protagonist replies that his plan is extremely simple and consists of quickly fleeing the battlefield, after which he leaves at incredible speed. Astrid and Stan follow his lead, saying that he could have made his announcement sooner, while the hunters make their way further into the bunker in search of their prey. Not far from the bunker, Alexis watches the events through binoculars, saying that things are getting more and more interesting. Alexis' assistant says that if they do nothing, someone else will definitely catch Sam. Alexis replies that he highly doubts his subordinate's ability to kill Sam. He adds that several groups of players have already entered this bunker, and no one has returned, which suggests that many traps awaited them inside. From Alexis's perspective, Sam will inevitably have to go outside because the safe zone is constantly changing. Alexis's assistant says that he is a true professional player since he knows about such subtleties. Alexis finishes his reasoning by saying that even if they don't catch Sam, they will definitely meet him on a real hunt. Meanwhile, the hunters roam the bunker, looking for the fugitives, saying that they could be anywhere. Suddenly the lights in the room go out, and the hunters tell each other to be on guard as the room is full of traps. The reason for the power outage turns out to be Sam, who says that it's time for them to go on the offensive. Stan and Astrid say that the lights being off won't help them much, as they can't see their enemies either. Sam, who has acquired a pair of night vision goggles, approaches Astrid to examine her, and says that he can see everything perfectly. Not appreciating Sam's methods of communicating with the opposite sex, Astrid forcefully hits him on the cheek, causing him to fly back several meters. She puts on her night vision goggles and adds that just because Sam has them doesn't mean he can stare at her. Stan says that he has never found anything like this, and asks the protagonist where he got 3 pairs of such glasses. Sam replies that he was just very lucky, mentally figuring that they should stay in the bunker for a while. Astrid says Sam keeps so many secrets that she wouldn't be surprised if he pulled an artillery piece out of his pockets one day. Stan tells the protagonist that they are in the same boat and asks him what they plan to do with those who came for their heads. Sam says that now is the time for killing and takes out his weapon, selecting the bow shape on it. 2 hunters are wandering in the darkness, and one of them says that they have a lot of worries, to which her ally replies that she should not bother her head with such thoughts. However, he then tells his ally that she can just give him her number so they can have some fun later in the real world. No one answers the unlucky hunter, and he looks around, trying to figure out where his companion has gone. Looking closer, he notices that the huntress has been killed by an arrow to the temple and is lying on the stone floor. The hunter leans over her body angrily and says that she could have left her number before she died. A split second later, Sam walks up to the hunter and stabs him with his spear, killing him in one blow. Sam draws his spear and looks around for other opponents. After getting 100 points for a melee kill, Sam says that even if it's just a game, it's impossible to win if you don't take it seriously. After searching the hunters, the protagonist is surprised that despite the fact that they are a newly formed team, their weapons are quite primitive. Carried away by the process, he does not notice how other hunters are approaching him and pinning him down with a barrage of fire. A few seconds later, one of the players is killed by a well-aimed shot to the forehead from an unknown location. Realizing that a sniper has them in his sights, the hunters run to the nearest shelter, and Astrid says that her moment of glory has finally come. All the hunters hide behind wooden pallets, giving the protagonist a chance to recover and attack. Sam decides to take advantage of the pause, and decides to go on the offensive, telling Astrid to be careful. The hunters peek out from their hiding place, saying that it has become too quiet and deciding to slip away quietly. However, a second later, Sam jumps onto the wooden pallet, asking them if they are looking for him. The hunters try to escape, but he grabs them by the necks and begins to strangle them until they die. Sam gets another boost in points and is happy about the extra rewards for melee kills. Sam gets too carried away, and one of the hunters swings a crowbar, saying that the reward will go to him. However, Stan interrupts him by stabbing him in the back with a powerful machete. He tells Sam that he is getting too wild, so he should be more careful. Sam replies that it is very difficult for him to remain calm in this game. Suddenly they are blinded by the bright light of a wrist lamp, which is visible in one of the dark corridors. The heroes look at the light and ask themselves what kind of object it is. A squad of hunters enters the hall, whose leader says that they now have the light with which they can defeat him. Suddenly their portable flashlight is shattered by a well-aimed shot from a sniper rifle. The hunters look at the broken flashlight with horror and immediately begin to panic. Astrid watches their behavior with undisguised incomprehension, calling them idiots. The leader of the hunters is surprised that their lamp broke due to a simple shot, and his allies begin to ask him why he raised it so high above his head. In the darkness, the hunters begin to panic and fire at anything that moves, including their own. Sam and Stan take cover, and the protagonist offers Stan another friendly competition, since their fight ended in a draw. Sam suggests they compare which of them can kill the most players, and Stan happily agrees. After a while, the last hunter falls dead, and Sam decides to turn on the light. Stan wipes down his machete and asks Sam which of them has the most kills. Sam, smiling, replies that unfortunately, after a certain point he stopped keeping count. Looking around, the heroes are convinced that the bunker has been cleared, and the system sends a notification that only 675 players remain alive. Sam still decides to show off and says that he still thinks that the victory is his. However, his display of modesty is interrupted by a well-aimed can of energy drink. Astrid says that if they had fought fair, he would have lost long ago and takes a sip from another can. Sam replies that it was all a tactical plan, since in this situation there was no time for fair duels. Stan says that if the rest of the opponents are just as weak, it won't be hard to win. Sam says that the safe zone will move soon, and it will be outside of their current location. Astrid says that they have already killed so many people, which means they can fight for a very long time. Sam replies that firstly, this game is different from other games of this genre, since the battles here can be very grueling, and if they are far from the safe zone, it will be difficult for them to restore their health. He also says that players outside the safe zone are in for something worse than gas, and if they stay outside the safe zone, they will likely be in trouble. Astrid looks at the protagonist in surprise and asks him what could be worse than gas. Sam turns his head towards Astrid and tells her that they will be exposed to radiation this round. Stan asks Sam what the difference is between radiation and poison gas. Sam explains that radiation can dramatically reduce players' health, and only special medications can restore it. But that's not all radiation can do. Astrid says that in that case, they shouldn't stay here and get out of here. The girl is about to leave, but Sam grabs her hand and asks her not to rush. Astrid turns to the protagonist and asks him what he needs. Sam calls up the game map and says that while they know what traps are there, there's no guarantee that other players aren't waiting for them right outside the exit. Astrid says that in any case, they shouldn't just sit here and wait to die. Sam responds to her by telling her not to worry as he has a plan for that. Meanwhile, the sun sets and a starry night descends on the game map. Alexis's assistant tells his boss that the place will soon be out of the safe zone, asking him if he is sure they are still there. Alexis replies that the fox is still inside, adding that they cannot leave as the reward should be theirs. Turning around, he says that the safe zone is narrowing, which means they don't have long to wait. Alexis's minions begin to take damage from the danger zone, to which he tells them not to worry, as they have the necessary medical supplies. One of Alexis's comrades notices that the medicines aren't working, and his health points continue to drop. Alexis looks at the pills, saying that as he thought, this is not a normal poisoning effect, but something much more serious. One of the henchmen says that he joined their team not to die, but to win. He adds that he is heading to a safe zone, and they can stay here until they die. Alexis tells his comrade that he is free to choose whether to stay or leave. The player moves away from Alexis towards the safe zone, but after a few seconds a bullet pierces his head. Alexis says that anyone who is not on his team is considered his enemy, adding that the killed player should not be offended by this. Alexis's assistant mentally says that his boss is too cruel and cold-blooded. Alexis turns to his allies and says that anyone who wants the same fate can leave at any time. The allies pledge their allegiance to Alexis, saying they will forever remain by his side. Suddenly, the hunter's attention is drawn to the silhouettes of people coming out of the bunker. The observer with the sniper rifle suddenly recoils from the sight, seeing something frightening. A whole crowd of zombies emerges from the bunker, created by radiation from the corpses of defeated players. The zombies begin to walk towards Alexis's hunters, climbing up the hill. One of the hunters says that he used to play in a similar mode, but now such a course of events should not happen. Alexis guesses that radiation is to blame for the appearance of the dead. Seeing the overwhelming advantage in the ranks of the dead, Alexis's henchmen say that they need to retreat to a more advantageous position. Alexis replies that their target is still here, and if they retreat, they will never be able to win, and all their efforts will go down the drain. With these words, he points the revolver towards the enemy, and kills the zombie rushing to the top of the hill with a well-aimed shot to the head. He tells his allies not to be such cowards, as they have enough weapons to hold out here a little longer. The allies briefly gain a boost of fighting spirit and open fire on the dead. But this is not enough. One of the hunters says that the zombies have too many health points, and they won't be able to destroy them all. He loses sight of the dead man, who sneaks up on him and kills him by eating his brains. The hunter falls to the ground, but after a few seconds he rises as another warrior in the army of the dead. Another hunter says that the more they fight, the more dead people come running to the gunshots. Alexis's assistant says that all the dead become zombies, adding that if this continues, the situation will become catastrophic. Alexis tells him that their target is now right in front of their noses, adding that they cannot retreat now. Hearing the sounds of gunfire, crowds of living dead continue to run out of the bunker. Among the horde of the living dead, 3 familiar silhouettes suddenly appear. They turn out to be our heroes, who pretended to be zombies in order to quietly escape from the pursuit of other players. Hunter Alexis doesn't notice Sam and his friends, distracted by shooting carrion. Suddenly, the sound of a car's exhaust pipe is heard behind the hunters. Turning around at this sound, one of the hunters sees a very strange picture in front of him. He spots Sam and his squad and shouts out that somehow zombies have learned to drive. Alexis turns towards the car, saying that it is physically impossible. However, Sam suddenly pulls off his mask, surprising the hunters and Alexis himself. After retelling a passage from a Chinese poem, he says with a smile on his face that they will meet again. Alexis is furious and screams that Sam and his squad have tricked them and points a revolver at them. However, Sam presses the gas pedal to the floor and drives away at full speed. Alexis orders his allies not to hesitate and to follow the fugitives immediately. One of his henchmen asks him to save him from a zombie that has fallen on him with its whole body and is not letting him escape. Alexis just looks at his comrade with contempt and kills him with a shot to the head. Calling the deceased a burden, he arrogantly walks to the car to set off in pursuit of Sam himself. Meanwhile, Sam and his friends cut through the dust on a country road at night. Astrid says that Sam's plan has made her stink like crazy, adding that she doesn't understand why everything in this game is so realistic. Sam replies that they had no other choice, since otherwise they themselves would become targets for the zombies. Stan notices the chase and says that these hunters don't seem to want to give up. Alexis, surrounded by the few remaining assistants, pursues Sam at full speed in the hopes of getting his reward. Sam says we're going to show them the power of our world-class driving skills now and grips the steering wheel tighter. Alexis's assistant tells his boss that the car Sam stole is one of the best, so they won't be able to catch up with them. Alexis replies that there is a cliff ahead of them, and if they do not learn to fly, they will fall straight into its trap. Sam continues to flee from pursuit and notices that the road is about to end. The protagonist desperately goes through his options in his head, realizing that the window of opportunity is rapidly closing. Stan tells the protagonist that if this continues, they will soon die. And Astrid covers her face with her hands in fear, saying that she is very afraid to look at what is about to happen. Sam, however, does not lose confidence and asks his comrades to hold on tightly to something. At the last moment, he goes into a controlled skid, turning the car around before the cliff. The hunters following Sam on motorcycles do not have time to slow down, not expecting such an action from Sam. Failing to react in time, they all fall into the abyss, eliminating them from the competition. Sam happily says that this is what they deserve and presses the gas pedal again, running away from his pursuers. Alexis loses his composure, ordering them to continue following him and adding that they won't let him go no matter what. The assistant tells him that they have already lost a lot of people, adding that even if they receive this reward, the end will not justify the means. Alexis points a gun to the assistant's head and asks him how he dares to contradict him, adding that he no longer cares about the reward and is only interested in Sam's death. Another hunter, Alexis, shouts to his allies that they heard the boss, adding that they must kill Sam at any cost. Stan says that apparently the hunters don't care about the reward anymore and will start shooting at them with everything they have, to which Sam replies that this might help them, since Alexis can't think straight. Alexis loads his rifle and says they're at a good shooting range. He tells Sam that he is about to witness the power of real professional players. Taking careful aim, Alexis fires towards Sam's car. A bullet hits a car tire, and the protagonist only miraculously maintains control. He notes that the hunters have decided to go on the offensive. The hunters notice that the car with the main characters stops, and assume that they managed to shoot out a tire. They start racing towards the stopped car, overcome by the thirst for easy money. Suddenly, two of them receive multiple bullet wounds and immediately fall from their motorcycles. Their comrade, who treacherously shot them in the back, tells them to hold their horses. He adds that once he receives the reward, he will no longer have to be subordinate to anyone. Driving closer to the car, he notices that there is no one in it, and only at the last moment does he notice the glare of the optical sight. Astrid wastes no time in getting into a comfortable shooting position, stabilizing her rifle with the car doors. She fires a quick shot, killing the unwary hunter and causing him to fall off his motorcycle. The motorcycle, now driverless, continues to speed towards Sam, who stands imperturbably in its path. A satisfied smile appears on his face, and he says that it's time to show who the real professional is here. With these words, he thrusts his spear into the ground and jumps into the air in front of the moving motorcycle. Landing easily on the vehicle, he grabs the steering wheel and turns 180 degrees. Having completed the maneuver, he heads towards Alexis's hunters, shouting at them to accept his challenge. The hunters shout back at him that he thinks too much of himself and open fire to kill with small-caliber weapons. Sam skillfully handles the motorcycle, expertly dodging the bullets that whistle past his head. Hunters waste their magazines complaining about the inconvenience of reloading with one hand. Having approached the opponents at a sufficient distance, Sam decides to carry out a complex maneuver in order to destroy several opponents with one blow. With one swing, he knocks 2 opponents off their bikes, reducing their health to 0. For each defeated enemy, the main character is awarded 100 points, since he still wields a melee weapon. Another group of hunters moves closer and draws their weapons to open fire. However, Sam manages to get close enough to them that they are within range of his spear. Having burst into a crowd of opponents, he continues to crush them, swinging his spear. Alexis gets out of the car and says that it looks like he is playing Sam's game, adding that this location could also be part of his plan. Alexis's assistant tells him that the safe zone's border will soon reach here. Alexis looks at the pills he has saved and says that if it really is radiation, then the medication should help him. The assistant asks Alexis if he will share with him since the pills are so effective. Alexis only arrogantly tells the assistant that he is an unnecessary pawn and can only count on help if he kills Sam. Meanwhile, one of the hunters, driving a car, asks his driver to drive more carefully so that it would be easier for him to shoot. However, not receiving an answer, he decides to turn around to understand what is happening. He sees that his driver has been killed and their car is racing wherever its eyes lead it. The shooter tries to take control, but fails and crashes into a tree, exploding along with the car. The driver's killer turns out to be Astrid, who continues to fire accurately at the approaching enemies. Taking a break to reload her rifle, she says she can't give all the points to Sam. Stan, sitting next to Astrid, says that Sam was able to turn even a simple shooter into a real action game. He says that, unfortunately, his weapon has a very short range, and because of this, he cannot kill other players as effectively. Sam, meanwhile, continues to smash enemies with his spear, receiving double points for each kill. Having fought his way through a whole crowd of hunters, he moves on, deciding that it is time to take on Alexis himself. Alexis stands next to the car and finds Sam speeding towards him. They both see each other and simultaneously say that it is time to end this. Alexis reloads his assault rifle and takes aim, taking proper aim. He unloads a clip towards the protagonist, saying that he cannot lose to a weakling like Sam. Sam dodges Alexis's shots by keeping his head down. However, one bullet still hits him directly in the shoulder, taking away about 20% of his health points. However, he manages to close the distance and lowers his spear again. Sam thrusts his spear into the ground, creating a smoke screen and slowing down before jumping. Grabbing it with both hands, he jumps off the motorcycle, trying to soften his fall. The motorcycle rushes at full speed towards the car parked next to Alexis. Alexis manages to jump to the side in time, doing a somersault. The motorcycle crashes into the car and explodes, taking the car with it, illuminating the area with a bright flash. Alexis gets to her feet and asks what these stupid tricks are. He raises his rifle, but is immediately hit by an energy arrow from Sam's composite bow. The arrow hits Alexis's hand, causing his rifle to roll several meters away. Alexis looks at the huge hole left by Sam's shot and curses angrily. He looks up to see Sam standing in front of him, holding him at gunpoint. Taking aim, he says he seems to have missed someone, looking at Alexis's assistant. The rifle that Alexis had recently owned ends up at the feet of that very assistant. The assistant looks at the rifle with a gloomy gaze, immersed in thoughts about what is happening. Alexis yells at his assistant, calling him by his first name, Todd, for the first time, and demands that he hand over the gun as quickly as possible. Todd reluctantly reaches for the assault rifle, looking at Alexis with disdain. Meanwhile, Astrid and Stan arrive at the scene, cheerfully informing them that everything is fine. Sam decides it's time to end this tiresome chase and draws his bow again. Alexis turns to his assistant in a rage and angrily asks him what the hell is taking him so long. Todd looks at Alexis with disdain and yells at him, telling him to shut up. Alexis looks at Todd in shock, asking him how dare he talk to him like that. However, instead of answering, Todd pulls the trigger, emptying the entire clip into Alexis's body. The damage proves fatal to Alexis, and he falls helplessly to the ground. Lying on the ground, he can barely point at Todd, calling him a pathetic traitor. Astrid gets off her motorcycle and asks the others why Todd doesn't run away. Sam turns his gun on Todd and takes aim. However, Todd decides not to resist and quickly throws the rifle to the ground. He raises his hands up and says that he surrenders, asking Sam and his comrades to take him into their squad. Sam draws his bow and asks Todd why he suddenly wanted to join them. He adds that one of his allies is an excellent shot, and the other is extremely strong, and asks Todd what he can offer them. Todd calmly replies that he is a very smart person because he always knows who to join. He takes one look at Alexis's body and says that he immediately understands who is strong and who is weak. Sam says that these are very good qualities, and he takes him on his team. Stan approaches Sam and asks him if he really wants to take Todd into his squad, expressing doubts about his loyalty. Sam replies that Stan shouldn't worry, as he knows exactly what he's doing. Remembering full well that it was Todd who killed him in his past life, He tells him that if he betrays him, his death will be slow and painful. Morning comes and the system informs everyone that there are only 284 players left alive on this server. Sam and his squad greet the morning by cooking roasted rodents over a fire to somehow replenish their health points. Sam brings the fried catch closer and says that he hasn't eaten anything for a long time, noting that breakfast smells absolutely wonderful. Stan bites into his food and says he can't call it bad, but the food does have a strange aftertaste. Astrid says that they can eat as much as they want, since in the real world they won't gain weight. Sam listens to his companions' conversations and mentally tells himself that they are thinking about completely different things. Todd politely asks Sam if he can share his portion of food with him. Sam replies that unfortunately, they only caught 3 rabbits, adding that he will look for something for him. Todd happily thanks Sam, smiling genuinely at him. The protagonist hands Todd a can of supplies, saying that this is all they have left. Todd takes the can with sadness in his eyes and asks him if they have anything other than canned goods. Sam replies that it is a very nutritious and long-lasting food, adding that he will surely enjoy it. Todd, realizing that he doesn't have many options, reluctantly opens the can. Unsuspectingly, he dumps the entire contents of the can into his mouth. Suddenly, the contents of the jar begin to burn Todd's tongue and throat incredibly badly. Sam gleefully concludes that unfortunately, he took the wrong can of preserves. By pure chance, he handed him a jar of canned chili peppers. Stan asks Sam why he is acting so cruel, but Astrid, on the contrary, thinks it is something funny. Todd mentally curses Sam for such rude behavior and does not understand what he did to deserve such treatment. Sam approaches Todd and asks him if there is anything bothering him at the moment. Todd's expression quickly changes and he calmly asks the protagonist what he means. Sam says that Todd's assault rifle is quite well modified and asks him to borrow his weapon. Todd says that in that case he no longer has any weapons. Sam menacingly asks Todd if he wants to end up like his friends. Todd calmly replies that he doesn't want any trouble and removes his rifle from his belt. Todd takes his rifle completely off his back and pauses briefly, holding it aimed at Sam. Astrid, suspecting something is wrong, reaches for her sniper rifle to back Sam up. However, she is stopped by Stan, who places his hand on the sniper rifle. He tells Astrid not to worry, adding that Sam is simply testing Todd's loyalty. Todd, smiling calmly, gives Sam his rifle, saying that since Sam is stronger than him, it will be useful for him to own this rifle. Sam thanks Todd and raises his rifle, pointing it towards Todd's head. Todd looks at Sam in shock, trying to raise his hand to instinctively cover his face. Sam, without another word, fires a shot at Todd's head level. Turning around, Todd realizes that Sam has shot the man who had snuck up on them from behind. Coming closer, Astrid realizes that this is not a player, but a zombie that somehow got here. Astrid is surprised that the zombies have reached their location and looks around. Sam grabs his spear and says that things are starting to get seriously heated. Approaching the dead zombie, he notices several dozen more living dead wandering nearby. The system notifies everyone that there are 243 players left alive, and our heroes rush to the car, attracting the attention of the zombies. Looking around, Sam tries to understand what is happening and why the zombies are behaving this way. Todd asks everyone to hurry, adding that the dead are already breathing down their necks. Several zombies manage to catch up with the car, grabbing onto the trunk of the car with their hands. Stan decides there is no time to waste and grabs his machete, shouting at the dead to get away from them. Standing on the trunk, he swings a machete, throwing opponents away from the car. Sam tells everyone to get ready and presses the gas pedal, causing their car to suddenly take off. After breaking through a crowd of living dead, Sam drives out of the forest, deciding to move towards the next safe zone. The heroes find themselves in a hot desert, and they flee at full speed from the enemies pursuing them across the hot sand. Looking back, Astrid concludes that they seem to have managed to escape pursuit. However, Sam does not share her optimism and says that the real danger is yet to come. Looking ahead, the heroes only curse sincerely, not understanding why they are lucky enough to have such adventures. The system notifies everyone that due to special circumstances, an additional quest called Billion Zombies has been activated, which generates large groups of zombies across the map, and players must survive for 24 hours. Sam reflects to himself that such surprises are highly unusual for this game. Sam says that in the original game, zombies could only appear outside the safe zone, but now they also appear inside it. It suddenly dawns on Sam that this could all be the butterfly effect. Sam recalls that the flutter of a butterfly in the tropical forests of South America can have incredible consequences. According to theory, this wave could lead to a tornado in Kansas 2 weeks later. From Sam's perspective, since his current actions are different from his past ones, this has led to the system generating a new quest. Astrid asks Sam what all this means, what they all need to do about it. Sam replies that in a few kilometers, they will reach a fortress in which they can fortify themselves. Stan says it's all easier said than done, adding that there's a crowd of hungry zombies ahead, and he's asking how they're going to get around them. Sam asks Stan why he decided they would go around this crowd. He steps on the gas, so they'll drive straight through the crowd of Walking Dead. Astrid asks Sam, frightened, what the hell he's doing, and grips her rifle tighter. One of the walking zombies turns around at the sound of an approaching car and looks forward in a frenzy. Sam slams into the dead man at full speed, forcing his way to safety. Stan says that if this continues, they won't be able to hold out for long, after which he stands up in the car, trying to throw the dead away. Astrid tries to knock down the advancing dead with the butt of her rifle, saying that in such a situation a sniper is a liability, not an asset. Meanwhile, one of the dead men, clinging to the car, manages to grab her by the t-shirt. Sam turns back and tells his comrades to shoot with everything they can. However, the dead men grab Astrid, trying to drag her out of the car. A split second later, the dead man who grabbed Astrid is shot in the head and lets go of his prey. Astrid's savior turns out to be Sam, who quickly takes out his gun and then asks her if she's okay. Astrid replies that she's fine, to which Sam says that the dead have become completely insolent. He steps on the gas pedal again, saying it's time to teach them a lesson, and again rushes towards a safe point. Seeing another crowd of dead people in front of him, Sam decides to ram them again. Meanwhile, in the center of the safe zone in a large castle, there is a group of survivors who have managed to gain a foothold there. Observing the huge crowds of zombies, the fortress commandant says that holding out for a whole day is unrealistic. Suddenly, the commandant named Shen's attention is drawn to a vehicle approaching them. Taking a closer look, he notices that the car, damaged by the battles with the living dead, has stalled a few dozen meters from their castle. A tired Sam tells his companions that they have finally arrived. He adds that this place will be the final safe zone in this round. The defenders of the fortress shout at Sam and his squad to stay back and raise their hands up. Sam tells them that if they have weapons, they better save them for the zombies. Shen asks the protagonist what exactly he means. Sam points to the crowd of zombies milling around behind them and says that if he doesn't let them in, the zombies will kill Sam and everyone in this fortress. Shen asks the protagonist why he should trust his words. A split second later, Shen's cap is pierced by a well-aimed shot from a sniper rifle. Astrid looks at him smugly, implying that Shen doesn't have much of a choice in this situation. Sam says he has one very good reason why Shen should trust him. He says that he and his squad are incredibly strong players who outperform everyone on this server. Shen takes off his cap and looks at the neat bullet hole left by Astrid's rifle. With a wave of his hand, he turns to his comrades and orders them to open the gate for Sam. Sam and his squad look out at all the weapons and ammunition they managed to get during their trip. Shen and his comrades look at this collection in awe, saying that they are very impressed. Sam tells everyone that he proposes to divide all the weapons among themselves to increase their chances of survival. Shen is surprised by such generosity on Sam's part and says that he is very magnanimous. Todd says he agrees with Shen and asks Sam if it wouldn't be better to save the gun. Sam replies that there is no point in them doing so, since they are all in the same boat, and if they fail, they will all go down. He hands Shen a machine gun, saying that the jokes are over, adding that the rules of the game have changed, and if they do not unite, they will die. Shen freezes for a second from such a heartfelt speech of Sam, not finding the words to respond. Having come to his senses, he loudly says that he agrees with the main character and takes the machine gun from his hands. Astrid and Steen stand at the makeshift distribution point and begin distributing equipment and ammunition to anyone who wants it. After some time, Shen reports that all his guys are equipped and ready for battle. Sam praises Shen and asks everyone to tell him what their ultimate goal is. The defenders of the fortress shout in unison that their only goal is victory. After some time, Sam climbs up the tower and stealthily shoots the dead man with his bow. Sam notes that the reward for killing zombies is negligible, only 10 points. Meanwhile, Todd comes up to him and asks him if he wanted to see him, calling Sam the boss. Sam tells Todd not to call him that again because he's no one's boss. Todd says that Sam's plans, however, compel him to follow him. He adds that Sam is, however, very cruel, as he recruits so many people into his team only to mercilessly kill them at the end of the game in order to win. Sam says that Todd is wrong, as he just wants to fight alongside them and stand firm until the very end. Todd says that this must all be some kind of joke, since there are so many of these zombies that it is impossible to survive until the end. Sam responds that KOG doesn't give players tasks they can't complete, meaning they're guaranteed to win, adding that's why he has an important task for Todd. Todd asks Sam what is required of him, to which he replies that he is required to gather information about the zombies so that he can develop a defense plan. He adds that Shen has already sent 3 people from his team, so they should also send someone as a sign of trust. Todd asks Sam why he should go, since Astrid and Stan are much stronger than him. Sam says that Stan loses control of himself as soon as he starts fighting someone. He also adds that Astrid is an excellent shot, but she will have a very hard time in close combat without support. Todd, from Sam's point of view, is very agile and proficient with all types of weapons, which makes him ideal for the job. He asks Todd if he wants Sam to go instead of him. Sam says that as a reward, I'll let him sit on the sidelines while they defend the castle, adding that this way he'll get the highest survival rate. Todd says he's happy with the terms, hoping Sam won't take his words back. With these words he leaves, thinking over the plan of his mission. Sam tells Todd to be careful and to make sure he comes back safe and sound. Todd takes one of the fortress defenders' motorcycles as transport and goes off on reconnaissance. Stan watches Todd drive away and asks Sam why he sent the boy to his death. Sam says that he and Stan have been working together for a very long time, so he shouldn't doubt his decisions. Sam reflects that Todd probably has his own plans for victory, which means leaving him in the castle would be the worst decision. Meanwhile, Todd takes a lookout position in a tree, and in a rage, says that he will definitely kill Sam someday. He tells himself that the zombies will never think to look for him in the tree, so he can just sit here and then calmly return back to Sam. A sudden rustling of leaves interrupts Todd's thoughts and makes him wary. Todd decides to get closer to the source of the noise, trying to figure out who is making it. The source of the sound turns out to be a zombie, who growls menacingly at Todd as he approaches. Todd drops his rifle in fear and falls to the ground, hitting his entire body painfully. Trying to get up, he wonders how an ordinary zombie could climb a tree. Looking up, he notices that all his former comrades are standing in front of him, turned into living dead. One of the dead men steps on his rifle and says in an otherworldly voice that he didn't expect to meet Todd again. Todd looks up and is momentarily speechless from shock. Before him appears Alexis, who has turned into a dead man, but has retained his self-awareness. After some time, Sam fills out the necessary reports for the future defense of the fortress, sitting in one of the offices. Stan says he's finished counting the number of players in the fortress, adding that there are 72 people in total, including the newcomers they've accepted. Sam tells Stan that 72 people will be more than enough for his plan. Suddenly, there is a loud knock on the office door, and a male voice announces that there are 73 people in the fortress, not 72. Stan and Sam are distracted by the sound, trying to figure out who said it. Todd enters the office and announces that he has successfully completed his mission. Stan pats Todd on the shoulder, praising him for his excellent work and expressing his joy that he is safe and sound. Todd says he gained incredibly valuable experience fighting hordes of zombies. Sam also thanks Todd and tells him that he did a great job. Todd approaches the protagonist and asks him if his promise is still valid. Sam says that Todd can tell everyone everything he learned, and then he can go to rest in peace. He adds that he can safely leave the defense of the castle to them, since they are well prepared for it. Astrid, meanwhile, is busy shooting the dead from a distance and wonders if the zombies are going to attack them at all. Shen approaches her and applauds her accuracy, saying that she is very good at what she does. He admits to Astrid that he is almost a devoted fan of hers. Astrid asks him why he still carries around a cap with a bullet hole through it. Shen says that because Astrid was the one who shot her, he will keep the cap until the end of the match. Sam comes out to them and calls out to Astrid, saying that he has been looking for her everywhere. Shen says he won't disturb their conversation and leaves to check the equipment. Astrid asks Sam if Shen whispered anything to him as he walked past. Sam answers a question with a question, asking Astrid if Shen is flirting with her. Astrid is surprised by this, and says that this is something on the verge of impossible. Sam replies that Astrid is quite beautiful and also has a great body, and asks her if she is popular with men. Astrid says that she is not strong in love affairs, specifying that if she wants to find a boyfriend, it will only be someone who is excellent at playing games. Sam says that they will finish this conversation later, since now he wants to discuss a more serious topic with her. Astrid looks at Sam questioningly and asks him what exactly he wants to discuss. After some time, night falls again, and the system notifies everyone that only 74 players are left alive, and the remaining time until the end of the event is 6 hours. Stan looks at the horde through binoculars and asks Sam if he is sure the zombies will attack them. According to Stan, there was only a small group of living dead hanging out in front of them. Sam answers him, saying that if their information is correct, the horde will attack very soon. Stan replies that there is nothing to indicate that yet, but he stops mid-sentence and takes a closer look. A second later he screams, looking in surprise towards the zombie. He notices a huge number of dead people arriving on the horizon in huge numbers. The defenders of the fortress watch in horror as the horde of zombies approaches, not believing that they will be able to defeat them all. Sam approaches the edge of the castle tower and admonishes his comrades, saying that he cannot guarantee that they will all survive, nor that they will be able to kill all the dead. However, He immediately adds that he can guarantee that he will never betray his allies and will fight alongside them on the front lines. The defenders of the fortress are inspired by Sam's speech and listen to him, spellbound. Sam adds that, in truth, he has never been good at giving fiery speeches, so he will only say one thing. With these words, he raises his fist into the air and shouts that they will definitely win. The crowd picks up his enthusiasm and starts chanting these words too. Meanwhile, a horde of walking dead arrives at the castle, beginning its siege. The first thing the zombies do is step on a mine, causing a powerful explosion that scatters dozens of the dead in all directions. The defenders of the fortress are surprised by this turn of events and look at what is happening with downcast eyes. Sam commands the defenders not to relax and to remember that victory is at stake. The defenders open fire on the crowd of the dead, which in the meantime activates several more mines as it approaches. Stan shoots the dead with a heavy machine gun, joyfully shouting that he must kill them all. The dead fall one after another under the bullets, but new ones immediately take their place. Stan says there are too many dead people and asks Sam how he plans to deal with them. Sam draws his bow and tells Stan not to worry, as he's just warming up. Pulling the bowstring, Sam asks the dead if they are ready to die and releases the arrow. The arrow quickly cuts through the air and lands next to an unknown liquid. Stan looks down and says desperately that Sam's actions had almost zero effect. Sam asks Stan not to be nervous and snaps his fingers, smiling contentedly. At that very moment, the liquid, which turns out to be kerosene, ignites. The front ranks of the horde are instantly engulfed in raging flames, falling to the ground. Stan turns to Sam and says that this tactic vaguely reminds him of something. Sam says that this is a very convenient tactic, as he can destroy an entire crowd with one shot. The dead stop in front of the fiery barrier and do not dare to cross it. However, after a few seconds, raindrops start falling on Sam's head, and he says that this is all some kind of stupid joke. A torrential rain extinguishes the fire barrier, and all the defenders curse this game and its mechanics. Sam looks up at the storm clouds and says he's starting to think someone is doing this on purpose. The horde begins to pile up on top of each other, trying to overcome the castle wall, and the defenders begin to get nervous again. The defenders drop a special mixture on the climbing dead, which throws them down. However, the dead do not give up and stubbornly continue to climb the sheer walls. One of the dead invaders climbs over the wall and begins to climb onto the final ledge. However, he is interrupted by Stan, who sends the dead man down with one blow of his machete. Sam shouts at his allies not to give up, adding that victory will be theirs. With these words, one of the allies approaches him and says that victory will truly belong to them, and puts a pistol to the back of his head. The traitor turns out to be Todd again, who adds that unfortunately, Sam will not see this victory. With only 3.5 hours left until the end of the event, the number of live players has dropped to 59. Sam asks Todd why he wanted to kill him, genuinely not understanding his motivation. Todd says he's wanted to ask Sam this same question more than once before, adding that Sam has always stopped him from coming up with the right solution. Sam says Todd just had to hide and wait, but even there he was disappointed. Todd tells the protagonist that he made a deal with the zombies, who guarantee his safety if he kills Sam. Sam says Todd has said enough, so his time is up. After these words, a shot rings out and Todd gets a bullet near his heart, which is why he doesn't have time to shoot and falls to the ground. Astrid, who has been watching the whole time from a nearby castle tower, reports that the task is completed and looks at Todd from afar. Todd guesses that Sam suspected him of betrayal all this time, which is why he prepared so thoroughly. The protagonist tells Todd that he placed a bug on him and noticed that he stood in one place for too long, adding that after that, anyone would begin to suspect something was wrong. Todd, barely holding back the pain from the wound he received, says that Sam should not rejoice too early, since he still will not be able to win this fight, because he did not take into account one important factor. Sam turns to Todd and asks him what he means by that. Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard behind him, saying that Todd meant him. Turning around, Sam notices Alexis, who asks Sam if he expected to see him, adding that they finally met again. Alexis explains that the pills he took while chasing Sam actually allowed him to control the living dead. He doesn't have time to finish his speech, because Astrid decides not to drag it out and shoots him in the head with a large caliber sniper rifle. Astrid asks Alexis if the pills helped him give shorter speeches. Alexis replies that he has now gained complete immortality, and Astrid sees that Alexis's health points have not changed at all despite being hit in the head. Astrid is surprised and asks how this is possible, suggesting that Alexis has started using cheats. Sam takes out his spear and tells Astrid to go help the others, leaving Alexis to him, to which he only laughs arrogantly. Alexis says that all their attempts are futile, as zombies will follow him wherever he goes, adding that this fortress will very soon be filled with the living dead. Sam says that then he will finish him off first and rushes at him with his spear. He easily pierces Alexis's body, but he only laughs in the protagonist's face, calling him a pathetic idiot, and adds that physical attacks do not harm him. After these words, he grabs the protagonist by the throat and easily lifts him into the air for a throw. Deciding to finish Sam off quickly, Alexis slams him into the stonework with all his might, breaking the side of the watchtower. Alexis gleefully asks Sam what it's like to lose when you almost won. Sam replies that there is no feeling worse than this, because he has already been through such torment once. With these words, he knocks Alexis's hand from his neck and grabs his spear. Grabbing the shaft of his spear, Sam instantly ignites it with just a touch. He says that he never wants to feel something like that again, and then plunges the burning part of the spear deeper into Alexis's body. The flames begin to consume Alexis's body, and he screams that this is impossible, not understanding where Sam got such abilities from. Sam's mind goes back to the moment he would receive his title for consecutive kills using fire. He recalls that in addition to everything else, he then received another completely random title. As a reward, he received a card that could teach him a certain skill when used. That card turned out to be a pyro card, which can teach the bearer how to manipulate the element of fire. Sam says that fortunately, he had coated the spear with flammable materials, adding that he had no idea such skills would come in handy. Alexis screams that it's impossible, adding that he was supposed to be completely immortal. However, the flames quickly consume him, and Sam receives 500 points for destroying the leader of the army of the living dead. Sam sarcastically remarks that this is another victim who has fallen before the great master of barbecue. However, the protagonist decides not to rejoice ahead of time and turns to his defenders. Seeing that things are getting worse and worse, he understands that the real battle is still ahead. The system notifies everyone that players have 2 hours and 19 minutes left to survive, adding that only 47 players remain alive. Hordes of the dead, in their relentless attempts to reach the tower, form giant mountains of corpses, which other zombies climb to reach their goal. Stan begins to be overwhelmed by numbers, and he switches to a machete, throwing opponents in different directions. There are only 39 players left alive, and Astrid says that the number of dead is getting too high. Another 5 players die, and Shen holds his ground with the last of his strength, desperately screaming about the endless stream of zombies coming. Sam continues to pick off enemies one by one, and tries to understand why nothing has changed after killing the leader of the dead, expressing hope that the game has not thrown them an event that is fundamentally impossible to win. Todd, sitting nearby, tells the protagonist that they are similar because in the end, they will both lose this round. Todd says that everyone who followed Sam is a complete idiot, because he is leading everyone to hell. Sam slowly repeats Todd's words, and suddenly they give him a great idea. Turning around, he tells Todd that he is right, adding that he is going to take advantage of it. Todd asks the protagonist in surprise what he is planning, coughing from his wounds. Sam says that it's time to really survive and lowers his weapon, deciding to take the most desperate step. Meanwhile, Stan begins to lose ground and the zombies deal him a powerful blow, knocking him off his feet. Looking up, he sees a dead man in front of him who is swinging a sharp axe at him. However, a split second before Stan is hit, the zombies suddenly freeze and look back at the strange sounds and screams. Stan sits up and says that he recognizes this strange voice, and also turns towards the noise. Stan grabs the fresh motorcycle with the dead Alexis tied to it and jumps off the tower. Astrid, observing this desperate act, says that Sam is becoming too reckless. Sam turns around to face the horde of walking dead and yells at them to follow him, honking his horn from his motorcycle. Hearing the screams and sensing the presence of their leader, the dead turn around to look at Sam. A second later, they abandon all attempts to besiege the castle and head towards the main character. The system notifies players that they need to hold out for another hour, and Sam says that his chances are about 1 in a million, but he will still take this opportunity. Stan struggles to his feet and asks the others not to tell him that Sam is thinking about sacrificing himself so that they can win. Astrid puts her hand on his shoulder and pulls him up, saying that such actions would clearly not be Sam's style. They both agree that Sam is clearly the type of guy who would survive the most unlikely situations. Meanwhile, the crowd of dead people continues to follow Sam, activating the mines they had previously bypassed. Sam says that everything is going according to his plan, adding that if he hasn't messed anything up, the most interesting part is about to begin. Soon after these words, heavy bombs begin to fall on the crowd of living dead, causing powerful explosions. Astrid opens the map and sees that the area Sam led the dead into has been selected as the location for carpet bombing. She is surprised by Sam's intelligence and says that she wouldn't be surprised if he also predicted her appearance. After an hour of intense bombing, all that remains of the zombie horde is a vast field of mangled bodies lying on the ground. The system reports that only 26 players remain alive, adding that there are 17 minutes left until the end of the event. Astrid stands atop the siege wall, scanning the horizon, worried that Sam has not yet returned. Shen tells her that, by his rough calculations, all 26 survivors are in their fortress, concluding from this that Sam most likely did not survive. Astrid says that's impossible, adding that Sam isn't the type of person to give up so easily. A minute later, a small black dot appears on the horizon and rapidly approaches the castle. Astrid realizes that this point is Sam returning to the castle on a motorcycle, and says that he never ceases to amaze her. Climbing the castle wall, Sam asks the others if they expected him to return, adding that he is safe and sound. Shen and Stan surround him, saying that he was acting like a fucking genius, adding that it was the coolest thing they had ever seen. Astrid, however, grabs him by the collar and pulls him aside, asking him what the hell he's doing. She asks him how he could do something so dangerous, adding that he doesn't rely on his teammates at all. Sam smiles and says he promises he won't act so recklessly again. The system notifies all players that they have won the Billions mission, adding that all surviving players receive 500 points, and all survivors are eligible for further scoring. Sam looks at the notification with a smile, saying that they have finally completed the first round of the tournament. Astrid looks closely at Sam and asks him if he forgot something important. Meanwhile, Todd struggles to crawl to safety in the besieged castle. Todd tells himself that he just needs to wait a little while and victory will be his. Suddenly, he hears the sound of approaching footsteps, and a voice asking him where he is going. Looking up, he sees Sam, who asks him if he is going to celebrate his victory with all the other surviving players. Todd begins to frantically fawn over Sam, telling him that he is a great man with a kind heart, so he should not worry about such a humble person like Todd. He kneels before Sam and says that he repents of his sins, asking him for mercy and adding that he will help him in the next rounds until he dies. Sam replies that Todd only says that until it suits him. However, a second later he says with a smile that he can even forgive him for all his actions. Todd happily rises up and asks Sam if he will really forgive Todd. A second later, a bullet hits Todd's head and he falls dead onto the stone floor. Sam, walking away from the cooling corpse, tells him that he lied to him, adding that he can never forgive the betrayal. Sometime later, in the real world, a TV show discusses the topic of a player named Sam being too strong. The moderators participating in the discussion are divided in their opinions about whether Sam is simply an experienced player or a common cheater. The patrons of the cafe where the show is shown are also suspicious of Sam's success, believing that he is somehow cheating. Sitting in this cafe, Stan, Astrid, and Sam laugh at what is happening, and Astrid tells the main character that he already has fans. Sam says many people online accuse him of using cheats, adding that his identity would have been ruined long ago if not for their information. Astrid says she herself suspected Sam of using cheats, as he knew the exact times and locations of safe houses and bombing zones. They check the scoreboard and find that Sam and Astrid are in the top 2 places respectively among all the players in the tournament. Stan asks Sam how he knows so much about the first round, adding that Sam is definitely hiding something. Sam tells him that, unfortunately, he won't be able to tell them anything, but he hopes that they can continue to fight together as teammates. Astrid replies that they might not be on the same server next round, meaning they won't be able to group up. Sam agrees with her, saying that even if the first round cleared 99% of the players, the remaining ones are still impressive. He also adds that the closer they get to the final, the fewer players there will be, meaning there will be a greater chance of ending up on the same server. Astrid says that unfortunately, not everyone is as strong a player as Sam, adding that she is not confident that she will be able to pass the next round. Stan looks at Astrid with concern and asks her what she means by that. Sam replies that he suggested that they meet not only to sit in a friendly atmosphere and drink coffee. He explains that cheats are typically manipulations of game data that enhance the player's abilities, but under Koji conditions, using cheats is virtually impossible. He adds that what he is about to offer them is a deception that does not meet the criteria of cheating. Astrid and Stan are surprised by Sam's proposal and ask him what he means. Sam smiles and says that he is offering them the most important thing possible, which is information. He clarifies that the phone he brought them contains detailed information about the next round, which is about to begin. After some time, Sam comes home, where his computer set up with a virtual reality helmet is already waiting for him. Putting on the helmet, he turns on the full immersion mode, saying that great fun awaits him. Once in the virtual arena, Sam says he knew the order of the games would remain the same as he remembered. The system says that the second round is dedicated to a game called the Infinite Tower, in which the player, using magic cards and winning numerous battles, must reach the top and move on to the next stage. Players are surprised by such strange rules and try to figure out what cards they should use. An arena materializes in front of the players, in which a lone silhouette of a man is visible. A light illuminates a man in the arena, and he turns out to be an extremely expressive host who introduces himself as Dance. Sam notes that even the host hasn't changed a bit since their last meeting. Players publicly express dissatisfaction with Dance's appearance, saying that it would be better if some pretty girl played instead of him. Dance doesn't appreciate the criticism and throws the microphone at one of the players, saying that he is a professional host and so their caustic comments are inappropriate. However, a second later, he pulls himself together and asks for forgiveness for this excess, after which he says that it is time to explain the rules of the second round. He explains that the players are now in a tower filled with traps and monsters, adding that they need to reach the top, overcoming floor after floor, and only then will they be able to achieve victory. According to him, the difficulty increases with each floor, but each player will receive 3 types of different cards as a reward during the game. There are 3 types of cards in total. Red cards are attack cards, yellow cards are goods cards, and blue cards are effect cards. A girl appears among the players and tells Dance that many players don't have weapons or equipment, so if they encounter a monster on the first floor, the game will end for them immediately. The crowd picks up on these words and asks Dance why he can't give them the weapons from the previous round, adding that they can't start the game empty-handed. Dance says players now have the opportunity to use points to purchase cards that are sold at the lowest price. He adds that the cost of one card is an incredibly modest 1,000 points. Players are starting to protest loudly, saying that this price is too unfair, and that players with low points are being left out in the cold. Dance tells players not to have any illusions, as even in this game the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker, as this is the true nature of the world. He adds that some players manage to get out of the first round through luck, but this tower will eliminate all weaklings from the competition. The expressive host says that they have half an hour to decide whether to buy cards, but once the game starts, this option will be blocked. The players become discouraged and decide not to spend many points, as they will not be able to win this competition anyway. Dance says the players are acting too hesitant for those who made it to the second round, and is surprised that they decided to give up before the second round even started. One of the players raises his hand and says that he would like to buy some cards for himself. Dance hears the player's voice and turns around sharply to get a good look at the player. He tells the player that he should think carefully, as one card is worth 1,000 points. The person who wants to sell him is Sam, who asks the presenter to sell him 7 cards. Dance looks at Sam in surprise, telling him to stop joking around, because we're talking about 7,000 points. Suddenly the players recognize Sam, saying that he is the player in first place in terms of points. Sam lowers his head smugly and says that they are right, because it is he himself. Players immediately start recalling all of his achievements, saying that he is a cheater who uses cheats. Sam loses his temper and says that he has never cheated or used cheats in his life. However, the crowd of players is not impressed by his heartfelt statements and continues to insist on their own. Sam takes out his spear and tells the other players that if they hate him so much, they have a few options. He adds that anyone can try to kill him in this round if they want to so much. One of the players calls Sam a pathetic braggart, adding that he will definitely deal with him this round. The other players pick up on this idea, promising to smash Sam into the ground as soon as they get the chance. The girl watches Sam's act of self-admiration and mentally admits that he irritates her a lot. Dance watches what is happening and mentally notes that the players' morale is gradually increasing because of Sam. Sam turns to the host again and says that he still wants to buy 7 cards and asks him if there are any problems with that. Dance smiles broadly and says that the customer's word is law for him, after which he snaps his fingers. A whole pile of cards appears in front of Sam, face down, and Dance says that the cards in the store are randomized and wishes him luck. Sam thinks about it and realizes that since the order of the cards is random, his memories from the past will not help him in this situation. He decides to poke at random and chooses a card that he likes at random. He says that he is now going to show everyone what the power of a player with exceptional luck really is. The room is illuminated by a golden light, and the players shout that they cannot believe that the main character has received the rarest card. Sam realizes that he has hit an incredible jackpot, and decides to see what prize he has won. Unfortunately, Sam gets a card that is a joke from the developers, as it does absolutely nothing despite its rarity. Players look at Sam's card in bewilderment, not understanding why, with a value of 1,000 points, there could be such ridiculous specimens among them. Sam decides he doesn't need this card and throws it into the air, then with a slight movement of his spear cuts it in half. Players are shocked that Sam got rid of items worth 1,000 points so easily, even though he had extremely low practicality. Dance says the company will not refund points for torn cards, asking other players to be more considerate. Sam replies that it's okay since it's just a small amount of points that he can easily earn back. Sam continues to look through the cards, deciding to choose one for his collection. Looking over to the other half of the deck, he decides to tear up a few random cards he doesn't like. In the end, Sam stops his choice on 3 cards. saying that he will no longer need more cards. Players look at Sam's actions and say that wasting points left and right is a very unwise and stupid act. Sam turns to the players and says that if they doubt, they will definitely lose. After these words, the players one by one also express a desire to buy cards with all their money in order to try their luck. Dance asks everyone to take their time and adhere to the rules of the first come, first served queue, adding that there are enough cards for everyone. The girl looks at Sam in surprise, not believing that Sam has restored everyone's will to fight with just one action. Sam leaves, saying that if there are too few participants, the game will become incredibly boring. After some time, Sam and several other players approach the ground floor of the test tower. According to the host, they are at the bottom of an endless tower, where each flight of stairs will lead them to a random level, so players are free to choose any floor. Sam turns back and asks the players why they are following him. The players are unwilling to admit the truth and deny it, telling Sam to stop being so smug. Sam mentally says that these players have no shame or conscience at all, and decides to come up with some kind of plan. The girl looks at this scene and wonders if these players really think that following an expert can increase their chances of winning. Sam quickly comes up with a plan, and admits that he has no choice but to resort to illegal methods. With these words, he sharply points his fingers behind the players' backs, and shouts that the pretty girl decided to get naked. Players immediately take the bait and turn back, trying to find the described beauty. However, behind them there is only the presenter, who suddenly decided to expose himself in front of the players. The players throw garbage at the presenter, saying that they don't want to see him, asking him to go to hell. One of the players turns around and notices Sam is missing, shouting to the others that this cheater has cheated them. Sam decides not to waste time and runs away as quickly as possible so that no one will bother him in the future. Meanwhile, the corporation's executive director is closely watching Sam's adventures. An assistant comes to his office and asks him about the situation with the second round, clarifying whether there are any discrepancies. The assistant replies that the only blind spot is Sam, since he not only took first place in the ranking, but also significantly outpaced the second player in points, and also earned at least 2 achievements. The CEO asks the assistant if they have noticed any anomalies in the system or evidence that Sam is using any deceptive methods. The assistant says that this player, for unknown reasons, acts as if he is very familiar with the game, adding that there is a possibility of data leakage about the game. The director says that the contents of the second round are completely randomized, so even if there was some kind of leak, it will not help Sam, after which he orders the assistant to organize the strongest monster for Sam. The assistant replies that according to the rules, the company cannot interfere with the course of the game, let alone with a powerful monster that is impossible to cope with. The executive director asks his assistant how he dares to disobey his order. The assistant slavishly replies that all his orders will be immediately carried out and leaves. Sam finds himself on the second floor of the Infinite Tower and decides to look around to see what kind of challenges await him. Sam remembers that the first level's challenge is a battle and wonders what kind of enemy he will face. Suddenly, an incredible roar is heard next to him, and he sees the paw of a huge monster stopping right in front of him. He looks up at the monster standing in front of him and says that this must be some kind of joke. Before the main character stands in all its glory an 8-headed demonic dragon. The dragon lets out a loud roar, and Sam asks the monster when he last brushed his teeth, noting that he smells disgusting. The dragon lets out another loud roar and prepares to launch a powerful attack with its multiple heads. Sam looks happily at the monster's rage and asks him if he touched a nerve. A loud explosion is heard where Sam is standing, but as soon as the smoke clears, only an empty crater remains in its place. The dragon begins to breathe menacingly, trying to find its victim, and looks around menacingly. Sam looks at the monster and says that fighting this monster brings back old memories. He briefly dives into the past, remembering the battle with this monster a year ago, when they tried with incredible difficulty to defeat this dragon. A year ago, Sam once again put his leadership skills to use and asked his allies to unite and destroy this monster, regardless of the casualties. Back in the present, Sam says that previously this monster should only be found on the upper floors and should not be found on the ground floors. However, from Sam's point of view, this is a great change, as he will now be able to get all the points for himself. Spectators watch Sam's fight and say that he is just a crazy daredevil. Sam says that the broadcast screen must be full of comments right now, wishing him death for his arrogance. The demonic dragon does not lose patience and decides to finish Sam off with a long-range attack and flares its nostrils. Opening its huge mouth, the dragon spews a deadly wave of fire straight at the protagonist. Sam easily dodges the fire attack and shouts at the dragon that playing with fire is no good. With these words, he jumps up and attacks the dragon, saying that it is time to end this. The dragon tries to knock Sam down with a headbutt, but Sam pushes off the ground and launches into the air. Selecting the most vulnerable point, Sam drops down like a stone, pointing his spear towards the monster. Falling on the monster, he easily pierces its fire-breathing head with his spear. The mighty dragon howls in pain, beginning to shake its head from side to side. Sam says the fun is just beginning, holding tightly to his spear. Seizing the right moment, he pulls the spear out of the dragon's head and uses transformation, unlocking a new form. The new form turns out to be a deadly blade with a razor-sharp edge. He gives the dragon a defiant look and says that he will use it to test the power of his new weapon form. The protagonist delivers a powerful blow, easily cutting off the dragon's head, and then jumps to the ground. The game system notifies Sam that for destroying one dragon head he gets 200 points. Sam says that at this exchange rate he will get 1,600 points for all 8 goals, adding that this is a very good offer. However, a second later, the dragon's severed head begins to regenerate and quickly grow back. Sam is very surprised by this feature of the dragon, noting that he does not remember him having such powers last time. According to him, a year ago this dragon was a much more honest monster than it is now. However, suddenly a brilliant idea strikes Sam, and he thinks about it for a moment. Examining the dragon's head, he realizes that one head is worth 200 points, and the dragon will regenerate infinitely. However, this also means that it is a very convenient way to endlessly farm points. The dragon hears Sam's thoughts and is clearly not happy with this arrangement. Sam draws his sword again and says that in that case he will take advantage of such a gift of fate. He rushes into the attack and begins to chop off the dragon's heads one by one, receiving an incredible amount of points. After a while, he knocks off all the dragon's heads at once and lands in front of him. Looking at his score, he notices that in this short period of time he has accumulated 8,000 points. Viewers watch Sam's adventures and say that he is definitely a crook since he earns points using such dirty methods. The executive director, also observing the events, becomes furious and asks the technical staff how they could have made such a mistake. According to him, such a low-level farming exploit should not exist in their game. The staff says that this boss was supposed to destroy any player at this stage, so they didn't expect this to happen. Another employee asks the director what they should do now, adding that they cannot change the monster's data. The director calls his subordinates idiots, saying that they have no choice but to add special restrictions. Turning to the monitor, he adds that Sam really is an amazing player, since because of him, they are forced to change the rules of all the game zones. Meanwhile, a system notification appears above Sam's head, stating that a new restriction has been introduced for this round, requiring each floor to be completed within 30 minutes. Stan, who is on another server, also receives this notification and is glad that he managed to deal with all the monsters in advance. Astrid, who has also successfully destroyed all her opponents, is surprised that the rules of the game are changing so abruptly. Tournament spectators are surprised by this turn of events and suspect that this restriction was added only to prevent Sam from endlessly farming points. There is less than a minute and a half left in the round, and Sam realizes that his golden time is coming to an end. He changes the shape of his spear and says that normal players would not be able to destroy all the heads in one blow. He adds that, fortunately, he drew the right card for the occasion. Sam reveals his card, and it turns out that he owns the arrow volley card, which allows a player armed with a bow or crossbow to fire multiple arrows in one shot. With these words, Sam activates the card, and it is charged with the energy of his arrows. Pulling back the bowstring, Sam decides to shoot an arrow that pierces the heavens at the demonic dragon. He spells his arrow to destroy all heads and releases the string of his bow. A powerful shot pierces all heads simultaneously, depriving the monster of the ability to regenerate. Sam changes his weapon's form to a blade and says he's not finished yet. The protagonist makes a dash, delivering a powerful blow that cuts off all the heads at once. The huge monster falls heavily to the ground, and the system rewards Sam with extra points for all the heads destroyed. The severed heads of the monster begin to transform into a shining clot of energy. After a few seconds, the clot of energy turns into valuable loot, which is an item of equipment. Sam is happy that he finally got some good loot and reads the description of a demonic dragon cloak that protects the wearer from fire attacks. The system notifies all players that a player named Sam has been the first to kill the 8-headed demonic dragon and has received a unique dragon cloak. The girl who was previously watching Sam on the ground floor of the tower notices this notification and hopes that she will not meet him in this competition. Meanwhile, the same announcement plays on the tournament broadcast, causing viewers to once again be amazed at how Sam manages to take home the best rewards. Former participants look with envy at his success and suspect that he is an agent sent by the company organizing this tournament. Astrid also notices this notification and says that it wouldn't hurt Sam to behave a little more modestly and not show off at every opportunity. Stan, watching this, says that he is not at all surprised that Sam shows himself to be the best. His opponent asks if he knows this divine player who is at the top of the list of players. Stan happily replies that he not only knows Sam, but is also his comrade in arms. Meanwhile, Sam decides to try on the coat and notes that despite its average attributes, this coat looks damn stylish on him. However, his latest ritual of self-admiration is interrupted by a system notification that tells him he only has 13 seconds left to move to the next floor. Sam is surprised that the timer continued to count down, even though he had already dealt with the boss, and calls the game unfair. However, realizing that justice is not on his side, he makes every effort to fly up the stairs at full speed to the next floor. Running up to the room, Sam kicks the door down, and realizing he made it in time, stops to catch his breath for a moment. Looking up, he notices that 3 players are waiting for him in the room on the next floor, among whom is the girl he had already seen at the very beginning of the tower. Looking at her closely, he remembers that in his past life, she was a very skilled and strong player. Sam introduces himself and says that he is honored to be next to such a beauty. The girl replies that Sam's bad reputation precedes him, so everyone in this room knows about him. A girl sitting nearby says that Sam is the strongest player among them all, adding that she is his little fan and introduces herself as Martha. The older man says he never expected to meet 2 strong players, and introduces himself as Francis. Sam decides to introduce himself again and asks the girl what her name is. The girl replies that her name is Morrigan, and says that they can finish the formalities, since her only goal is to get through this floor. A screen appears in front of the players, displaying a message stating that the theme of the second floor is a quest room, in which players need to find a key that will open the door to the next floor. Sam admits that, unfortunately, he has a very poor understanding of all things that do not relate to combat. Marta says that she often goes to escape rooms, so she knows a lot about them. Morrigan says this game may be different from the ones Martha has played before, as the difficulty has been greatly increased. Sam says that if this is an escape room, they won't be able to get to the next floor until they find the key. Francis points to the box lying on the table, and says that perhaps this is the key to the mystery. Sam reaches for the box and says that if he is right, then this task is too easy. Sam decides to shake the box a little, but Morrigan immediately gives him a good slap on the back of the head. Taking the box in her hands, she carefully examines it, carefully turning it in her hands. Marta approaches the main character and strokes his head, saying that everything will heal soon. Morrigan says they need to be careful as there could easily be a trap inside. After carefully examining the box, she notices that there is an inscription on it, according to which the players need to find the key. Marta says that this is exactly how quest rooms are designed, explaining that one riddle in them leads to another, so by solving them all they will be able to pass this floor. Francis says that this room is not very big, suggesting that everyone look for the key. Morrigan asks Sam what he thinks about this plan. Sam replies that he sees no other options and decides to join the search for the key. Players begin searching for the box, looking into every corner and checking every possible place. After some time, Morrigan says that she looked everywhere, but did not find any clues. Martha says it looks like she'll have to take action herself to get everyone out of this impasse. With these words, she takes out an effects card that helps the wearer look for clues. Sam remarks that this ability is incredibly interesting, and Francis points out that the piano is glowing red. Sam says they were supposed to be looking for the key, and wonders why the piano was the key. Morrigan says that in addition to a simple lock key, it could also mean a treble clef. She adds that if the key is the piano keys, then if a specific melody is played, the riddle will be solved. Sam sits down at the piano and says that he can play the piano a little, and asks his companions to let him play. He tells Morrigan that he can play the melody without any trouble, and flexes his fingers. Martha is amazed by Sam's abilities, admiring the fact that he also has musical skills. Morrigan asks Sam if he can really play the piano. Sam says he was taught music as a child, so he should be able to handle this task without any difficulty. Sam says that now he will charm his companions with his musical talents and begins to perform. Sam's musical talents are as terrible as his self-esteem, and he fills the room with the sounds of an incredible cacophony. Morrigan decides to end Sam's life rather than go through this torture and asks him if he really can play the piano. Sam stupidly replies that the teacher in kindergarten personally taught him music lessons. Morrigan breaks free from Martha and Francis's grasp and begins to beat Sam with all her might. Sam asks Morrigan why she is so cruel, saying that one of his friends has the same habits, to which Morrigan replies that now is not the time to fool around and sits down at the piano. Morrigan begins to play the piano and performs a very beautiful melody, hitting all the notes with ease. Marta enjoys the music, saying that this melody is truly divine. Francis notes that despite not being very knowledgeable about music, he really enjoys listening to Morrigan play. Morrigan finishes the melody, and her companions applaud her enthusiastically. The box clicks and its lid opens, and Martha happily runs to check its contents. Sam asks Morrigan what the name of the melody was that she performed so masterfully. Morrigan replies that it is a very sad foreign melody called Moth and Flame. The name makes Sam think, and he begins to ponder what it could mean. Suddenly he realizes the trick and shouts at Marta to run away from the box immediately. A small flamethrower appears next to the box and douses little Martha with a stream of flame. Sam jerks Martha free and scrambles to safety, asking the girl if she's okay. However, looking down, he sees that all that remains of the child is a charred body. Sam punches the wall in rage, saying that if he had known about this earlier, he would have saved the child. Morrigan calmly replies that Sam shouldn't blame himself, as he couldn't have known for sure that the song's title was the key to the trap. Francis points out that Martha only lost the game and is still fine in the real world. He adds that the most important task now is to obtain the key hidden in the box. Sam looks around and says that it looks like there is no fire extinguisher here, and if the box burns to the ground, they will lose. Morrigan asks for this task to be given to her and takes out the red tournament card. Morrigan's card turns out to be a tidal wave effect, allowing her to create furious waves that attack enemies. Morrigan effortlessly extinguishes the fire, leaving the box safe and sound. Morrigan regrets that the fire broke out so quickly, saying that otherwise she would have been able to save Martha. Francis expresses hope that no more traps await them. Sam says that in a pinch his coat is fire resistant, so he'll take the box. Taking the box, Sam examines the contents and is surprised that the key looks really strange. The key turns out to be 3 balls of red, yellow, and blue colors. A system screen appears in front of the players, stating that after breaking the glass ball, each player will receive 1 hint, adding that one of the hints will be fake, but all players will have to tell their hints and find a way to leave the floor. Sam says that if the system he said is true, then they should break the balls and get the information, after which they will put all the information together and find a way out. Sam, Morrigan, and Francis simultaneously break the marbles and are briefly immersed in cyberspace. Sam feels the system telling him that victory requires sacrifice and returns to the real world. Opening his eyes, he tells his companions what the system told him. Morrigan replies that she received a hint that she needs to have an eye for the hard way. They both ask the sadly silent Francis what clue he got. Francis says his clue is that the room's door will open when his comrade dies. Sam says that if this clue were real, the door would have opened when Martha died, after which he concludes that it is a fake. Francis hesitantly agrees, saying that his clue does sound too strange to be real. Sam puts the words of his clue together with Morrigan's and begins to think about what it could mean. Morrigan says this could mean that the item they need is shaped like an eye. Sam says he's getting really bored with searching for more items, adding that the game's methods are starting to get outdated. Morrigan says that even information in books can hide some clues, asking her companions not to be so careless. Sam asks Morrigan if the item he is looking for could be an ordinary eye. Meanwhile, Francis watches Morrigan rummaging through the bookcase with a gloomy mood. Taking advantage of Morrigan's trust in him, he quietly takes out the item card, summoning the weapon. He says that he really wants to win, and then swings his axe, asking Morrigan to die. However, Morrigan turns around and with a quick kick throws Francis away from her several meters. Francis hits the table, briefly stunned by the force of the impact. He reaches for his axe, but Sam's energy bolt pierces his hand, incapacitating him. Morrigan looks at Francis and says that he is clearly not telling the whole story. Sam says he didn't expect Morrigan to notice either, adding that she's not that bad. Sam turns back to Francis and demands that he tell them what his real clue was. Francis clutches his injured arm and desperately says that if he hadn't stopped him, they would have won already. He explains that the clue said that he had to kill a teammate for the door to the next floor to open. Sam continues Francis's reasoning, saying that this is why he decided to ambush Morrigan, who appears weaker than Sam. Morrigan looks at Sam and tells him not to get cocky without obvious reasons. Sam's expression immediately changes and he says that he was just joking, and that she shouldn't take it to heart. Sam asks Francis why he is so sure that his clue is not fake. Francis loses his composure and says that it is obvious since Sam's clue is that victory requires sacrifice, and therefore they are consistent. Sam says that from a logical point of view, Francis's words make sense, and he almost believed them. With these words, he takes out his sword and says that, nevertheless, he will never forgive anyone who tries to harm his comrades. Francis tearfully asks Sam not to rush things and give him another chance. However, Sam remains relentless, and ends Francis's gaming session with one blow of his sword. After wiping his sword, Sam says that all traitors will be punished in the most severe manner. Morrigan is surprised that Sam can act so cold-blooded and cruel, despite his comical behavior. Morrigan points out that Sam must have been betrayed before, since he reacts so strongly to Francis's behavior. Sam says he was previously betrayed by the person he trusted most. He turns his head towards Morrigan and says that now he will make every traitor pay. Sam notes that the door remained closed, meaning Francis's clue was fake. Morrigan approaches the door and wonders what the remaining 2 clues might mean. Lost in thought, she accidentally presses a secret button on the door, which opens a hidden scanner. Sam approaches the door and asks Morrigan if the device is a fingerprint scanner, to which Morrigan replies that it is a retinal scanner. Sam pulls back his eyelid and says he can easily test the scanner to see if it's working. The scanner checks Sam's eye and displays a message that it was unable to identify the user. Sam muses that they need to get another iris from somewhere to unlock this door. Morrigan reads her clues out loud again and ponders what they might mean. Sam says it all became clear to him, adding that if this retinal scanner is a hard choice, then they need an eye that looks at hard choices. They turn around and look at the bust with the eye hidden inside, and Morrigan walks over to take it. Sam suddenly realizes there must be a catch and yells at Morrigan to slow down, but she doesn't make it in time. Morrigan takes out the eye and turns to Sam, asking him what he means. A second later, the room is cut in two by a trap, separating the two heroes. Sam looks at the hole that is formed and says that it is impossible to cross it even if you really want to. Sam remembers his clue and realizes that the sacrifice meant he had to leave Morrigan here to get out on his own. Morrigan says she was too careless, thinking that this was the end of her participation in the tournament. With these words, she shouts to Sam not to lose the eye and throws it over the abyss into the hands of the protagonist. Sam deftly grabs the eye and asks Morrigan why she did it. Morrigan replies that he saved her, and now she returns the favor, adding that the floor is about to collapse, so he should hurry to the next floor. Sam nods at Morrigan's words and looks around the room carefully. He puts his eye to the retinal scanner and it successfully identifies him, reporting that the door lock is open. The door creaks open, and Sam looks out into the sunlight-filled passage. Morrigan mentally marvels at her own behavior, noting that she never would have thought she would sacrifice herself for a man she barely knows. Suddenly, an arrow with a rope attached flies past her and crashes into the wall behind her. Sam takes out a metal rod and uses it to roll towards Morrigan. Having successfully crossed the chasm, he lands next to her, holding Francis's ice axe in his hands. Morrigan looks at his axe, to which Sam replies that he pulled it from the body of their so-called comrade. Morrigan says that's not what she's interested in, and asks Sam what the hell he's doing here. Sam says he has a plan that will allow them both to get past this floor. He adds that this fool never used his weapon to its full potential. Morrigan says that she understood what he was getting at, to which Sam replies that he had no doubt in her insight. With these words, the heroes take positions, and Morrigan uses the tidal wave card, creating water. As soon as the big wave reaches the opposite edge of the abyss, Sam shouts that it's time to act and throws his axe forward. The axe crashes into the water, instantly freezing it. After a few seconds, the wave turns into a solid ice bridge, which, however, cannot hold for long. Morrigan tests the bridge for strength and is surprised that their plan actually worked. Sam grabs Morrigan's hand and tells her that they need to hurry if they want to make it on time. Morrigan asks the protagonist why he saved her, adding that if his plan had failed, they would have definitely died. Sam tells her that he didn't think about it for a second, as he would never abandon a teammate. With these words, he remembers Stan and Astrid, saying that he has friends who would also come to his aid without hesitation. Morrigan asks him who his comrades are, to which he replies that he will definitely tell her about them later. After some time, they reach a room with a notice in the center stating that the next stage must be completed alone. Sam tells his companion that they will have to split up, adding that they will definitely meet after this stage. Sam adds that he wishes her luck in getting through this stage. Morrigan turns around with a smile and waves at him, wishing him the same. Sam enters the emerging cyberspace and wonders what awaits him next. A second later, he notices a razor-sharp knife flying towards his face at high speed. The bearer of this knife is Todd, previously killed by Sam in the first round, who screams at the protagonist to die immediately. Realizing that Todd is wearing the armor he used to kill him the first time, Sam is surprised and only manages to utter a few curses at Todd. However, Todd flies past him, killing the monster that was sneaking up on Sam from behind. Sam turns around and can't believe his eyes and asks Todd what's going on here. Todd puts his hand on Sam's shoulder and tells him not to stand there like a pillar, adding that they are at the last stage and they need to work together. Sam suspects that all the reincarnation jokes were illusions and wonders if what is happening is real. Absorbed in his thoughts, he doesn't notice how a huge monster appears behind him, trying to devour Sam in one sitting. At that very moment, Stan pops out of nowhere and tells Sam that the points for this monster will go to him. Swinging his sword, he cuts off the head of a huge monster with one blow. Astrid answers him, saying that Stan can deal with all the monsters on Earth, and she will take on the flying creatures. With these words, she makes many well-aimed shots, killing the flying monsters one after another. Suddenly, a horde of monstrous beasts appears out of nowhere in front of the heroes and rushes headlong towards them. Morrigan comes to the heroes' aid, saying that they are just showing off, accusing them of being unreliable. Raising her magic staff above herself, she activates the instant flood skill, creating a huge tsunami. The wave instantly covers the monsters, sweeping them all off the face of the earth. Sam observes the coherence of his comrades and says that they have all become incredibly strong. Suddenly, Stan comes up to the protagonist from behind and puts his hand on his shoulder, asking him why he is standing rooted to the spot. Sam turns around and sees all of his comrades in full combat readiness. Astrid approaches him and asks him if he is nervous about being so close to the championship. Sam looks at Astrid and asks her what she means by that. Morrigan responds that their team's victory is in their pocket, adding that as their leader, he will be the one to receive the championship title. Todd says that it was thanks to Sam that their team was able to reach this stage, and asks him not to forget about them when they take first place. As Sam approaches the edge of the building, he notices huge crowds of players chanting his name. Meanwhile, in the real world, a journalist interviews one of the tournament's creators, asking him why the current stage of the competition is structured this way. The creator replies that among the many stages of the tower, they have created a floor that will show players what they desire most. A journalist asks the creator why they chose such a challenge if the goal of the KOG tournament is to find the best player. The creator replies that this stage is designed to test the player's character, adding that if they cannot overcome temptation, they will never be able to become the champion title holder. Meanwhile, one of the participants sees a handsome guy in her stage who says he can teach her how to play basketball. However, a second later, he turns into a terrifying monster and instantly kills the unsuspecting victim. Meanwhile, Stan, in his stage, hugs a girl who hugs him and asks him to promise that they will always be there. She also turns into a terrible evil spirit who is going to finish off Stan with one blow. Stan hugs the creature tightly, saying that he misses it very much. But a second later, he pulls her away from himself, saying that disturbing the dead in this round is too much. With these words, he grabs his machete and cuts in half the creature that pretended to be a person dear to him, passing to the next stage and receiving 1,000 points as a reward. Astrid, meanwhile, is transported to the esports arena, where she and her former squad become world champions. Her teammates hug her, suggesting that they celebrate their victory that night by going to a restaurant or karaoke. Astrid admits that she always dreamed of winning the championship as a representative of this squad. Meanwhile, her friends turn into clay monsters, trying to devour her body. However, a second later, accurate fire from pistols causes the monsters to turn into a sieve and die. Astrid looks back at the monsters' bodies and blows away the smoke from the barrels of her weapon. She adds that she already has real friends who are sincere with her. Morrigan is transported to a luxurious mansion, where a whimsical melody plays on the piano. She sits in front of him, continuing to play the beautiful melodies that she liked so much as a child. Suddenly she hears light applause and a familiar male voice praising her efforts. Morrigan instantly recognizes the voice and turns to face the man, calling him father. Morrigan's father tells her that in a couple of years, her musical abilities will definitely surpass his own. He approaches her and says that he will be just as happy if she does whatever she wants. Morrigan calmly uses the tide card, washing her father away, slamming him into the wall. Rising to her feet, she says that this test turned out to be incredibly boring, since only complete idiots would fall for this trick. Meanwhile, Sam is basking in the glory, and is happy that with such strong allies, he will easily take first place in the tournament. However, a second later, a monstrous hand pierces him through and through, tearing out his heart. Turning around, Sam notices that all his comrades turned out to be monsters who were waiting for the right moment. Sam falls to the ground and expires a few seconds later, giving the monsters a reason to roar with joy. However, a second later, Sam appears behind them, saying that he gives this simulation credit, noting its veracity. Looking at the monsters, he says that his idea of using a special map before the stage was the right decision. With these words, he shows the monsters the sacrificial lamb card, which allows the bearer to create a copy of themselves that has no combat skills. After this, he takes out his bow, saying that he hates traitors more than anything in the world. Taking quick aim, he shoots the monster that was imitating Todd in the head, punching a huge hole in it. Without giving the monsters time to recover, he rushes into the attack, instantly executing another monster. After finishing with all the monsters, he notes that these monsters are too weak, suggesting that the hardest part of the test is overcoming the illusion. The system notifies the protagonist that he has successfully passed the test, awarding him 1,000 points. He turns around and sees a staircase appear that leads him to the next stage. For a second, he wonders whether his comrades manage to cope with this test and goes inside. The fourth floor turns out to be the Labyrinth of Death, in which the player's health will gradually decrease, but killing other players will be able to replenish it. The system adds that to win, the player must reach the very center of the labyrinth, and wishes everyone good luck. Sam doesn't have time to walk even a few dozen meters before two players appear behind him, happy to have found another victim. Sam hears their conversation and turns towards them, looking closely. The players tell Sam that if they don't kill him, their health will be reset to 0 very soon, and ask him not to take it personally. Sam just raises his hand in the air and starts counting down from 3. One of the players asks him what he is counting, adding that he would be better off counting the last seconds of his life. Sam ignores their words and continues counting, saying that there are 2 seconds left. Another player says that Sam is just trying to be cool, adding that he is about to die and replenish their health. Sam raises one finger and gives his opponents a menacing look. At that very moment, a huge tidal wave appears near Sam's opponents. Before they can react, the players are caught in the trap and carried away by the raging current. They are thrown out of the labyrinth, to the very bottom floor. Sam looks down at them, surprised that they couldn't hear the water making such a loud noise. Without turning around, he tells the people approaching him that only Morrigan can possess such a water attack. Striking a handsome pose, he greets Morrigan, saying that she was delayed at the last stage. However, in front of him appears a huge, muscular man in a women's suit, who joyfully greets him. Sam looks at the new guest with undisguised surprise and asks him who he is. A second later, Morrigan approaches them and introduces the man as her classmate named Alice, adding that they met on the way here and decided to team up. Sam continues to stand rooted to the spot, even more surprised by the new details, saying that Alice's name suits her very well. Alice covers her face with her hand in embarrassment, and coquettishly asks Sam not to make her blush. Sam realizes that he has run out of arguments, and so he decides to just take a little break by standing still. Morrigan asks Sam why it took him so long to get here, adding that she was starting to think he was dead. Sam says that these were just stupid illusions, boasting that he easily realized that they wanted to fool him. Alice sincerely admits that it was quite difficult for her to get through this stage, and she almost fell for it. Sam tells Alice not to worry, because if she was able to get to this test, it means she is already very strong. Alice blushes again and says that Sam is incredibly polite and kind. She grabs Sam and asks him if he is single or if he has a girlfriend. Sam can't find the words to answer and just fumbles back and forth, saying only unintelligible things. Morrigan says that Sam is a very popular player, adding that he might give Alice a chance because she is a very good girl. Sam says that now is not the best time to think about it, adding that first of all, they need to find a way out of this damned labyrinth. Morrigan says that in labyrinths there is a right-hand rule, which states that if you reach a dead end, you can walk with your right hand on the wall, and eventually you will get out of the labyrinth. She also adds that this labyrinth is too big, and their health is gradually decreasing, so this option is not suitable for them. Sam says they can just follow him to get out of this maze. Sam starts rummaging through his pockets, saying that he didn't think that this map could be useful to him in this situation. Sam takes out the unmanned drone card, which summons a scout drone for 3 minutes. Sam says that with this map they can easily map this labyrinth and pass this test. With these words, he launches the reconnaissance drone into the air, turning it on from the control panel. The drone takes several pictures of the maze and Sam looks at the map, noting that it is too confusing. Sam says that with such a confusing maze, even a map might not help them. Morrigan takes the remote from Sam and says that he is too slow, adding that she has already found the exit using this map. Sam looks questioningly at Morrigan and asks her how she managed to find the way out of the labyrinth at first sight. Alice puts her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and says that at school Morrigan was recognized as a genius with the highest IQ. Meanwhile, 2 players stuck in the maze notice that they are low on health and say that even if they fail the challenge, they had a great time. However, a second later, one player feels a revolver shot into his back. Turning around, he sees the girl looking at him contentedly, thanking him for serving as her first aid kit. After a few seconds, a round shadow looms over the girl and begins to rapidly increase in size. The girl looks up and sees a huge boulder falling on her at high speed. Before she could react, the girl found herself crushed by a huge boulder. Sam arrives at the scene, saying that all the traps have been disarmed, adding that Morrigan really is a genius for being able to calculate their location. Morrigan replies that it was a very easy task, as she quickly realized that the traps were set in the Fibonacci sequence. The girl grabs Sam by the leg and asks him to help her get out of this trap. Sam agrees to help her and kills her with a swift sword strike. Morrigan tells Sam that he doesn't know how to be gentle at all, to which he replies that he gave the girl what she asked of him. He adds that he will under no circumstances help a traitor, even if he begs him for it on his knees. Alice approaches Sam and says that he has a very bold and determined character, adding that she is crazy about him, to which Sam calmly replies that he is very glad to hear it. Sam tells Morrigan that if her theory is correct, then according to the Fibonacci sequence, there will be fewer traps waiting for them at the end. Morrigan replies that this is done in order to eliminate as many players as possible at the beginning, adding that the closer they are to the exit, the faster their health will run out. At that very second, an arrow flies towards Morrigan and Sam jerks to block it with his body. He looks around, saying that the enemies have already caught up, which means it's time for them to prepare for battle. Silhouettes of several players appear in the labyrinth corridor, saying that they have finally found a way to gain health points. The players say that they outnumber Sam and their team, meaning they don't have a chance. Sam says he's happy with the odds, adding that it's not the first time he's found himself in such a situation. Suddenly, Alice appears behind the inattentive players, catching them off guard. Without giving them time to come to their senses, she grabs 2 players by the heads and instantly kills them. The remaining 3 players turn back and ask each other where this monster came from. However, this leaves them open to attack, and Sam immediately takes advantage of this by killing the other player with his sword. Alice rushes to attack the remaining pair of players, who again turn away from her. Having dealt with her opponents, Alice says that it was not in vain that she had her eye on Sam, adding that he is very strong, to which he replies that she cannot be called weak either. Meanwhile, several players reach a strange gate, assuming that they have finally found a way out of the labyrinth. One of the players says that he warned everyone that thanks to his X-ray glasses, they would find the exit very quickly. However, a fireball immediately pierces him from the open door, and the guy falls dead on the spot. The players are surprised by the ambush, and decide to look inside the hall to understand who killed their comrade. A small light comes on in the darkness, and a child's voice joyfully says that new prey has finally arrived. The hall begins to be illuminated by a dim light, and the players notice that at the end of the hall, a little girl is sitting on the goal. She asks the players why they don't let her burn them all to the ground. The players grab their weapons and decide to take the bold girl on the offensive. They shoot at her with all calibers, which causes her to disappear from sight for a while. However, as soon as the smoke clears, a tall man appears in front of the players, covering the girl and not receiving a single scratch. One of the players points his finger at the man and girl in horror, saying that he had heard about this couple. According to him, their names are Dorothy and Dell, and they are known for only getting points from killing players. The players decide not to hesitate and say that there are still many more of them, which means they have a chance to kill them. Dorothy happily announces that in that case, she would be happy to play with them and takes out a red effect card. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion is heard in the labyrinth, which can be seen from any point. Morrigan and Sam notice a huge pillar of flame and wonder what is going on there. Sam says things are only getting more interesting and suggests they follow him there to figure things out. Approaching the site of the explosion, they discover a large number of charred bodies piled up in a heap. Entering the hall, Sam and his comrades see Dell sitting on a pile of bodies and ask him if he killed everyone else alone. Alice hides behind Sam and says that she is very scared, asking him to comfort her. And Morrigan says that they should all be careful, since all these players were killed by a powerful fire spell. Dell just chuckles slightly as he watches Sam and his squad, mentally saying goodbye to them. Sam guesses that there is some kind of trap here and pushes Alice aside. A second later, a bright stream of fire flies into the place where they were standing, incinerating the floor. Dorothy appears out of nowhere, revealing an invisibility card in her hand that grants the wearer invisibility that wears off on the first attack. Dell tells Dorothy to be careful, adding that Sam doesn't seem like a weakling. Alice says that she is not used to guys jumping on her, adding that such things really embarrass her. Sam slaps Alice across the cheek, telling her to pull herself together and be more serious. Dorothy points at Sam and says she remembers him, saying he is number 1 on the points list. Sam realizes that he has another opportunity for self-admiration, and says that they guessed correctly, and it really is him. Alice looks at Sam again with love, saying that he is an incredibly modest guy, and Morrigan says that she is starting to get tired of this circus. Dell says this is all starting to get interesting, adding that since Sam is in first place, he probably has a lot of good loot. Dell rushes into the attack, saying that he was lucky to find such loot, because now all of Sam's things will go to him. Sam takes out his spear and says that if Dell wants it so badly, he can try to take them away. Alice bursts into the fight, saying that Dell wouldn't dare touch her man without her knowledge. Sam looks at Alice and shouts at her to be careful and not get into trouble. Alice slams her fist into Dell's fist, creating a powerful shockwave. The force of the blow sends Alice flying into the wall at full speed, and Sam watches as a large column of smoke rises from the impact. Sam asks Alice if she's okay, and Morrigan is genuinely surprised that someone could beat Alice in a fistfight. Alice says she feels like she broke her arm, and is surprised that Dell's fist can be so strong. Sam says that if he remembered correctly, the pair are experts on the scoreboard, adding that they are different from all the opponents they have met before. Dell says that his body has a special effect called Mountain Body, which allows the user's body to become as hard as rock, greatly increasing defense and attack. Dell turns his body completely into stone, and says that despite Sam being in first place, he will not survive the meeting with him. He prepares for battle and asks Sam if he is ready to die right now. Sam merely tells Del that he looks incredibly ugly, which provokes him into a furious jump attack. Using his agility, Sam easily dodges, jumping to the side. The protagonist notes that despite everything, Del has extremely powerful attacks. However, distracted by his thoughts, Sam does not have time to notice Del, who is approaching him at incredible speed, preparing to deliver a deadly attack. However, Sam, realizing in time, dodges the attack, noticing that Del has exposed himself to the blow. Realizing that his turn had come, he delivered a confident blow, trying to pierce Del's stone body with a spear. However, the spear does not cause any significant damage to Del, and only slightly scratches his stone skin. Sam is surprised by what he sees, not understanding how it was possible to obtain such absolute protection from physical damage. Del sneers, saying he expected more from the man at the top of the scoreboard. Saying that he is very disappointed, Del delivers a powerful kick to the protagonist, knocking him back. Alice screams Sam's name and rushes to help, intercepting him in flight. Alice fails to slow down Sam, and they both fly into a stone wall. They crash into the barrier with force, but Alice softens the blow with her body, which means Sam gets away with less damage. Sam asks Alice if she is okay, adding that there is not a single uninjured spot on her. Alice forces out the words that she is glad that she was able to catch Sam. Sam looks up and sees a hail of fiery meteorites raining down on him and Alice, threatening to incinerate them in seconds. However, suddenly a water barrier created by Morrigan begins to appear in front of them. The wave shields the heroes, completely neutralizing the fiery threat from Dorothy. Dorothy says that Morrigan has a very interesting toy, since she was able to block her meteor swarm. Morrigan replies that Dorothy isn't the only one who can use elemental abilities and uses the tidal wave card again. At that very second, Del makes a dash towards Dorothy to stand up for her companion. Del blocks the powerful flow of water with her body, leaving Dorothy completely unharmed. Morrigan runs up to Sam and Alice and asks them if they are okay. Alice apologizes to her companions and says that unfortunately, she will not be able to get up. Sam leans over to Alice and tells her not to thin out, adding that they can handle it. Sam says that now he will help them win this battle, and Morrigan replies that she will not let him take all the laurels. Del says that he and Dorothy are the perfect team, adding that they will all die. Sam rushes back into battle with his spear, saying it's time for the real fun to begin. Del also rushes forward and strikes Sam, stopping him instantly. Immediately, a swarm of fiery meteorites falls upon Sam and Del, one of which hits the main character's opponent directly. Sam is surprised that Del has so much strength for random attacks. Del replies that his body is not only skilled in attack and defense, but also immune to any fire and water attacks, adding that his strength increases the more his temperature increases. He throws another punch, trying to break through Sam's block, and adds that their team is invincible. Sam's spear can't withstand these blows, and the tip breaks off the shaft and falls to the ground, sticking into it. Sam says the combination of high temperature and a rock body is just great, adding that Del came up with a very interesting strategy. Del says that even Sam's weapon couldn't withstand the onslaught and broke, after which he asks the protagonist if he wants to surrender. Sam adds that despite this, he was finally able to find his weak spot. Del tells Sam to stop acting tough and accept his death calmly. With these words, Del delivers a powerful blow to Sam's face, but he easily dodges it. Sam suddenly appears behind Del and tells Morrigan that it is time for her attack. Del turns to face Morrigan and is hit by a huge tidal wave, instantly cooling him. Del walks slowly forward, large clouds of steam emanating from his body. Del says, disappointed, that he expected more from them than a simple splash of water. Sam explains that after he reaches such a high temperature and instantly cools down, his body will undergo serious changes. After these words from Sam, Del's body begins to fade and crack. Del looks at his body and sees large pieces starting to fall off. Enraged, he asks Sam what they did to his body. Sam tells him that everyone has weak points, regardless of their position and rank. He adds that Del does indeed have incredibly strong defense, but because of this, he does not dodge magical attacks. Sam says he used this to buy time until his ally could heat his body red hot. However, if a hot stone is cooled sharply, then due to thermal expansion, any stone will simply break. Morrigan tells Sam to stop messing around and get down to business. Del says that it doesn't matter to him anymore, because he will have time to kill Sam anyway. Sam says that Del is telling the truth, but because he's cooled down, he's become much slower. He adds that on top of this, he has become very fragile and thrusts a spear into his back. Del lets out a loud scream, which attracts the mysterious player, who realizes which way the exit is and heads towards it. Sam turns around and says that now all that remains is to deal with that annoying little girl. However, they suddenly notice that the girls have disappeared without a trace, and that they are in no danger. Morrigan says she had an invisibility card, so she was able to use it in the confusion and escape. Morrigan adds that now she won't cause them any problems in any case, and suggests checking out what reward they got. Del starts coughing and Sam jumps in fright, surprised that he didn't die after that. Del says that Sam really does deserve to be number 1, adding that it shouldn't go to his head. He adds that even if he were able to defeat him, he will meet other opponents who will be much stronger than him, to which Sam replies that he already knows that. Del takes out the self-destruct card and asks him what he says about it. Sam covers Morrigan with himself, advising her to run away, and mentally understands that he will not have time to stop the activation of self-destruction. However, suddenly someone cuts off Del's hand with a lightning strike. Del turns to the side and can't believe his eyes, continuing to stare frantically ahead. The very next second, the first blow is followed by dozens of others, and Del's body turns into a sieve. Sam turns to the stranger and says that he recognizes that arrogant style of hitting. The stranger says that Del must blossom from blood at this glorious moment, like a flower. Sam says that he recognizes this player, adding that he always spoke very strangely. The stranger introduces himself as a swordsman named Lee Han, looking at Sam and Morrigan with interest. Morrigan asks him what he needs and takes out her tidal wave map, but Sam stops her. In his mind, Sam remembers that Lee Han was very strong, and he had never had the opportunity to fight him before. With these words, he briefly plunges into memories, and before his eyes appears the image of Lee Han standing on a mountain of corpses. Lee Han continues to look at Sam with curiosity, and after a few seconds, he recognizes him, saying his name. Sam tells Lee Han that he was not mistaken, and it really is him. Lee Han says that Sam is injured, adding that he does not fight weakened opponents, after which he calmly turns around and walks past the protagonist. Sam feels annoyed that Lee Han used him to make himself look tough, but Morrigan is unimpressed by this behavior, and says that Lee Han looks like a child. Lee Han approaches the gates of the hall and draws his katana to perform the ritual. With 2 quick swipes, he creates a cross-shaped wave that fills the room with blue light. Turning around, he tells Sam that he is weak, adding that they will definitely fight, but only when he becomes stronger. Alice, finally assuming her normal form, hugs Sam and asks him which form he likes best, adding that for his sake, she is ready to take any. Sam, not used to female attention, breaks into a smile and says that he likes both of them. Suddenly he turns his gaze to Morrigan, and her stern look immediately makes him perk up and come to his senses. He tells Alice to concentrate and suggests that everyone go to the center of the maze. The system notifies that the number of players remaining in the labyrinth becomes 0. However, the silence that reigns in the labyrinth is immediately broken by Alice, who, having taken on a stone form, breaks through the walls of the labyrinth to the center. Having cleared a path for her team, she admits that she is very tired and switches to her usual form. Sam leaps over the ruins, saying that he knew that breaking through walls was the most effective method, while Morrigan, following him, says that only he could have thought of that. Upon reaching the center of the labyrinth, our heroes discover a system notification congratulating them on completing the labyrinth, adding that they now have 30 minutes to form a team of 4 people to complete the next stage. Sam reads the text and notes that this time, fortunately, the rules remained unchanged. Morrigan says that she guesses that the test at the next level will be between teams, and those who came here first will be the first to team up with stronger players. Alice says that she doesn't think they need a 4th teammate, as the 3 of them are doing so well. Sam replies that he disagrees with her, adding that there is one more person he really wants to see on his team. After 27 minutes, the center of the labyrinth is filled with people who manage to reach the exit, and everyone starts looking for a team. Some players say they need 2 people who have at least 2 ability cards. Other players try to play on pity, asking to be included in the team and promising to do whatever they are asked. One of the players approaches the girl and asks her if they need a teammate, saying that he has 2 cards and is very strong. Alice, to whom this request was addressed, takes off her sunglasses and examines the applicant. She refuses the player, saying that he is blocking her rays of the sun, adding that he cannot be stronger than her, which means he is not suitable for them. Morrigan says that there are 3 minutes left until the end of the countdown, and the person Sam was waiting for didn't show up. Sam says that this man is already nearby, adding that he can smell his scent a mile away. The players are surprised by the cherry blossom petals that have started appearing around them and begin to look around. Lee Han arrives at the center of the labyrinth, saying that he was late because he took a long route here. The players look at Lee Han with bewilderment and call him a strange eccentric. Sam says that this scent of arrogance is unmistakable, and Morrigan asks Sam in disappointment if he really was waiting for him all this time. Sam greets Lee Han and asks him if he would like to join his team, adding that they are just 1 person short. Lee Han says that he is forced to refuse the protagonist, since from his point of view, he himself is enough to win. The system notifies all players that there is 1 minute left until the end of the preparation phase, adding that all players without teams will be disqualified. Sam says that Lee Han will still have to join the team, adding that with Sam as his teammate, his chances of winning will increase exponentially. Lee Han asks Sam to clarify how he can increase his chances of winning. Sam says that if they are on the same team with Lee Han, they won't have to be rivals and won't fight so early. Lee Han replies that there is a certain logic to this, and says that there is nothing wrong with forming a team. Sam tells Lee Han that he is glad to welcome him to his team and shakes his hand. The countdown ends and all players who fail to form a team are automatically disqualified. The system notifies players that each team must choose one door and continue their adventure in the Endless Tower. Sam and his team choose a door and head towards the final stage of the second round. After some time, they find themselves in a dungeon, which contains an arena with metal bars. Morgan looks around the arena and assumes they have reached the final test. The system welcomes players to the final challenge called the Death Cage, where a team must select one representative to enter the cage and compete against the other team until they run out of participants. Alice says that if they fight one-on-one, then victory is in their pocket. The system adds that all players who are defeated in the cage will not be able to move on, regardless of the team's result. Alice adds that with such a rule, the one who enters the cell first will be at the greatest disadvantage. Sam says that this is absolutely true, adding that the players who fight at the beginning can be considered victims, saying that the first player will have to fight 4 players in a row. Lee Han says that the creators of this round specifically came up with this rule in order to create conflict within the team. Morgan says that since all teams are temporary, it is unlikely that anyone will sacrifice themselves for the team. The system asks teams to choose their candidate within 1 minute, adding that otherwise the entire team will be disqualified. All 4 players on Sam's team raise their hands and express their desire to be a candidate. Surprised by this outcome of events, all members of the squad look at each other. Sam concludes that their team seems to be different from all the others. Lee Han says that he can go first, as he can easily eliminate 4 players. Sam says that he just invited Lee Han to the team, so sending him first would be impolite. Morgan tries to stop Sam, telling him that it is very unsafe. Sam tells her not to worry, adding that he will be the greatest player and will not die in such a simple test. Alice looks at Sam happily, saying that he really is the right man for her. Sam enters the arena, and the metal gates creak shut behind him. He mentally notes that the essence of the last test has not changed at all since the last time. A second later, several kunai fly at him, but he easily blocks them, saying that these pathetic tricks do not impress him. A player dressed as a ninja appears in the arena, and Sam says that he should let Lee Han in first to watch the battle between the samurai and the ninja. The ninja replies that it doesn't matter, since he will have to fight him anyway after he finishes off Sam. With these words, he creates a large number of copies of himself using the cloning technique. Sam says it's just a card effect, adding that the guy has simply watched a lot of ninja movies. The ninja attacks Sam, telling him that he cannot defeat his endless clones. Sam grabs his spear and easily destroys the clumsy opponent. After this, he rushes into the attack, destroying one clone after another with the help of his spear. However, after a while he finds himself surrounded again and takes a short pause to catch his breath. The ninja tells Sam that his efforts are useless, as in the end he will not defeat the clone army anyway. Sam asks his opponent in disappointment why he doesn't get points for killing his clones, adding that he wanted to use them for grinding. With these words, he turns his spear into a bow and says that from now on, he will not waste his time in vain. Pulling back the bowstring, he uses the arrow rain effect card and shoots all the shadow clones in one volley. Sam's opponent falls to his knees and wonders how this is possible, lamenting the fact that his army of clones was destroyed in a second. Sam tells his opponent that in order to defeat him, his opponent should use something like Chibaku Tensei or Shinra Tensei. He adds that he should go back and train harder, and pierces the enemy with his spear. However, the enemy immediately dissipates like a cloud of smoke, leaving Sam confused. Ninja jumps on Sam from behind and says that if anyone needs to train, it's him. He pierces Sam's body with a kunai, but this also turns out to be an illusion. The ninja can't believe his eyes and tries to understand how this is even possible. Sam appears behind his opponent, raises his sword, and tells his opponent that he shouldn't have been so arrogant in front of him. He strikes with lightning speed, instantly killing the ninja, adding that only a fool would show off in front of a professional. A thin, middle-aged man appears in front of Sam and says that the first round ended too quickly. He looks at his fallen comrade and says that cosplaying as a ninja was a mistake, adding that this is why he lost so quickly. Sam stretches his joints, expressing hope that this match will please him with at least something interesting. Spectators watching Sam's endless self-admiration begin to write good luck wishes in the chat. mixed with angry comments hoping for his defeat. The man says the player in the ninja costume was just a decoy, adding that Sam doesn't look all that strong. Sam says that with his opponent's permission, he will demonstrate his full power to him. The man takes out his art and activates an ability called Slippery Type. Sam rushes to attack, but the man easily dodges all of his lightning attacks thanks to the card's effect. Sam notes that his opponent is indeed slippery, adding that he can't hit him even with his fastest attacks. The man says he doesn't care how fast Sam attacks, adding that as long as his attacks remain imperfect, he can easily dodge them. Sam jumps back, telling his opponent that he's tired of this nonsense. He says that he will now give his opponent a chance to try a blind attack and attacks him with a storm attack. The attack hits the enemy without difficulty, causing serious damage. Sam says that if all his opponent can do is dodge punches, then he won't defeat him. The man tells Sam that he is too naive even for his age. He looks at Sam with a haughty look and says that Sam probably didn't fight at full strength during the last battle, and is still hiding the cards he wants to use as a trump card. Sam replies that it is quite obvious, adding that no one starts their game with trump cards. The man says that this is simply wonderful, adding that now his trump cards are his. Sam searches his pockets and realizes that the man stole his card right in the middle of the fight. The man draws a steal skill card, which allows him to steal one of his opponent's unused cards and use its effect. Sam accuses his opponent of deliberately closing the distance with him only to steal his trump cards. The man happily takes out the stolen card and says that now Sam is going to lose miserably. Sam's expression suddenly changes and tells his opponent to be careful with the card he stole. The man tells Sam that it is too late to beg for mercy and activates the stolen card, turning his gaze to it. However, after taking a closer look at the stolen card, he realizes that he stole the self-destruct card from Sam, which he took from Dell. Sam bursts out laughing, saying that his opponent has suffered an incredible setback. The man looks at his hands and realizes that he is about to explode and die. Falling into despair, he runs at Sam, saying that if he dies, he will take Sam with him. Jumping on the protagonist, the man says that running away is pointless, adding that they will turn to ashes together anyway. A second later, a powerful explosion occurs, obscuring Sam's team's vision. Alice begins to lament sadly, but Morrigan says that she is despairing too early. The smoke clears, and Sam appears before them, having used the stone body map he borrowed from Alice. Morrigan asks Alice why she didn't tell her about this before, adding that she was seriously afraid for Sam's fate, to which Alice replies that she simply forgot about it. Sam tells his opponent that stealing never leads to anything good. His opponent's ashes are scattered, and Sam is awarded an additional 500 points for winning the battle. Alice congratulates Sam on his victory, saying he fought well, while Morrigan says he used almost all of his cards despite there still being 2 unknown opponents left. Sam's next opponent is a harmless girl who tells Sam that he easily defeated her friends. She adds that in truth, she is unlikely to be able to defeat him, and begs him to help her, promising to surrender without delay if he fulfills her request. Sam replies that he would never refuse such a stunning beauty. The girl admits that she is an ordinary streamer, adding that all she wanted to get from the competition was PR. She says that if she plays around with someone famous, it will be a great chance to increase her popularity. Sam says that even in this case, they can't just stand there and do nothing. The girl replies that she has an idea on how to make her stream more popular and suggests playing a game. She adds that she wants to play strip rock paper scissors with Sam and asks him if he is comfortable with these options. Sam says that even though this is the first time he has seen such a beautiful girl in his life, and he has no idea what she is going to do, he will never refuse such a request. Morrigan is indignant at Sam's behavior and calls him an idiot, asking him to quickly finish off the girl so as not to delay the test. However, Lehan places his hand on Morrigan's shoulder and asks her to take her time, adding that he is interested in watching how things develop. Meanwhile, Sam and his opponent begin the first round of their game, in which the protagonist easily wins. Sam happily says that he has won, demanding that the girl take off her jacket. The streamer slowly undresses, telling Sam not to push her so hard. Sam lifts his head up and shouts that he is providing a special service to all of today's viewers. After 5 minutes of continuous play, Sam asks her opponent if she wants to continue playing, adding that they could simply get banned. The streamer tells him that she doesn't mind stopping, adding that he turned out to be unexpectedly bad at such games. Sam watches as the streamer leaves him in his underwear after only losing once and realizes that games like this really aren't his thing. Sam says that since this carnival is over, they can fight, to which the streamer replies that the battle has already begun and asks him to look under his feet. Coming to his senses, Sam realizes that he is standing in a pile of quicksand that is preventing him from getting out. The streamer says her card can create quicksand that's impossible to escape from. She adds that this trap only takes some time to activate, which is why she decided to play this game with him. Sam realizes that the sands are beginning to suck him deeper and deeper, and soon he will lose the ability to move. The streamer screams that all his efforts are useless, adding that the faster he moves, the more he will be sucked in. Alice starts to get upset again, begging Sam not to lose and go to the next round with her. But Morrigan continues to remain strong, saying that this idiot does not give up so easily. The streamer says that Sam is showing himself to be too weak for being #1 in points. With the last of his strength, Sam pulls the map out of the sand, calling on a reconnaissance drone. A flying drone immediately appears under the arena's ceiling and descends towards Sam's location. Sam manages to grab the drone's legs with his hand and commands it to take off. The drone easily pulls Sam out of the sand, lifting him higher and higher above the sand. Sam summons his sword and says that the streamer's trap did not impress him at all. With these words, he falls down like a stone, cutting down his rival with one blow of his sharp sword. The system rewards Sam again for the defeated opponent, adding 500 points to his score. Morrigan calls Sam an idiot again, saying that he always takes risks where he could have taken the easy way out. Sam gets dressed and mentally notes that he has no cards left that aren't on cooldown, which means he'll have to figure it out somehow. Turning around, he notices that his last opponent is Dorothy, whom he already knows well. Sam is surprised that she is the final opponent, to which the girl asks him if he expected someone else. Sam starts to show off, saying that he expected his final opponent to be someone who hadn't lost to him in the past. Dorothy tells Sam that she is well aware of all the previous rounds that resulted in Sam being left without cards. She creates a fireball and says that this time she will avenge her friend Dell. Sam jumps to the side in an attempt to dodge Dorothy's fire attacks. He summons his bow and takes aim, mentally remembering that his opponent's body is far from being so strong, and that only one hit will be enough for him. However, Sam immediately realizes that Dorothy has used her invisibility card and is nowhere to be seen. Sam says that this was to be expected, trying to figure out where he should look for his rival now. Dorothy watches the protagonist, mentally telling herself that as long as she is invisible, Sam will not be able to do anything to her. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, she once again unleashes a swarm of meteors on Sam. But thanks to his reflexes, he manages to dodge the deadly attack. Alice says that this is unfair, since Dorothy is still using cards that make her invisible. After some time, Sam says that he has found his rival. Taking out his bow, he begins to aim towards Dorothy, casting a hail of arrows. Dorothy realizes that Sam is bluffing because he can't see her. However, Sam raises his arrow upward, ending the ability's activation. Dorothy looks up and wonders in her mind what strange thing Sam is up to. The arrows Sam shoots upwards after a while rush downwards, covering a large area. A hail of arrows falls to the ground, landing all over the arena, sticking into the sand. Sam turns around, trying to find Dorothy's body, but realizes something has gone wrong. A huge fiery hurricane rises in front of his face and moves towards him at high speed. Before Sam could dodge, he suffered serious damage and was thrown back several meters. Morrigan loses her cool and cries out Sam's name in concern, hoping he's okay. Morrigan says that this fire was too strong, so Sam is unlikely to survive. And Alice does not hold back at all, starting to cry. Dorothy says that he almost hit her with his attack, but he was just unlucky and she remained unharmed. However, noticing that Sam was still moving, she looked at him in surprise, not understanding how this was possible. Sam praises Dorothy for her efforts, saying that he definitely would not survive another attack like that. After this, he points his bow towards Dorothy and says that now he can see her. Dorothy tells herself that this is impossible, since she must remain invisible. Realizing that Sam wasn't aiming at her for no reason, she decided to change her position, running across the sand to the side. Sam stands up and draws his bow, saying that it's all over now. Releasing the bowstring, he hits Dorothy square in the chest, killing her instantly. He approaches the defeated girl and tells her that in the end, she has lost. Dorothy asks Sam how he was able to see her despite being invisible. Sam says it was all just a bluff, explaining that he hadn't seen her all this time. He adds that he was only able to see her when she began to move across the sand, and he noticed her tracks. Dorothy says it's sand from the last fight, and asks Sam if he thought this through from the start. Sam calmly replies that it was all just a ridiculous accident. Dorothy is surprised by this turn of events, realizing the stupidity of the situation. Dorothy laughs, saying that unfortunately she was unable to avenge Dell, but admits that it was a very fun game. Dorothy's body disappears, and the system notifies Sam that his last opponent has been defeated, awarding him another 500 points. The test ends, and the system congratulates Sam and his entire squad on their victory. The system states that as a reward, each player who advances can choose a card's effect and turn it into their skill, while the remaining cards will be bought back at a cost of 500 points per card. Astrid watches a system notification that Sam has received an additional title and several rewards for defeating 4 players solo. Stan, who also saw this notification, laughs sincerely and says that brother Sam now owes them all dinner. Sam is mentally glad that this achievement has not changed at all, adding that the reward was worth all the effort. Lee Han tells Sam that he now sees through him and his plans. Sam says that Lee Han is too strong for him to defeat so easily, and then invites him to join the squad on a permanent basis. Lee Han says that Sam is indeed a very interesting guy and promises to think about it. 3 days after the second round was re-recorded, the host said that the third round would begin very soon. Martha, watching the broadcast, says that Sam is incredibly strong, adding that she does not regret at all that she burned alive. Also, somewhere in the real world, Dorothy tugs at Dell's sleeve and tells him she wants cotton candy. Looking at her, he says that this is the last time she will twist him around her finger. Sometime later, the doorbell rings in Sam's apartment in the real world. He opens the door and sees all his team members showing up to visit him, happily greeting him. After some time, Sam and Stan decide to fight in a fighting game, and Stan easily defeats the main character. Alice peeks into the kitchen and asks Astrid and Morrigan what they are cooking, offering to help. Morrigan replies that if Alice just sits quietly on the couch, she will already be doing them an invaluable service. Astrid agrees with Morrigan's words, and adds that the kitchen is a woman's battlefield. Alice says that she is also a girl, but decides not to argue with them. Astrid reflects to herself that she couldn't believe that Sam would be able to meet such a well-mannered girl like Morrigan. Meanwhile, Morrigan is also secretly watching Astrid and mentally wondering who she could be. After a while, the girls finish cooking and set a luxurious table. Astrid and Morrigan exchange compliments about the quality of the food. Alice tells Stan that she senses a certain competitive spirit, to which he tells her to talk less and eat more. Sam says that they are not here just for delicious food and suggests talking about the next round. Morrigan says she heard from Astrid that Sam can predict what will happen in the next rounds. Sam mentally notes that one of the downsides of being reborn is that he can't just tell them the truth, so he has to make up excuses. Sam says he simply analyzes what's happening and understands the level creator's logic, adding that after some practice it becomes very easy. A few hours later, Sam finishes talking about the next round and tells the departing guests that it will begin tomorrow night. Stan and Sam's other friends say that they will see each other tomorrow and say goodbye to him. Sam tells Stan that the girls don't mind if they all stay the night at his place. Stan refuses, saying that tomorrow he is going with his daughter to his wife's grave to put everything in order and pray. Sam puts her hand on Stan's shoulder and asks him to say hi to her for him. Stan smiles and says that if she knew that he would meet such friends, she would be very happy too. After a while, he welcomes all players to the start of the third round of the competition, adding that this round is called Iron Hooves and Endless Borders, during which each player finds themselves in their own time period of heroes and chaos under different personalities. The system says that in this game there are different factions, each of which will have 5 players who must defeat the others. Morrigan looks at the description of this round in surprise and says that Sam already predicted all of this. Dance strikes an epic pose and asks the protagonist if he's ready for the third round of this confrontation. Sam wonders why their company hasn't been able to hire a pretty lady as a presenter, and Dance yells at him. After this, he says that wasting your time on him is a mistake, and decides to explain the rules to all players. Sam asks him to hurry up and says that his time is very valuable, and he is not ready to waste it on some nonsense. Dance states that he must use his points to exchange gold, warning that it is their in-game capital. Dance says that Sam currently has 17,600 points on his balance, and asks him how much he would like to exchange for gold. Sam laughs and says that such questions are inappropriate to ask such an incredibly rich man. After this, he decisively says that he is ready to exchange all his points in order to get a lot of gold. Dance asks him if he is confident, or if he thinks he can avoid problems if he has a lot of money. Sam, with the face of a very smart man wearing glasses, says that he really thinks that money will help him a lot. Sam notes that, based on his experience, the number of points he changed will directly affect his luck and will help him. Dance goes through the process of exchanging points for gold coins and then moves on to the next stage. He claims that with these ID cards he will be able to choose his identity and enter the game. Sam smiles and says that everything happened exactly as he thought, and the more points he spends, the better his luck will be. Dance advises him to hurry up and not waste time, but Sam declares that now he will show the highest class of luck manipulation. He declares that now everything will be decided by the power of money, because with such a stake, he can at least be a military strategist or a lord. Dance also says that players can only get one personality, which cannot be traded later. Sam says that someone said that superstitions cannot influence events, and money cannot influence fate. But now he will show that this is not true, After this, he turns his card over and looks at what role he should enter the third round of the game. This card says that he got a very ordinary robber without any outstanding achievements. Sam throws the card down and starts to stamp on it with his foot, wondering why fate is so cruel to him. Looking at his new clothes, he sadly says that he has really become an ordinary robber. Dance encourages him to keep working, saying that if he can pass this challenge, he will have a great future. Sam notes that this is very strange, since last time everything worked exactly as he expected. He wonders if someone is fooling him, and we are transported to the CEO's office. He smiles and wonders if he didn't expect such a sudden change in his luck out of the blue. Smiling, the director says that even if he cannot change the game data, it will still weaken it significantly. He slams his pipe loudly on the table and says that he will not allow anyone to exist who upsets the balance. The workers watching him reflect on how incredibly heartless and cruel the director is. A few moments later, our hero is teleported into the air, and now he has to find a suitable place to land. He happily talks about how it's time to take a leap of faith, and is already aiming for the right spot. A few moments later, he crashes into a haystack at incredible speed, which immediately dampens the energy of his fall. Jumping out of this haystack, he wonders why he couldn't have entered this round normally. He also discovers that he is near a mountain bandit stronghold, and decides to go in for reconnaissance. One of the robbers accuses his competitor named Victor of betraying him at the most crucial moment. Victor accuses him of refusing to work with city officials and letting down their brotherhood. He declares that he has now become the leader of the hair-on-the-chest fortress, and those who join him will share in their glorious riches. However, suddenly someone spits hatefully in this man's face, clearly not approving of his candidacy for the role of leader. The robber says that Victor not only killed the previous leader of the gang, but he also has no hair on his chest. They all start chanting that he has no hair on his chest, so he is not worthy of being a true robber. Victor rushes forward, saying that they are all ungrateful scoundrels whom he will destroy for their disloyalty. The bandits who are not fast enough are seriously damaged and fall to the ground. Sam watches this and realizes that he came here at the wrong time, because he has no right to leadership in this gang. After this, he notes that these bandits do not recognize as a leader someone who has no hair on his chest, and in this regard, he is a bad candidate. Suddenly he hears a goat nearby, who happily flies into the hay and bleats loudly. Sam takes a quick look at the animal and realizes that it has enough fur to be borrowed. Smiling, he says that fate is on his side, and he has a solution to the problem that has just arisen. The goat still doesn't understand the depth of the problem he's in, and continues to peacefully eat hay. However, after a few moments, he notices an approaching shadow and looks at it in surprise. Sam says that for his sake he must sacrifice himself a little, since this will lead to the achievement of a more noble goal. The goat, of course, is not eager to sacrifice his fur, and begins to squeal loudly, attracting the attention of others. Victor, meanwhile, continues to beat up the other bandits and wonders who else he needs to convince. Sam suddenly appears among the usual crowd and shows his chest with glued hair, saying that he does not agree. Victor looks in surprise at the robber who appeared out of nowhere and asks him who he is. Sam happily says his name, after which he begins to demonstratively and very manly show off his chest. The other bandits begin to praise Sam's large amount of chest hair, remarking that it is incredibly beautiful. Sam jumps down and says that Victor shouldn't call himself the leader, because he is one by right. Victor steps on the hand of the previous gang leader and says that today will definitely be a lot of fun. After this, he takes the sword out of the enemy's body and says that without a command, he will not be able to achieve anything anyway. Having broken the distance with his opponent, he delivers a sweeping blow that passes through the hologram of the protagonist. Victor wonders what it was, and why his opponent simply disappeared instead of falling dead. Sam notes that the map he acquired some time ago turned out to be incredibly useful and saved his life. After this, he prepares to launch a major attack on his opponent, who is still caught off guard. Victor doesn't have time to do anything, and receives serious damage to his hull. Sam delivered a really strong blow that cut through the metal straps and iron rings on Victor's chest. Victor takes a step back, feeling the searing pain from the wound, and asks him how he can be so strong. Sam states that you should live every day as if it were your last and always give it your all. He happily says that it seems he is now the leader of this fortress, and asks if there is anyone who disagrees. People say that the legendary god of chest hair appeared before them, and that he was therefore chosen to rule over them. Sam quickly covers his chest, thinking that he was just in time to get the decoy. A few moments later, another robber runs into the fortress, loudly demanding attention. The robber says that many soldiers have arrived here, surrounded the fortress, and want to destroy them all. Sam says that these soldiers probably came here under the leadership of Mayor Jerome, which means they need a plan. The bandits gather together to discuss all possible options, while soldiers wait near the fortress. Near the fortress stands a high-ranking official, Lucius, who is a lucky player. Sam comes out of the fortress and asks him about why they decided to come to them, and why they brought so many soldiers. Lucius says that they are all here illegally, committing crimes and irritating the peasants. Sam says that they never irritated the peasants and only robbed dirty officials. Lucius notes that there is no point in arguing here, and orders the soldiers to prepare for battle in order to destroy the enemy. The soldiers immediately carry out his order and prepare to fire a targeted volley towards the bandits. Sam states that if archers are to be measured against each other, they are far more capable marksmen than soldiers. Lucius advises him to stop messing around, as his one bow is no match for 100 of theirs. Sam draws his bow and says that he has only one bow, but he has a huge amount of ammunition. The next moment, a whole rain of deadly energy arrows appears above the heads of the soldiers. The archers never have time to fire back and almost immediately fall dead under the onslaught of this rain. Lucius wonders with irritation how this could even be possible, and realizes that things are getting dangerous. He tries to look around to understand whether he still has soldiers left in reserve or not. A few moments later, he finds himself being targeted with that same bow. He activates a special defensive spell, and asks the others to raise their shields as well. However, these arrows cause much more serious damage to energy shields than one might initially expect. Lucius comes to the conclusion that, apparently, the leader of this gang is a player who is also very experienced and strong. The bandits begin to rejoice and say that now ordinary soldiers will recognize the strength of the bandit leader. Sam looks at his opponent with joy, and asks him if he still hasn't run away and hopes to win this fight. Lucius reflects with irritation that his power level is nowhere near that of this player. He gives the command to retreat, and the soldiers immediately turn around to save their miserable lives. Sam watches them and notes that he never expected to encounter hostile players so quickly. He smiles and states that the game seems to be getting more and more interesting with every minute of the new round. Meanwhile, we are transported to a small town the next day, when the sun has already begun to rise over this area. One of the soldiers addresses the villagers, saying that they need 200 adult men. The old man says that now is the time to harvest the autumn crop, and they will not be able to cope without workers. The soldier says that they are simply following orders, and states that without their protection, their village would have been plundered. The girl comes out to meet the soldiers and says that as soon as they are attacked, the soldiers immediately run away. An angry soldier asks this impudent girl how she dares to behave so inappropriately and disrespectfully. He immediately grabs the whip and says that for these words, she will pay with 1,000-fold pain that he will make her experience. This whip cuts through the air with a very loud and frightening whistle, so the girl will certainly have a hard time. At the very last moment, an unprecedented force destroys the whip, thereby sparing the girl from serious punishment. Sam says that if they had disfigured such a beautiful lady's face, she would never have married, and that is cruel. The soldiers look at the girl's savior in surprise and wonder who is standing in front of them. Sam advises him to clean his ears thoroughly and listen to him very carefully, because his life depends on it. After this, he and his comrades say that he is the leader of the Hare on the Chest Fortress, named Sam. The soldier says that he is not such a coward, and advises him to mind his own business before it is too late. The headman sadly says that now, when they will be robbed by both bandits and soldiers, their village is doomed. Sam reflects on how it was the same last time, and the faction he's currently fighting is one of the most vile. He also turns to his brothers and says that these mayor's henchmen want them to take their scraps. The robbers declare that they will show these scoundrels where the crayfish hibernate, and how great the gap is between them. The soldier asks them if they are planning to rebel, and states that they are the city's army. He also warns them against attacking, as there is responsibility for this, but they immediately break his words. He also says that the village paid them for their safety, and they must keep their end of the bargain. Sam takes aim at them with his bow again and says that if they don't leave here, he will shoot them in the head. The leader of the guard quickly mounts his horse and says that they will retreat, but will return for revenge. One of the bandits happily says that the damned soldiers have left, which means they can safely rob the village. Sam immediately slaps him on the back of the head and tells him that he specifically warned them that they were not here to rob. The village thanks him, saying that they have nothing left to offer as thanks. Sam tells them not to worry, because after the change of power in their fortress, they started with a clean slate. The bandits begin to help the local residents, saying that they will fix everything that they destroyed. They also add that they will not only take grain from these peasants, but will also exchange valuables for it. The bandits also say that last time they had no choice but to be villains, but now they will become good. Their relationship with this village improves significantly, as does their relationship with the city, to which this village is not adjacent. Residents say that the soldiers really turned out to be much worse than the bandits, who greatly helped the village. Sam reflects that such actions will not be enough to get the city mayor himself to pay attention. Meanwhile, we are transported to that same city 3 days ahead to see the mayor's reaction. The mayor listens to the report of the captain of the detachment of soldiers and asks him if everything really happened that way. The captain says that the bandits from the Volos fortress have taken all the villages near the city under their protection. The mayor wonders how he is going to spend the money now and calls him a useless idiot who failed to do his job. After some time, another person enters the throne room, who also decided to speak out about what happened. This man is Lucius, who says that these bandits are strong, but one can play on their greed. The mayor asks him why he suddenly decided to express his ideas if he was unable to figure them out yesterday. Lucius states that it is not as difficult as it seems, because they must offer them amnesty and take them as recruits into service. The mayor understands that another war could be quickly declared, and they could be used as cannon fodder, and gives the go-ahead for this idea. Meanwhile, we are once again transported to the same village in which our heroes have already managed to settle in a little. Sam provides intensive training to local men so they can stand up for themselves and their village. He tells them that the body should follow the legs, and the hands should follow the body. A brave girl approaches the main character and invites him to rest a little and have a cup of tea. Sam happily approaches the teapot and says that he is very grateful to her for such generosity and hospitality. Meanwhile, the robbers are wondering why they don't take this girl with them and make her the treasure of the fortress. After some time, the girl notices approaching soldiers and asks them what they are doing there. The messenger hands over the message, saying that it is addressed exclusively to Sam and has come from the city. Sam immediately turns around, realizing that it probably contains some very important information. He comes closer to them and finds Lucius there, after which he laughs at him for his defeat in battle. The brave girl declares that they must get out of here, as their village is no longer happy with the city's soldiers. Lucius says that they did not come here to argue, since they were sent here by order of the mayor. After this, he unrolls a scroll that grants amnesty and hopes that the bandits will cooperate. Some of the bandits say that this is not the best idea, since they would rather stay here to help their fellow countrymen. Sam gives a quick and decisive command to everyone else to be silent, as he has made a decision on how to proceed. After this, he points the gun towards his interlocutor and asks him if the mayor himself is hiring him. Lucius, realizing that it would be better for him not to get into trouble, says that even if he refuses, he should not hit him. Sam stares at him for a long moment before loudly slamming the back of his spear on the ground to get his attention. He happily says that he accepts this offer and will be an official of the city. The robbers look at him in surprise and ask if he really agreed to this, since it is very unprofitable. Sam states that becoming part of the city and serving it for money is promising, because being a robber for the rest of your life is boring. The brave girl quickly approaches him and immediately hits him on the cheek with her hand in order to sober his mind. She states that he and these soldiers are the same, and she was wrong about him, although she initially thought that he was a very noble man. The robbers look at this situation in surprise and wonder if their boss will not respond in any way. Sam says with a smile that he helped them only for the sake of amnesty, and now his goal has been achieved, and he has nothing more to do here. The bandits and villagers look at him with disdain, and his relationship with the village worsens significantly. Lucius reflects that this guy's strength is indeed great, but when it comes to strategy, he is a complete zero. Sam climbs onto his horse and asks the officer to clear the road as quickly as possible, so that they can get there more safely. Lucius immediately becomes more polite to him, praises his strength and ingenuity, and then asks him to accept the gift. Sam finds that one of the soldiers has already approached him and handed him a special suit of armor that officials wear. Sam turns sadly towards his comrades and reflects on the fact that he is forced to do this for the sake of his plans. After some time, we are transported to the palace, where messengers announce that the Lord of Bandits has arrived here. Sam bows in a respectful gesture and says that he is glad to greet his master in all his glory. The mayor says that he is hiring him to be the city's protector and hopes that he will not disappoint him. Sam bows again and says that for his lord's sake he will do everything in his power to achieve success. Lucius looks at his opponent with joy, realizing that now he will not be considered dangerous because he will be sent in the first attack. The mayor also understands that it will now be very easy to get rid of this person, and he will stop bothering them. Well, Sam understands that everything is going exactly according to his plan, and now he can easily fool these pathetic fools. After a while, we are transported to the chambers of the mayor of this city, which look incredibly expensive even for such a ruler. There, one of the girls hands him a grape, saying that he should try these incredibly tasty fruits. The mayor rejoices and says that surrounded by such concubines, he will eat grapes and will never get tired of this activity. Lucius stops at his room and says that he has come to report on the success of his work. The mayor asks him if this little bandit chieftain has been behaving in any unusual way in recent days. Lucius says that he recently set up free taverns around the city to feed the poor. The mayor says that this is a very naive strategy, but this food and money will belong to him very soon. Lucius happily assumes that the mayor already has a suitable plan on how to deal with this scoundrel. Lucius also says that these two concubines were given to him by Sam, and despite this, he will still kill him. Meanwhile, Sam went to the poorest areas to volunteer, helping those in need. He cooked a huge amount of porridge and told everyone else not to rush, because there was enough for everyone. The system tells him that relations with the city have improved, and his reputation has grown significantly. Ordinary citizens say that Sam is a very good person who behaves more decently than their mayor. After a while, Lucius approaches him and calls him a great kind man who is again helping the poor. Sam says that he has nothing better to do now anyway, so he needs to earn the respect of ordinary people. Lucius says that the mayor remembers him and that is why he sent him, adding that they wanted to talk to him about something very important. Sam smiles and says that these two scoundrels can no longer hold each other in their hands, and it seems, are planning to kill him. After some time, he comes to bow to the mayor and says that he does not know the reason why he was called here. The mayor states that he is very pleased with his performance, but without military achievements, he cannot promote him. Sam thanks him for the praise, then adds that he didn't quite understand the second part of his thoughts. The mayor says that his city has received resistance from another city, so their soldiers need to be destroyed. Sam understands perfectly well that with such an order, he is simply brazenly sending him to his death. Nevertheless, he calmly says that he will fulfill his master's order with great joy. After this, he quickly gathers a small detachment and moves forward, hoping that this mission will not be difficult. He says that forces from the opposite city have recently been spotted in these surroundings. His comrades say that they only recently accepted the amnesty, and they are already being sent on a suicidal attack. Sam tells them that he is not thrilled about the prospect either, but as their boss, he will be responsible for them. The robbers say that they are ready to follow their master with hair on his chest to the last. After some time, one of the scouts approaches them and says that they have spotted the enemy about 2 kilometers away. Sam looks approvingly at the scout and says that they will act according to the plan and orders them to move out. Meanwhile, we find ourselves in a canyon where a small group of soldiers is traveling, accompanied by a commander. This commander looks like a girl, which means she must have outstanding skills if she was able to get into the army. After a while, one of the other soldiers drives up to her and says that he has urgent news. He adds that their scouts reported that some movement resembling an armed detachment had recently been spotted near the city. The girl says that their power is enough to demolish some pathetic town and destroy their lord. One of the soldiers suddenly draws the other's attention to the landscape, telling them to be careful. The thing is that a huge number of stones are already falling towards these soldiers. Some of them, unfortunately, do not have time to jump to the side and become victims of the collapse. The girl turns to her soldiers, telling them to be careful as this is an obvious ambush. Sam's squad continues to rain rocks down on their opponents while firing arrows at them. Sam decides it's time to go to the forefront of the battle and rushes forward. He orders the horses to be shot and the riders to be shot down, after which he declares that he will capture them very quickly. However, suddenly the woman, looking at the main character, asks him who he is and asks him to stop. Sam talks non-stop about how the time for talking is over, as he will shut her chatty mouth with his spear. After this, he delivers a quick blow to his opponent's head, but fails to kill her. This blow merely knocks off her helmet, and now we can finally find out who the enemy soldier is. Sam proudly asks her how she feels, emphasizing that now she knows how good he is. However, it quickly turns out that luck is not on his side again, and he has offended his comrade. Astrid says with a grin that he was indeed good, and that this blow can be considered quite good. The robbers look at their rival and say that their opponent's general is an incredible beauty, and that this is a great success. Sam reflects that he never expected Astrid to be the general of the enemy army. He frantically tries to think of a way to explain the situation to her without attracting the attention of others. He proudly dismounts from his horse and asks her if she's going to fight him one-on-one to find out who is tougher. Astrid immediately realizes that this idiot wants to fake the fight and then discuss the next course of action. She takes out her weapon and says that this is really what she would like at the moment. After this, they choose a suitable place to fight and cross their blades. Sam asks her about how she suddenly became a general of an enemy city, hoping that she can explain everything to him. Astrid tells him a short story about how everything happened and why she came here anyway. Sam suggests that he might initiate her capture to gain her trust, but Astrid is not keen on the prospect. She suggests a reverse plan, and Sam says that he agrees to it, but she must behave as he planned. The bandits continue to watch this battle and wonder why the boss is taking so long to fight the woman. Astrid asks him if he's ready and informs him that she's going to use her super move. Sam looks at her in surprise and asks what this super move is that she is only now deciding to tell him about. Astrid takes a special stance and proudly says that she is using the air slash skill. There's an awkward silence between them immediately afterward, but her movement does indeed stir a small breeze. Sam throws his weapon to the ground in frustration, realizing that he has to feign defeat in such a stupid situation. Astrid states that she feels he is the strongest warrior, and recommends that he begin his performance before it is too late. Sam, realizing that there really is no point in delaying this, immediately imitates how he slips from the force of the blow. After this, he falls down, dramatically shouting some curses under the guise of a reaction to incredible pain. After this, he falls to the ground and says that their enemies are too strong and therefore they must run away from here. The robbers ask how they can abandon him and run away, since they have no meaning in existence without him. However, after a few moments, they decide that their boss is not so valuable and climb onto their horses to escape. Sam calls them heartless bastards and demands that they return the tender feelings he momentarily feels for them. A few moments later, he discovers that Astrid is already approaching him in order to capture him. Sam turns sharply towards her, trying to understand why she is acting so strangely. Astrid leans carefully towards him, lifts his chin with her fingers and tells him that he is now her prisoner. Afterwards, she asks him how much he values this fight and how much he longs to surrender to her mercy. Sam says he's never played a game like this before and asks the general to be a little gentler. Astrid, of course, does the exact opposite, because he asks for it for obvious reasons. She finally gets a chance to get revenge for what Sam does to her at the very beginning when he tries to recruit her. Sam feels very uncomfortable and shouts at his old friend that she should not take revenge on him so cruelly. After some time, the action moves to the mayor's palace, whom Astrid serves faithfully. This mayor's name is Sheldon, and he asks the main character why the robber is suddenly given amnesty. Sam says he doesn't know, then emphasizes that at heart he's still a proud bandit with a thick chest of hair. Sheldon says that this is the most insignificant prisoner of all he has seen, after which he orders him to be taken away and executed. However, Astrid intervenes, saying that she will not allow him to simply be killed. She calls the Lord her father, after which she declares that she is the one who is captivating this prisoner, and therefore she will decide his fate. Sam looks at his ally in surprise and realizes that she looks absolutely stunning in this outfit. Sheldon places his hands menacingly on his throne and says that his daughter is very problematic and often argues. After this, he begins to happily say that he loves her very much and is ready to let her do whatever she wants. Sam wonders why his ally gets a mayoral father at the start, while he has to fight for the bandits' respect. Sheldon happily orders the guards to tie up the protagonist immediately, since this is his daughter's will. Sam tells them that they don't have to worry about it before standing up and spreading his arms out to the sides. His strength turns out to be so powerful that he manages to tear these ropes as if they were already completely drying out. Sheldon notes his obvious strength and asks why he pretends to be weak all this time. Sam says that this is his way of showing respect to the mayor, and that if he hadn't ordered him to be untied, he wouldn't have tried to break free. He also says that he is deliberately losing to his daughter because his goal is to visit this city. Sheldon asks him why the general of a warring city suddenly wants to see him. Sam says that the mayor of another city has been wasting away for decades and asks for people to be given to him so that he can take over the city. Sheldon asks why he should lend him people, since it is too dangerous. Astrid says that this man cannot lie to him, and states that she is personally ready to vouch for the fact that he is completely honest. Sheldon looks at her incredulously and asks how long they have known each other so that she can vouch for him. Astrid decides to put on a show and says that this topic is too delicate to talk about publicly. After this, she carefully leans towards her father and tells him that she is already engaged to Sam and that he is about to become a grandfather. Sheldon quickly rises from his throne and wonders how this is even possible. Sam stands there with a blank look as he can't hear a single word of what they are whispering about. Sheldon says he's being told the truth when he hears that girls are very difficult to keep track of once they grow up. After this, he tells Sam that he will provide him with men if he agrees to the terms, and Sam states that he will do whatever he orders. Astrid is a little embarrassed, realizing that this fool has no idea what he's just signing up for. Sheldon says that his condition is that Sam and Astrid must get married as soon as possible. Sam says he doesn't see any problem with this and agrees to fulfill any demands. However, after a few seconds he actually realizes what he has just been offered. He wonders if they are joking or if he really should take her as his wife very soon. He looks at Sheldon in surprise and asks what he means by trying to marry them so quickly. Sheldon says that if he hadn't realized how serious it was, he wouldn't have allowed Astrid to marry him. Astrid comes closer and says that he shouldn't pretend that there is nothing between them, because he is already under pressure. Sam quietly asks her what she is telling this mayor, and what exactly he should answer for everything to work out okay. Astrid says that Sheldon's values are changing, and he always dreams of a successor, and she lied about carrying Sam's child. Sam asks her menacingly if this topic is not sacred enough to allow herself to lie about it. Astrid immediately starts choking him and asks if he seriously thinks she doesn't want to date anyone. Sam frees himself from her captivity and carefully says that he understands her perfectly and decides to play along with her. After this, he proudly says that as soon as he sees Astrid, it becomes love at first sight. He also says that he swears that all the lands under heaven will one day belong to her. Sheldon says that it sounds very good, and that such an impudent person deserves to be his son-in-law. Astrid reflects on how her heart actually suddenly starts beating faster at the words he just said. Sam looks at her happily and asks how many points she would give to his amazing performance. Astrid looks back at him with irritation and says that she knew he couldn't be relied on. After this, she delivers a powerful blow to his side, thereby hinting that she does not appreciate his lies very highly. Sam screams loudly, and at first Sheldon doesn't even understand what's happening and why he's suddenly screaming. He asks his dear son-in-law why he suddenly cries out as if something hurts. Sam happily says that he is overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of marrying such a beauty. Sheldon says that when his wife is alive, he too is a lovesick dove next to her and still remembers this. He also states that he is ready to have their wedding today, and they both look at him in surprise and ask why so early. However, that same evening, a grand celebration begins, and Astrid dresses in a special robe with a red hood. People advise each other to disperse and say that now the groom is entering the bridal chamber. Sam thanks the gods that he can handle alcohol, despite the fact that he's quite strong in this game. After this, he falls on the bed and asks her why she is still sitting on the bed instead of lying down. Astrid immediately grabs him by the clothes to pull him closer to her and properly explain the situation to him. She adds that she only plays along with him because he wants to win the game and will not tolerate him using her. Sam says he was joking and emphasizes that this is a virtual world, so nothing can happen between them. Astrid asks him what his plans are, because even if they give him soldiers, he won't be able to take over the city. Sam declares that he has a brilliant plan, and that they just need to get to the walls of this city at the right time. Astrid asks him what about tonight and suggests that he probably won't want to sleep with her tonight. Sam says that even if the game isn't made 100% realistic, they still have to trick her father. Astrid turns her gaze to him in surprise and asks what he plans to do about it. Sam grabs the blanket and lunges at her, saying he will pretend as thoroughly as possible. After a while, they decide to light a small fire so that it won't be completely dark. Astrid asks him in surprise how he can light a flame on the tip of his finger, as if it were a candle. Sam says that he gets this ability in the first round and that it seems useless to him. But in this situation, it helps him a lot. After that, he smiles a little strangely and says that it is time to get back to the things they have planned. Astrid feels a little awkward and asks what tasks they should start doing now. Sam states that they need to discuss the next steps of their strategy for conquering the cities in as much detail as possible. Astrid asks him why they crawl under the covers in that case, and Sam says that this way no one will overhear them. After this, they begin to talk, assuming that there will be no outside spies near them. However, in reality, all this time they are being watched by two maids, who, apparently, are also players. One of them turns to her friend and says that they must return immediately and report this. Another maid looks at her friend in surprise and asks why they cover their heads. The older girl decides not to explain the intricacies of adult life to her friend, and says that she will understand it later. Meanwhile, Sam's colleagues return to their mayor and say that Sam is being captured and that he needs to be rescued immediately. However, the mayor is not enthusiastic, and says that it is his own fault, and that the city does not have additional troops to go after him. One of the bandits says that the mayor is simply sending the boss to certain death, and that this is unacceptable. Suddenly, Lucius enters the room and slowly approaches the rebellious robber. He claims that all his accusations are true, but no one will bargain with them, so they need to get lost. The bandits look at him angrily, but they understand that there is no point in fighting the entire city. After they leave, the mayor says that everything is happening exactly as he predicted, and praises him for his intelligence. Lucius smiles and says that it is an incredible honor for him to serve the Lord Mayor and carry out his will wherever he may be. Meanwhile, the bandits in their barracks are restless because their boss is captured and they can't do anything. One of them adds that they can no longer return to the way they lived before, and that they will have to stay in this city. Another robber states that in case of danger they should fake their retreat and wait for orders. Moments later, one of the other bandits bursts into their barracks, claiming that their boss is alive and delivering a message. They carefully open the note to study what is written there and what their next plan of action is. One of the bandits says he finds it hard to believe that their boss can get out of even such a mess. The next morning, the maids come into Sam and Astrid's room, claiming to be bringing them toiletries. Sam, who looks very ill, looks at them and says that he will start all the procedures on his own. The girl looks at him with fear and assumes that he is turning into a real zombie. Astrid wakes up and says that she hasn't felt this rested in a long time. She asks the maids not to be surprised and says that they can go, and they will join the Lord later. Sam yawns and says that he has been thinking about plans all night, and that is why he looks so tired and exhausted. Astrid says that he is becoming useless unlike her because he has very little stamina. Sam claims that the reason for this is that she falls asleep last night right in the middle of their discussion, and he thinks everything out on his own. He also adds that the position she sleeps in is simply terrible, as it looks like an octopus that is strangling him. Astrid states that if they have thought through all the details, then all that remains is to convince Lord Father that this plan is a good one. Sam heads towards the throne room and says that he really hopes Sheldon agrees to this. However, upon hearing this plan, Sheldon sternly asks the protagonist why he would want Astrid to marry the mayor. He advises him not to be an idiot, because they got married yesterday, and now he is ready to give his wife to his enemy. Sam says this is his strategy for taking over the enemy city, and promises that Astrid will be fine. Astrid also says that his plan is perfect, and that even if it fails, they can retreat calmly without losing anything. Sheldon states that he can't force his daughter to stay, so they will follow his plan and hope for the best. Sam proudly says that he will protect Astrid even at the cost of his life, so there is no doubt about it. Astrid is a little embarrassed, but understands that this is also part of the performance in which she is forced to play a lover. Sam happily says that they are leaving tomorrow, so they start packing now. Sheldon decides to follow them and says that he has important news about what is happening. He immediately takes Sam aside and says that they need to talk about one very important thing. He hands him a small bottle of the potion, saying that it will definitely be useful to him in future adventures. Sam looks at him with slight disbelief and asks what it is and why he needs it. Sheldon claims that this is an amazing medicine that allows you to increase male potency even if a person is tired. Sam thanks him for his concern and says that no one has ever taken such good care of him. Sheldon taps him on the shoulder and says that young people are better off using this medicine in moderation and not overdoing it. Astrid says that the Lord Father cares very much for his son-in-law, and Sam states that this time the misunderstanding plays into their hands. Meanwhile, the action moves to the enemy city, which our heroes are so diligently trying to capture. One of the mayor's servants says that he receives a letter from the mayor of a neighboring town. The fat official expresses the hope that this letter does not contain a declaration of war, as that would be inopportune. Seeing what is written there, he joyfully says that it seems that even the heavens have decided to side with him in this matter. Lucius comes closer to the mayor and says that he would very much like to know what makes his master so happy. The mayor says that this old fool wants to give him his daughter as a wife to form an alliance, noting that this is very profitable. Lucius expresses a little doubt about this, and says that it is very suspicious, since there is no reason for this. However, the mayor perceives these words as an insult directed at him, and his pride cannot bear such a hint. He throws a cup of water at him and asks if he wants to say that he is unworthy of being the husband of such a girl. Lucius gazes lovingly at the polished surface of his armor, as well as at the water that is unpleasantly spreading over it. He immediately falls to one knee, and says that he would never have dared to suggest something like that. The mayor immediately demands a response that he agrees, and promises to organize a grand celebration. However, his aides say their treasury will be empty, so they are unlikely to be able to pay for such a celebration. The mayor says that they just need to collect more taxes from the population under some pretext. After soldiers fleece the poor for their last pennies, their loyalty to the mayor diminishes significantly. Every act of confiscating property from the poor lowers their loyalty level and increases the likelihood of civil unrest. However, this does not happen within the next 3 days, and the city gates open to receive dear guests. The servants tasked with opening the gates say they are happy to welcome Sheldon's daughter to their city. The soldiers walk beside their mistress, ready to defend her at any moment in case of unforeseen danger. After some time, Astrid arrives at the palace, thus marking the beginning of preparations for the great holiday. She says that she often hears that Lord Jerome is very handsome and courageous, and now she realizes that it is true. Sam is next to her to make sure that no one bothers her ahead of time. Jerome says that Lady Astrid is a beauty who has no equal, and that he is also convinced of this with his own eyes. Lucius says he would like to find out from her what happens to Sam when he is captured. Jerome immediately starts to say menacingly that he is having such a good time, and Lucius starts to talk about this idiot. Lucius says Sam goes missing, and then the town proposes a marriage alliance, and it looks suspicious. Astrid suddenly stops, as if these words are extremely offensive to her. After this, she expresses hope that Lucius does not imply that Astrid is acting on someone's orders, and that this alliance is just a cover. Lucius says that he does not dare suspect them, but states that this situation seems very atypical and strange. Astrid smiles and says that she has a gift that she wants to give to the Lord to make her intentions clear. After this, one of the maids brings a small box, which she immediately places on the table in front of Jerome. The fat official carefully opens it and says that if they want to come to an agreement, then it is not necessary to give gifts. It turns out that inside is Sam's severed head, which they somehow managed to fake. Astrid says that this bandit wants to capitulate, speaks badly to the Lord, so he will be executed. Lucius looks closely at the severed head and says that there can be no doubt, and that it is definitely Sam. Astrid reflects on how the head she creates with magic actually looks very realistic. Sam gives her subtle signals that they should move on to the next phase of their very elaborate plan. Astrid says that she is very far from home and suffers from the fact that Jerome does not like her. Jerome immediately tries to cheer her up, and says that he is giving the order to build a palace for Astrid, so that she will be more cheerful. Astrid says she is very afraid that it will be too expensive, and that they will not be able to afford such expenses. Jerome states that their city is incomparably rich, and that it is not that expensive, after which he shifts the responsibility to Lucius. Lucius quietly says that they are just collecting taxes, so it is better to do it again in a while. Jerome angrily says that if he doesn't follow his orders, then he better not even hope that he survives. Lucius steps out onto the giant wall and tells the peasants that they will immediately initiate an urgent call for service. People begin to grumble and say that they have very few sons left, and that they do not want to send them into service. 3 days later, Lucius is walking around the neighborhood, thinking about what he should do to gain power. He reflects on how this fat bastard is treating them like dogs, and that he will pay him back in the same coin. However, after a while he hears a suspicious noise and immediately decides to turn towards this noise. Before his eyes appears Astrid, who seems not to notice him and calmly strolls through the park. Lucius immediately takes cover and wonders why this girl is wandering around here at such a time. Nevertheless, he decides to follow her, thinking that perhaps there will be something very interesting there. After some time, he finds her in one of the gazebos and understands that she is probably waiting for someone. Lucius is still trying to understand why she comes here, because this is a palace that is intended for Jerome's relative. After some time, she says that her lover is late, and that she has been waiting for him for an unforgivably long time. She also says that even though she has weak bodyguards in front of her, she will still love him. Lucius realizes this is his chance to gain the mayor's authority, and immediately jumps out of the bushes. He says he would never have thought that she would commit adultery with her bodyguard. Astrid says she is not afraid of him because he has no evidence or witnesses, and the mayor will not believe him. Lucius happily says that he is waiting for the two of them to get closer to each other, and that now he has proof. Astrid turns to the nameless bodyguard and asks him to run away from here quickly, and not let himself be caught. Lucius jumps forward and says that a simple bodyguard will never be able to escape from him because he is fast. However, as soon as his hand is near the bodyguard's body, it turns out that it is just a hologram. Astrid looks at him, smiling, and says that he is falling into the most obvious trap of all. After a while, she starts screaming loudly, calling for help from the guards and saying that she is being harassed. The guards immediately rush to the call of the unfortunate princess to find out what is happening. They realize that Lucius is behind this and claim that he is surrounded, so resistance will be futile. Lucius looks at Astrid and asks her how dare she set him up when she has no reason to do so. Astrid says with a smile that he shouldn't have followed her, and that it's his own fault for what's happening to him. Meanwhile, a lone silhouette peers out of the window of a small barracks and watches what is happening. Sam smiles and says that the trapping strategy always works and has never failed. The comrades who managed to sneak in to see him say that they didn't expect everything to go so well. Sam says that now is not the time to flatter him, as they must continue to proceed as planned. The robbers bow in a respectful gesture and say that they understand his order and will begin to carry it out immediately. The next day, Lucius is brought into the throne room as a prisoner and ordered to kneel. Jerome asks him how he dares, since he supports him with all his heart, and he encroaches on what is sacred. Lucius says that this woman is plotting against him because she is meeting with some man at night. Astrid accuses him of harassing her that night, and is now trying to frame her, taking advantage of his position. Jerome angrily says that this scoundrel should be locked up in a dungeon, and then he will behead him himself. Lucius is still trying to prove his innocence, shouting loudly that he is not doing what he is accused of. After some time, he finds himself in a dungeon and wonders how a simple NPC dares to treat him like this. The guard advises him to stop being indignant, since he is already a prisoner who is awaiting his death sentence. A few moments later, a knife hits him and he immediately falls dead, since no one can survive such wounds. It turns out that Lucius has his own man, who comes to his aid at the right moment to free him. Lucius, however, accuses him of being slow, but he states that there are some minor difficulties. Lucius says that he is staying here for these 2 days, and asks to convey instructions to the others so that they wait for the signal. Lucius promises to take revenge on this pathetic NPC for this act, and for the fact that he even manages to turn against the player. Meanwhile, the moon sets over the city, and all the insidious plans gradually begin to come to fruition. After some time, the system notifies that the Cyan player has conquered the city and won a mysterious treasure. The other player turns out to be a wise ruler, and for this the peasants give him a mystical treasure. The system also says that player Stan leads his army and defeats another player, receiving 500 points. 3 days later, Jerome says that today is an important day, so the others can celebrate and enjoy life. All the arriving guests say that they wish the mayor a prosperous marriage, and all the best in life. Astrid continues to sit on the throne, while her face is once again hidden under the hood, as required by tradition. Astrid thinks irritably that if this idiot doesn't hurry up, she'll have to go to bed with the mayor. After a while, one of the guards says that he wants to raise a toast to the birth of a good son. Jerome says they are too kind, then promises that they will have 8 or even 9 children. Suddenly the man throws his glass forward, saying that unfortunately they won't have that opportunity. The glass flies straight into the fat mayor's face and shatters, leaving small wounds on him. Immediately after this, he turns to the guards and says that the time has come to deliver justice. Jerome turns around in surprise at his guest and asks who he is and why he is doing such things. The mysterious guest asks him if he still has no idea who is right in front of him. After this, he takes off his makeup, and it turns out that it is Lucius, who quickly gets out of prison. Jerome asks him how this is even possible, since he locked him in the dungeon so that he would rot there. Lucius states that he has already bribed all of his followers, and he originally wanted to make him a puppet, but he was too stupid. Jerome falls to the ground and begs him not to kill him, admitting that he was wrong and will now listen to him. Lucius rushes forward and says that the position of mayor was originally his, and he will take it back by right. A few moments later, a blade slams into the mayor's body, and this blow proves fatal for such a fat man. Astrid looks at him in surprise and says that Lucius is very skilled at deception, and the depth of his plans is impressive. Lucius, meanwhile, immediately grabs her hand so that she has no opportunity to escape from him. He also states that she accused him of harassing her, and now he will fulfill her fears if that is what she wants. Astrid immediately delivers lightning-fast blows to his face so that he finally thinks and realizes that he was wrong. She accuses him of being naive and says that when it comes to fighting, he won't be a problem for her. Lucius looks at her with irritation and asks if she is a player too. Astrid shoots him and says that he won't be able to escape her arrow at such a short distance. However, after a few moments, this arrow hits the protective barrier and immediately bounces to the side. Astrid wonders what these are, assuming that they are cards of some kind of magical effect. Lucius, with a slight smile, rushes forward to push her aside and prevent her from shooting. Astrid loses her balance, falls to the ground and realizes that now it is unlikely that anything will be able to save her. Lucius says that he wanted to make her the mayor's wife, but now that she's a player, he'll just kill her and get the points. Astrid looks at him with fear and understands that it is unlikely that Sam will come to her help, because he has disappeared somewhere. Lucius raises his sword and says that he will finally finish off this creature that forced him to sit in prison. Sam comes to her aid in time and saves her from a serious blow with a quick dash. Lucius looks at him in surprise and asks how this is possible, since his head was cut off, and he saw it himself. Sam states that even if he died, he would still be reborn because of how kind and majestic he is. He also states that this throne is a bit hard for him, so he will need to put some pillows under it. Lucius declares that this throne belongs to him, and demands that they get off it immediately, after which he gives the order to the soldiers. To his surprise, the soldiers stand absolutely motionless and watch him, in no hurry to carry out his command. Lucius angrily asks them why they are not following his orders, then declares that they must kill Sam. Sam, in turn, snaps his fingers and tells them to all take a step back in the next second. The soldiers carry out his command almost instantly, and say that they are following the orders of their mayor. Lucius wonders what is going on and why they suddenly stopped listening to him, and believes that Sam bribed them. Sam says that he multiplied the profits that Lucius gave them many times over, and thus bought their loyalty. Lucius asks how this is even possible, and accuses him of cheating because he has too much money. Sam realizes it's time to end this pointless farce, and summons his sword. Immediately after this, he rushes forward and says that he will not repeat it, but will only say that he is not a cheater. As soon as he is about to hit Lucius, he summons an energy shield that instantly absorbs the energy of the blow. Sam looks at his opponent with disdain, and remarks that this turtle shell is still quite strong. Lucius desperately says that no one can get past his defenses, and Sam can't handle him alone. However, he allows himself to be careless at this moment, and the soldiers lift him up on pikes from behind. Lucius looks at them in surprise and asks why they decided to betray him again. Sam says that this stab in the back was done in the name of justice, which this city needs. Lucius says that Sam should have fought him fair and square, one-on-one, and not attacked him from behind. Sam says that if he can beat him with 2 other people, there is no point in fighting him one-on-one. Immediately after this, he orders his brothers to destroy him, and they strike him several more times with their spears. Lucius tells them that they cannot do this and asks where their military honor has gone. The soldiers finish him off and tell him that he will not be able to escape punishment after insulting Great Lord Sam. After some time, he is finally finished off, and the system rewards the protagonist with bonus points. Sam tells the town that this scoundrel dared to touch his wife, so he deserved such an unenviable fate. Astrid tells him that the only thing he is capable of is using other people for his own gain. After some time, he comes out to the officials and says that they executed the mayor's killer, but this still created a power vacuum. He immediately declares that he wants to become mayor himself, and asks them who agrees with this and who is against it. One of the officials says that he is against it, because in front of him is just a robber who was given amnesty. Sam resolves the issue with brute force, and immediately delivers a punch right to his face to send him to the ground. The official asks him how he dares to raise his hand against him, and states that even his father never beat him so hard. However, after a few minutes, he realizes that he has problems much more serious than just a few slaps. Sam takes out his sword and says that this official is a thief, and if he becomes mayor, the people will rise up against him. He immediately strikes him with a few more sword blows in order to quickly finish him off. After this, he asks the other officials who agrees with his candidacy for the role of mayor, and who will be against it. Officials understand that there is no point in arguing with him, because he will simply kill anyone who disagrees without a second thought. One of them falls to his knees and says that it is a real honor for him to have such a great mayor. The others decide to follow his example, and the system rewards Sam with 1,000 points for achieving this title. Sam orders the granary to be opened and the people to be helped, after which he cancels all taxes for 6 months. One of the officials says that, unfortunately, their treasury is empty, and they will not be able to support the state. Sam states that there is no point in worrying about it, since he has a lot of money and they will have enough to live on. Thanks to such correct decisions, the peasants immediately begin to think well of him, and his reputation increases. The same thing happens in that same village when they find out what Sam's plan really was. Stan, meanwhile, tells his comrades that they are going to the city where Sam now rules, and they ask him why they are doing this. Stan happily says that it is time to go home, since this man is his friend. A few days later, Sam reflects on how being a mayor isn't all that easy, as it's much easier to be a common robber. Astrid asks him if he is tired and if he wants to resign his powers and return to a settled life. Sam says that becoming the mayor's wife is much more profitable than being the wife of a robber, for whom every day could be his last. Astrid declares that if he dares to exploit her again, he will pay dearly for it, and Sam decides to run away from her. After some time, one of his comrades says that Tiana has arrived here and is awaiting an audience with him in the hall. Sam asks him if this girl is a player who has recently become very popular and taken over the city. Sam wonders why she wants to date him and tries to understand her true motives. Astrid says that if she is not a friend, then she will definitely be an enemy, so this meeting could be dangerous. Sam says that they are on his territory, so they have absolutely nothing to fear, and rushes into the throne room. There are already soldiers in the dark hall who are behaving in a way that is very unusual for guards, as they should behave. Tiana says that she heard that the mayor of this city is handsome, and now she sees that the rumors were true. Sam says that he is glad to see her, and then asks her what the reason for her visit is. Tiana says she came here with the hope of forming an alliance with the city to achieve common goals. She also states that she is ready to do whatever he wishes to ensure that this union is concluded. Sam immediately jumps up from his throne and asks her if she is really ready to do anything. Astrid shoots him a stern look and asks him where he decided to look. Sam immediately says that he is not looking at absolutely anything, and his actions are not justified by anything other than curiosity. After this, he talks about how he heard that the factions that were in the alliance were assimilated. Tiana says that the two factions did this voluntarily, as they considered it an honor to be her slaves. She also asks him if he would like to become her slave, promising that she will take good care of him. Sam suddenly says that this offer seems very profitable to him, and he will gladly become her slave. Astrid asks him what this even means, after which she slaps him in the face to make him come to his senses. She also says that this woman came here with evil intentions, and orders the guards to detain her immediately. Sam talks about feeling strange, like he's lost control of his mind for a while. Tiana turns to the guards and uses her spell, asking which of them wants to serve her. All the guards immediately fall to their knees and pretend to be dogs ready to carry out any order of the mistress. Astrid wonders how this is even possible and tries to reason with the guards, telling them to come to their senses. Tiana says that if they don't want an alliance, she won't force them, but her military power is still greater. She also says that no man can attack her, after which she adds that she has already won. Sam notes that this woman is not an easy player at all, as even he was able to fall under her spell. He also proudly states that, fortunately, he does not give in to carnal desires, because he has an iron will. Astrid delivers a powerful blow to his face, and tells him that his stories are extremely implausible. After a while, one of Sam's friends runs into the room and says that they have very bad news. Astrid asks him what happened and why he looks so restless, as if he saw a ghost. The young man says that unfortunately, the mayor of the city from which Astrid came is no longer with them. Astrid asks him anxiously if he is dead, and that is why Sam was finally in such a hurry to get here. The robber states that he has handed over his city to Sam and Astrid, and has gone on vacation with his guards. Sheldon also said that he would come back as soon as they finally made a grandchild, and he would have something to do. Sam and Astrid talk about how they now understand what it meant when they said he was no longer with them. Astrid wonders how some NPC could give them a quest, and then just go offline. Sam says that this is actually a good thing, because by uniting these cities, they will be able to achieve unprecedented results. Astrid says that he acts as if he is used to living in this world, and she is his wife. Sam says that he said it without thinking, so they have to play their roles no matter what. Astrid says that she doesn't want to listen to all this, and asks him to tell her what they will do next. Sam talks about how they should have a lot of children. But Astrid immediately decides to explain to him that this is not what she wanted to hear. After the beating, Sam says that he was already thinking about the fact that many players are now waging wars among themselves. He adds that their cities are located on the edge of the game map, but despite this, the lands there are very fertile. Astrid asks him how he plans to improve his financial situation if they are far from the capital. Sam says that there is no need to worry about it, since they have been missing something all their lives, but this time everything is under control. He shows her a gigantic quantity of gold bars and says that they are now fully secured. Astrid looks at the mountain of gold in surprise and says that there is a lot of money here that cannot be earned so easily. Sam says that he got it by exchanging his points for money before the game started, and asks her where her money is. Astrid says that she didn't have that many points, and also that this game isn't about war, so money isn't needed. Sam states that this is not actually true, as economics is the most important thing, and you should use your money wisely. Sam invested money in agricultural development, and now the amount of agricultural crops has increased by 50%. Sam also decided to build roads between the two cities, so that trade could begin between them. He also made it possible to build an employment center, so that the employment rate in the city would increase by 100%. After some time, two great masters arrive to him, each of whom has good indicators. Sam says that he has chosen them as his generals, and hopes that they will lead the troops into battle. A general named Friedrich says with a smile that they were not even forced to talk about their origins. Hobbs adds that his previous owner threw him out because of his age, but he will show that respect for elders should always be respected. After some time, one of the soldiers shows Sam a glowing chest, saying that they found it in the ruins. Sam takes a close look inside and says that the artifacts inside are truly incredible. He says that it is a good find, but the former mayor will no longer need it and will keep it for himself. His comrade says that one of the cities has sent its troops to them and is now provoking them near the gates. Sam says that because of the city's rapid development, they also want a tasty morsel, and turns to his generals. Hobbs and Friedrich say that they should borrow only 2,000 trained soldiers, and then they will be able to win. Meanwhile, we are transported to the gates of the castle, around which 10,000 enemy soldiers have indeed gathered. This army is commanded by General Peter, who demands surrender so that everyone can be left alive. Sam analyzes this opponent's rather poor performance and wonders how he became a general with such courage. After a while, the gate slowly opens, and Peter assumes that these pathetic people want to surrender to his mercy. However, Friedrich and Hobbs emerge from the gates, slowly approaching him, maintaining confidence. Peter asks if it's his turn, or if there are no men in this city, and all they can do is send a savage and a pathetic old man. A few moments later, an arrow begins to fly towards him, cutting through the air with incredible speed. This arrow knocks the helmet off the insolent man's head, and he realizes that he made a very big mistake when he decided to attack this city. Friedrich and Hobbs shower each other with mutual respectful compliments and prepare to defeat the enemy. Friedrich joyfully spins a giant spear and says that the time has come to show himself. He destroys several opponents at once who try to surround him, but it ends very badly for them. Hobbs says that young people today are very hasty, after which he takes out a bow and several arrows. With one shot, he kills 3 opponents at once, leaving them no chance of survival. Peter says that their enemies are too strong in spirit and asks what they should do. Peter declares that he does not care about his own loss, and announces that he will lead his troops forward. He commands his soldiers to keep up the pace and continue the advance, but they stand frozen in place. A few moments later, they all turn around and run away, ignoring Peter's words. Peter decides to follow them, but is met with a huge amount of mockery and ridicule. Sam says that even though this guy can't fight, his ability to escape isn't that bad. The soldiers say that their general is useless, and they would not like to die such a useless death. Sam says that all these troops are very capable, and there is no point in dying for such a worthless general. After this, he states that those who wish to join him may do so, and the rest can simply leave. One of the generals named Hunter says that Peter was seduced by a witch, so they were sent to attack the city. They immediately kneel, saying that they wish to pledge allegiance to Sam and fight for him. Sam receives a notification that a huge number of soldiers have joined him, and the city's reputation has been significantly increased. Sam happily suggests celebrating the victory in this battle, and the appearance of two brave generals in their ranks. Hobbs and Friedrich say that they will be very happy to carry out his order in the best possible way. Meanwhile, we are transported to the city where Peter was desperately trying to get to. He turns to his mayor and says that the enemy has too many people, so he was unable to break through. However, a few moments later, he discovers to his horror that Ilmor is completely subordinate to Chiana. She happily says that, unfortunately, his boss has changed and will never be the same again. Peter calls her a witch and asks what kind of witchcraft this is and how she dared to seduce the Lord. Chiana says that Peter failed to lead the army and made them suffer a great loss, so he must be killed. Li Han and the guards immediately grab Peter, ignoring his words about him being their general. She gets to her feet and says that Sam is still a stupid little boy. She walks towards a small structure that is carefully hidden from prying eyes using a special fabric. After this, she removes the cloth and discovers that she has had a very valuable hostage all this time. Somehow she managed to steal Astrid, and now she has a few cards to play in negotiations with Sam. After this, she takes out a knife to threaten and possibly beat some information out of her. Chiana says that Astrid is a beauty, and perhaps Sam would even give up his country for her. She cuts off a lock of hair and says that she needs to send a letter along with this to the city and invite him here. She adds that any hero would fall into such a beautiful trap, and Sam will definitely follow. Sam is very unhappy with this news, because now he needs to figure out how to rescue his girlfriend. His advisor says that they need to calm down, since they are obviously being provoked, and they need to think with a cool head. Sam yells at him, saying that his wife was kidnapped and would look at him if his wife was kidnapped. The advisor says that he is a eunuch, and that he does not have a wife under any circumstances. And Sam understands that he has no answer for this. Hobbs says Chiana's strategy is based on constant provocations, and it's unclear how to respond to them. Sam says that kidnapping Astrid is supposed to demonstrate how strong she is. Suddenly another girl enters the room and says that this was done to intimidate him. Sam looks closely at the beautiful stranger and realizes that this voice seems familiar to him. The girl says that he became so indecisive and reckless when he began to care about people. She adds that this doesn't sound like him, after which she decides to remove her hood and reveal her identity. It turns out that all this time Morrigan was in front of him, who joyfully greets him, saying that she is glad to see him. Friedrich immediately rushes forward, saying that there is a murderer in front of them who must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Sam stops him, saying that it's a false alarm, and that they have an ally in front of them who needs to be assessed. Sam asks her why she is there, and then wonders how she got past all the guards. Morrigan says that when the previous round ended, she chose invisibility as her skill. It was thanks to this stealth skill that she was able to slip past everyone else with ease. Friedrich says that his perception failed him, and he thought that there was a murderer in front of him. Friedrich comes to the conclusion that despite having a wife, this girl is Sam's lover. Sam asks them not to talk like that, adding that their relationship is purely friendly. Morrigan apologizes for not being able to come to her and Astrid's wedding, and asks him if he is mad at her. Sam says that it was part of the strategy, and in fact their hands are clean and untainted by anything. Morrigan says that in truth, she came here to discuss a plan to save Astrid. Sam comments that this is very strange and asks her how she knows Astrid was kidnapped. Morrigan throws up her hands and says that the whole point is that she came up with the plan to capture Astrid. Sam, Friedrich, and Hobbs wonder what this all means and how they got to this point. Sam admits that she has confused him with her behavior and asks what is going on here. Morrigan says that she wanted to join his faction earlier, but ran into Chiana. She notes that she realized that a war between them would be inevitable, so she decided to change her name. After that, she decided to gain her trust in order to monitor all her actions from afar. Sam smiles and says that he expected nothing less from such a thoughtful strategist as Morrigan. Morrigan says that Chiana has received a Pearl of Beauty, which allows her to take on a charming appearance. This girl used this artifact to force all men to obey her, which is why she became a leader so quickly. Sam says that all these henpecked husbands must die, because real men like him don't fall for these charms. Morrigan asks him not to be so confident, adding that she knows perfectly well what happened in the throne room. Sam tries to justify himself, but all these tirades about how strong he is in spirit do not impress Morrigan. She adds that this is done to lower her guard and allow her to believe that she has him in her hands. She also says that Astrid's theft was done to lure Sienna out of a safe place. Sam asks her if she wants to sneakily grab his other man's beauty wife when their forces engage in combat. Morrigan adds that the pearl cannot be easily stolen because it is kept in a secure location. Morrigan adds that the generals and soldiers will obey until they destroy the pearl. Sam says that destroying the pearl is a great plan, and then suggests having some tea. Morrigan notes that she is going to go back because otherwise her boss will suspect that something is wrong. After this, she says goodbye to them, saying that she hopes for their victory in 3 days. Sam asks her to stay for a moment, saying that he has something very important to tell her right now. Morrigan turns around in surprise and asks him what he wanted to say, hoping for something romantic. Sam asks her to take care of Astrid with all her might, and to tell her that he will definitely save her. Morrigan looks down without much enthusiasm and says that she will definitely fulfill his request. After that, she puts on her hood and, without saying another word, heads for the exit, sighing only once sadly. She disappears almost instantly thanks to the unprecedented speed and height of the jumps she uses. Sam says that this is very strange behavior, and for some reason it seems to him that she was left upset after her visit. Friedrich and Hobbs come to the conclusion that their lord is still too young and does not understand what women really feel. Sam turns around in surprise and asks what they both mean by that. Hobbs tells him that if he steps on 2 boats at once, he will inevitably drown, adding that he knows what he is talking about. Sam decides to think about it at his leisure, but still doesn't understand what exactly he did wrong in this situation. 3 days later, we are transported to the gates of the city where Sienna lives, and to which Sam's large army has arrived. Sienna has already dragged Astrid here to use the hostage to get better conditions. Astrid orders them to let her go, while Tiana assumes that Sam came here to surrender. Sam smiles and says that unfortunately, he didn't come here to surrender to her mercy. Sienna says that if he does not surrender, she will cut off the head of his beautiful wife and even Morrigan with this eye. Astrid says that she shouldn't be allowed to threaten him, since it's just a game anyway. Victor says there is no need to worry, since he was not going to save her right now. Astrid looks at him in surprise and asks what he means by such a bold statement. Sam says that Sienna's technique is very fascinating, but he has not yet seen its maximum capabilities. Astrid calls him an idiot and says that now is not the time to make such idiotic jokes. Sam calls Kiana an idiot if she can't use her abilities to their maximum potential. Sienna tells him that in that case, she will simply kill Astrid right now if he does not want to save her. With these words, she points the sharp weapon straight at her throat, hoping that Sam will not withstand it and break. Sam smiles and says that when he plays games, the thing he hates most is betrayal. After that, he says that he will give her an hour to think. If she does not let Astrid go, he will smash this fortress to pieces. Tiana looks at him in surprise, but still decides not to finish off Astrid, since there is no need for it. Sam had actually been nearby the whole time, closely monitoring her actions and habits. Sam says he used his clown to distract her, and they have 2 hours to break in. Hobbs and Friedrich tell him that he doesn't need to worry about it, because they will fulfill his demands right away. Meanwhile, we are transported to the defensive walls of this fortress, which are patrolled by soldiers. They discuss the events of the past few days, saying that this mayor has no chance of dealing with Sienna. Suddenly, one of them is pierced from behind by a spear, causing damage incompatible with life. One of the soldiers notices his comrade falling dead and says that there is a killer here. Friedrich immediately puts his hand on his shoulder and asks why he suddenly decided that there was some kind of killer here. Immediately after this, he decides to deal him a crushing blow that will break several bones in his skull. This blow is enough to make the guard lose consciousness for many hours. Friedrich says that these soldiers are too weak and the penetration was too easy. Sam tells them to be careful as he has no desire to lose any more generals. He also states that according to the information, it seems like there is a secret door somewhere here, and it just needs to be found. Without thinking twice, he approaches one of the glasses on the nightstand and decides to twirl it a little. A few moments later, the door opens and he announces that he has hit the jackpot. After this, he goes further, and something amazing and incredible appears before his eyes. He discovers a spacious treasury, filled to the brim with a huge amount of gold. Sam happily says that very soon these beautiful things will belong only to him and no one else. After this, he finally discovers the Pearl of Beauty, and decides to approach it to take it for himself. He happily says that this is one of the easiest finds he has ever made in his life. However, as soon as he gets closer to the pearl, something quickly rushes by and takes it away. Sam looks in surprise at the creature, which turns out to be a transformed human, looking at him intently. This monster says that no one will be able to steal his mistress's jewels, and he will guard them. Sam says that in front of him there is a tough monster that vaguely resembles a human. Sam declares that he is no nuancer, his name is Jeff, and he is Mistress Sienna's most loyal servant. Sam says that if Jeff gives him the Pearl of Beauty without resistance, he will let him live. Jeff realizes this is a lie and has no desire to hand over his mistress. Sam realizes what his opponent is about to do and tells him that it is not too late to come to his senses. However, Jeff quickly shoves Sam in and, with considerable effort, swallows him. Jeff tells him to forget about the pearl, adding that he will not give away to anyone the jewels that belong to his mistress. Sam asks him if his mother taught him what is acceptable to take and what is better to leave on the table. Jeff grabs his weapon and lunges forward, cutting Sam into several pieces in a matter of seconds. He says that he only needs to cut off his head, after which he will receive the lady's praise. Sam says he's disgusted by the thought of having to cut open his stomach to get the pearl out. After this, he rushes next to the enemy and delivers a counterblow, cutting him into 2 parts. Jeff falls to the ground, while his legs take a few more steps and also fall lifelessly. Sam says that this opponent looks strong, but in reality, he is weak. Jeff starts laughing, showing that in fact, everything is just beginning and it's too early to relax. Sam turns around and suddenly notices that the man's legs have risen. Sam tries to understand how this is possible and why many parts of his body stand up on their own. Jeff says that he doesn't care how much damage he takes because his body will regenerate infinitely. Sam asks if that means he's simply impossible to kill, no matter how hard he tries. A moment later, someone's hand pierces his back, striking him with a sharp knife. Sam immediately jumps back and wonders how he managed to land such a blow. Jeff says that he can also split his body into parts and attack from different angles. Immediately after this, he tries to attack Sam along with his hand, from different sides, in order to knock him off balance. Sam defends himself with all his might, then shifts the weapon into another form, turning the sword into a spear. Sam feels his arm being cut off, but it is completely useless because he will not be able to win. He switches the weapon to bow form and fires 3 quick shots, slicing through the enemy's body. Jeff says that the more Sam attacks him, the more parts he will be able to use in a fight. Sam begins to fight with a real flying orchestra, each part of which is trying to finish him off. Jeff even uses his sharp teeth to cut Sam's skin and make him bleed. Sam takes a few steps to the side, realizing that he has received serious injuries and needs to treat his wounds. He also understands that all attacks are useless against him, so he needs to come up with something quickly. Jeff happily talks about how he will be the most loyal servant and will never let him lose. Sam asks him why he continues to be so confident in his invulnerability. Jeff claims that he has already figured out a way to defeat him, despite the fact that he has been losing to him all this time. Jeff claims that Sam is arrogant only with a sword that can change shape, but that's all he can do. Sam realizes he needs to change the rules of the game and takes up his weapon again. He smiles and says that if the spear and bow have no effect, you need to unlock the hammer form. Within moments, he becomes the owner of one of the largest sledgehammers in the world. He looks at his enemy and says that all that is left for him to do is to turn him into a pathetic pancake and crush his bones. Jeff says it's useless, although he's genuinely afraid of such a blunt weapon. He states that as long as he is divided enough, Sam will still not be able to kill him no matter how hard he tries. Sam says that his form is able to freely change sizes, but he is not going to kill Jeff. He smiles and says that all he needs is to destroy the building so that it is covered in debris and rubble. Jeff rushes forward and says that he won't let that happen and will just destroy him first. However, his plan proves ineffective as the building collapses just moments later. The debris actually covers almost the entire room, and Jeff finds himself trapped, with no easy way out. Sam happily says that his plan was very successful and turns around. After a while, he feels the Pearl of Beauty roll towards his leg and tries to lift it. He also sees a crippled Jeff saying that he cannot die and must get to the mistress. Sam says that he won't die anyway, since henpecked husbands like him are quite resilient. Coming closer, he says that this person has an ability from another game, and it is plagiarism. Sam emphasizes that he is short on time, so he cannot afford the luxury of killing the slug. Smiling, he declares that very soon the lady will reveal her true appearance, and everyone will understand who she is. Meanwhile, Tiana is deep in thought and even a little sad because she didn't manage to win right away. After some time, she comes to Sam's clone and says that she has run out of patience, and she will kill Astrid. Sam suddenly appears next to her on the roof and tells her not to worry about it. He states that if he lets her die, he will definitely rush to the house and pull the plug from the socket. Astrid asks him if he is too late, noting that she expected him much earlier. Sam says with a smile that the main character always appears at the very last moment. Tiana looks at him with a look full of incomprehension, because he was just next to the gate. She decides to take another close look at the warrior and discovers that it was just a decoy. Looking closer, she notices that the creature actually disappears, as if it were a hologram. Sam says the best part is when your clone actually plays you to the fullest. Tiana says she didn't plan to use her ultimate because she has limited stamina, After this, she says that she will let him see his own army turn against him. Sam cheerfully says that it will all be pointless, and she might not even try something like that. Chiana ignores his advice and says that she will use the 100,000 enchantment skill. She looks at the protagonist with joy and says that she will let him know what it is like to be killed by his allies. However, the sudden army, having fallen under the influence of the spell, does not react at all and remains in place. Chiana wonders how this is possible, as her most powerful charm magic had no effect. Sam smiles and says that the question is quite simple if you think about it for a while. The warriors meanwhile begin to remove their masks to show why they remained standing. Sam happily says that all the soldiers he took with him today are women. He chuckled and said that apparently her charm magic is already strong, but not universal. Chiana menacingly says that her dear warriors will cut off his head, because now he is alone in the city. The soldiers, already under Chiana's spell, rush forward and say they agree to do everything. Sam says they can kill him, but before that he would like to know why they are all so devoted to a woman. One of them says that Chiana is very straightforward and always knows what she wants, not being shy about saying it. Another soldier claims she works 180 hours a day, which is incredible. The third soldier says that they love their queen because she has an incredibly pure heart. Chiana menacingly says that every member of this squad is her faithful dog. Sam looks at her with a grin and says that this will soon change dramatically, whether she wants it or not. After this, he shows her a sphere of extraordinary beauty and asks what she thinks about it. Chiana asks him how he got the pearl and orders him to give her the artifact immediately. Sam says she better not try to charm him because if he's not careful, he'll drop it. Chiana asks him to calm down and says that she agrees to any of his conditions and will make a deal. Sam says he wants her to free Astrid right now, and Chiana agrees. Astrid calls him an idiot and says that he shouldn't believe her because it's just a lie. Chiana thinks that as soon as she receives the Pearl of Beauty, she will immediately finish off Astrid. Chiana says that now she only needs to hand over the pearl, since Astrid has already been freed. She also adds that once this happens, she will return the girl to him completely and recall her warriors. Sam says it's a pretty fair deal and looks like the best offer he's ever received. After this, he breaks the pearl and says that he will probably refuse this business proposal. Chiana watches in horror as her all-purpose weapon is destroyed in just a few moments. After this, her body begins to change rapidly, and she can no longer fit into such thick clothes. She says that unfortunately, her beautiful face was destroyed by the damned protagonist. After this, dust rises, and for a while its silhouette dissolves into the air. The soldiers immediately lose the effect of the spell and turn to look at their mistress. Once the smoke clears, it becomes clear that in front of them is a rather unattractive, overweight girl. She says that it is all Sam's magic and demands to kill him to get her appearance back. However, the soldiers do not believe her and immediately approach her with drawn weapons so that she cannot escape. They call her a pathetic liar and demand that she return his youth and wasted years. Sam talks about how her games are over, and now she has no one left who can protect her. Chiana says she knows her appearance is fake, but everyone claimed that they only love what's inside. After this, she puts Astrid the hostage forward and says that everyone looks at appearances, and she will take her with her. Astrid asks her why she started acting differently after her face disappeared. Chiana says that they are all beautiful and cannot understand her pain, because she does not possess such beauty. She adds that she started out as a streamer, and gained followers using her voice and a face-changing app. She also adds that she couldn't have imagined that once she closed the face swap app, everything would go to hell. Of course, she was showered with insults from head to toe, and told that she looked disgusting. Chiana asks if it's okay that she can't be who she wants just because of her looks. Suddenly, someone uses a tidal wave skill to put an end to her pathetic manipulation. Chiana doesn't have time to dodge and ends up under the influence of this serious skill. Morrigan comes to the rescue at the perfect moment and asks Astrid if she is okay. Astrid looks at her in surprise and asks counter-questions about how she ended up here. Chiana looks at her and says that she betrayed her despite believing in her loyalty. Morrigan says she's always been on their side, apologizes to Astrid, and admits it. Astrid quickly kicks the sword up to finally cut the ropes and free herself. The sword falls down with incredible speed and frees her instantly. Immediately after this, she turns her gun against Chiana and says that instead of blaming her, she needs to become better. Suddenly Jeff comes here, asking to spare Astrid because she did nothing wrong. Jeff, having somehow restored his body, approaches Chiana and says that he missed her. Chiana asks him why he came and states that she is no longer the lady he knew. Jeff says he knew what she really looked like from the start and always admired her. He also says that he has always truly loved her, and it has nothing to do with her looks. Sam says he is incredibly moved by the scene, which came out of nowhere. After this, he shoots a bow and says that he can no longer watch such a sweet performance. The energy arrow cuts through the air with incredible speed, and this time it can even kill Jeff. Sam gets 500 points for killing 2 enemies at once, even though they didn't put up much of a fight. After that, he asks Astrid what she thinks of him, since he came down from heaven to save her. Astrid says all he did was amuse himself by watching her suffer and focusing his power. After this, she decides to punish him to the fullest extent and aims at his weakest spot. The blow hits its target, and our hero can only be sympathized with after everything he has been through. Sam talks about how his country is finished, because now it is unlikely that anyone will be able to inherit it in the future. Morrigan asks him to soften his tone, saying that as soon as she learned about Astrid's capture, she became completely confused. Sam says that Astrid's courage knows no bounds, and even without his help, she could have gotten rid of the shackles. Astrid smiles and says that those were much more appropriate words to start with when he showed up. Friedrich and Hobbs arrive with a report that the fortress soldiers have become relaxed after learning the truth about Cayenne. Morrigan comes to the conclusion that after she left the game, her charm magic was also dispelled. The system congratulates him on conquering the city, and gives him a whole 1,000 points as a reward. Sam says it's a wonderful day, and they'll have fun tonight to celebrate. Suddenly another assistant runs up to him and tells him bad news. He states that their scouts have detected the approach of the enemy army, and they are already close. Friedrich and Hobbs say that it appears there is another faction that wants to attack them and reap the benefits. Sam says that the order needs to be conveyed to the others to arm themselves immediately and prepare for war. After some time, they meet an army that has arrived with unknown purposes. One of the officers says that he has arrived under the command of another gentleman and congratulates him on his victory. Sam remembers that this is a strong player whom he remembers from his past life and decides to check the list. It opens a system window to display a list of all top players with power. In this ranking, the player is in first place, while Sam still remains in second place. Sam looks at him with interest and asks what business he has with him and why he came here. The officer says that Sam is a smart man, and it would be great if they just surrender and lay down their weapons. Sam says that he didn't expect that. Being between 2 armies, this man would be so rude. The officer calls him an insolent child and says that he only gets ahead because of his arrogance. Sam looks at him carefully, wondering why his health suddenly dropped after he snapped. After this, he decides to test one hypothesis and calls him a shameless veteran, an eccentric who does not understand anything. Immediately after this, a significant percentage of this officer's health dropped as his heart failed. Sam smiles and understands that this old man needs to be scolded properly so that he simply dies. After this, he decides to use the most secret curses that he has saved for a rainy day. All these attacks prove incredibly effective, and the officer almost immediately loses his combat effectiveness. A few seconds later, his horse rears up and he falls down, coughing up blood. The soldiers look at their officer in shock and discover that the man has spoken to their superior to death. Sam says that with such a fragile heart it is better not to go to war, since it is fraught with death. After this, he turns to his warriors and tells them to turn back the enemy army. Astrid says that her hands have been tied for a long time, and she is not looking forward to the opportunity to fight. Sam says that there is not a single powerful general on the other side, so they need to be destroyed. Astrid says that, on the contrary, she would like to fight the powerful general to test her strength. It suddenly turns out that there are still some serious opponents in this army that can cause trouble. Sam looks closely at this man and realizes that he is a very unusual warrior. This warrior is General Luffy, who has impressive combat prowess. Sam realizes that even before his revival, he appeared in this game as a hidden general who needed to be revealed. In legend, he is a divine-ranked general who can single-handedly deal with thousands of people. Astrid immediately challenges him, saying that she would like to be his opponent in this fight. Sam tries to stop her, saying that she can't do anything against this man. Luffy rushes into battle and wonders how a mere girl could dare challenge a true legend. Astrid has difficulty blocking this attack, and discovers that her opponent possesses surprising strength. Sam tells her that she shouldn't be afraid because he has come to her aid to save her again. Luffy says that this is a bad strategy that will become known to everyone under heaven. However, after a few moments, a serious anti-stress from the protagonist forces him to shut up. He realizes that this battle is becoming more and more interesting because this warrior is very worthy. Sam says that he had heard about General Luffy's reputation for a long time, and decided that he needed to capture him in order to recruit him. Luffy says that the officers cannot listen to the master, and the master treats him well. Sam notes that this guy seems to be even stronger than before and tries to figure out what's going on here. Luffy, meanwhile, continues to fight, when suddenly another attack comes towards him. Luffy quickly blocks it and knocks back the opponent who tried to raise his sword at him. This man turns out to be Stan, who says that they decided to help their dear comrade. Sam is glad that his dear comrade has finally found him, and now they can fight together. Stan says he couldn't resist a few battles along the way to get his workout in. After this, they all rush together to meet the general to show him how strong they are together. The soldiers of the enemy army begin to fear, saying that they have reinforcements, which means they are doomed. Sam, Astrid, and Stan decide to combine their attacks to deal a devastating blow to different flanks. Sam says that he is ready to announce that they will engage in an amazing duel. However, this duel will mean that 3 heroes will fight against 1 general at once. Luffy asks them if they really decided to attack him with just the 3 of them, and says that it's very mean. Sam says that if he still refuses to surrender, he will hardly be able to leave here alive, because they swore to win. Luffy says that all these oaths are worthless, and they can only be content with defeat. The soldiers run away, thinking that defeat is so obvious that there is no point in continuing the battle. Luffy also decides to follow their path and says that the next time they meet, he will raise his head. Sam asks him how dare he try to escape after pretending to be such a strong warrior. Immediately after this, he and the rest of the men take aim with their bows to direct a rain of arrows in his direction. Luffy somehow manages to survive such an attack because he has good skills. He uses crescent strikes to knock down any projectiles that reach him. He also says that there is no point in being afraid of such a childish game, since he can easily knock them down. Friedrich rushes forward and says he will knock this general down, and Sam declares that there is no need for that. Immediately after this, Astrid turns to Stan and says that they have defeated Ciana and defended themselves against the army of the strongest player. Morrigan addresses the protagonist and says that he truly has no sense of self-preservation. Astrid says that men behave the same way, rushing headfirst into danger. After some time, they decide to have a feast and raise their glasses to their health. Sam recommends a drink to the successful meeting of the 4 of us and our future cooperation. Morrigan says that Alice is not in the area, and she does not know if she will be able to successfully complete this mission. Astrid says that this girl is really cool, so she will be completely fine. Stan says that they are done with the current battle and now he would like to hear Sam's plans. Sam says they have 3 cities in their hands, but if you include Ciana, they have 10 cities. According to the leaderboard, Sam is now in the top 3, and the number of factions has been reduced to 20. Stan also talks about how there are indicators of national power here, which most likely means military power. Sam says that national power is the average faction score, which is scaled by different indicators. Stan asks him if there is anyone in this game who has a higher national power rating. Sam suggests looking at the National Strength Index to see if it reveals anything strange. Stan talks about how there's nothing to see here, when suddenly he wonders what's actually going on here. The thing is that Sam's stats are constantly increasing with every second, as if he's inflating them. Astrid says this was done on purpose thanks to the incredible investments in urban infrastructure. Sam says he plays the long game, which is why he gained the reputation of the other peasants. After some time, one of the soldiers comes to him and says that he has urgent news. He shows the box and says that they found it in Ciana's treasury and asked to examine it carefully. Sam looks inside carefully and says that he never thought that it would be the perfect gift. After this, he takes out a small decoration and says that together with the first one, he has collected 2 whole relics. Astrid looks at it in surprise and asks if these are just pieces of turtle shell. Sam says that he has a shell, as well as a feather that he found under the pavilion of this city. Astrid asks him what benefit they will receive if they collect the entire collection of these artifacts. Sam says with an air of importance that the benefit will be incredibly valuable, so it is worth the risk. After a short pause, he says that he actually has no idea what will happen if he collects them. Astrid asks him why he is acting like dunno and decides to teach him a lesson. Morrigan states that now is not the time to waste time on nonsense, as they still have powerful opponents left. Stan says she's right and asks the protagonist if they have a strategy to fight them. Sam states that in this case, the best strategy would be to simply wait for the right moment. 3 days later, we are transported to the castle of a top player named Fred. He curses his military leaders and says that they are all useless trash. He states that they had 10,000 soldiers, and all of them were destroyed along with dozens of generals. Luffy says that they didn't have enough soldiers in the battle for the city because they had reinforcements. Fred states that he doesn't need any excuses and orders them to get out of there immediately while they still have the chance. He suddenly turns to Luffy and tells him to stay for an important conversation. Luffy looks closely at his boss, who quickly approaches with unknown intentions. As soon as he gets close, he gives him a serious slap in order to develop him. Fred says his fighting abilities are unmatched, yet he still couldn't defeat Little Sam alone. Fred looks at him irritably and asks if he is involved in the attempted betrayal. Luffy says that he was raised by the previous mayor from childhood and will fulfill his great duty. Fred orders Sam to be killed, and Luffy says he will do it, but he has a small request. Luffy adds that he needs 50,000 soldiers, and if he fails to complete the task, he will simply kill himself. Fred says that he trusts him, but 50,000 soldiers is a large sum, and he is not sure that he will be able to afford it. Luffy states that if he's afraid to commit resources, then he shouldn't try to destroy Sam. Fred orders him to shut up and says that he has his own plans, which means Luffy is free to go. Luffy realizes that he has gone too far, after which he says that he will leave the Master's chamber this very second. After some time, we are transported to the estate that General Luffy owns, and where he lives with his wife. The general irritably slams his fist on the table where there is a special decanter with a strong drink. Luffy's wife asks him why he is so sad, and he states that he cannot gain his master's trust. With sorrow in his voice, he says that his skills were insufficient, and this only deserves shame. A few moments later, a servant rushes out to him and says that the man who brought the money wants to see him. Luffy's wife wonders what this could mean, suggesting that they are trying to bribe him. Luffy decides to accept an audience with this man, and the stranger tells him that this is his small gift, a sign of gratitude. Luffy asks him who he is and why he decided to give him so much gold in the middle of the night. Sam takes off his mask and says that he is surprised that the general forgot about him so quickly after everything that happened. Luffy says that he is amazed that someone came here trying to bribe him. Sam adds that it would have been easy to defeat him if he had wanted to, but he found it difficult to realize his ambitions. Luffy looks at him in surprise and asks what makes him say those words. Sam states that his Lord Garrus only treats him well because he depends on his power. Sam suggests that he must know himself better deep down to understand how much better he is than this scoundrel. Luffy says that the mayor took him in when he was still a child, and that such debts must be repaid. Sam leaves and says that he thinks General Luffy is a smart man, and that he will make the right decision when they meet. Luffy angrily yells at him to take his gold and never show his face again. Sam states that he has no reason to take back the gift he gave, and that he can throw it away himself. After a while, Sam goes outside to make sure no one follows him and looks around. Sam has been using a double as a backup all this time and is glad that his double was not killed. Luffy comments on how Sam is a very unusual person and wonders why he and Garrus can't get along. His heart was really touched, and he wants to join that person after he was given money. Luffy asks his wife what she thinks about it, assuming she probably has an opinion. His wife says that none of this matters because she just wants to be with her dear husband. Luffy says that if he cannot count on his master's trust, then it is better for him to resign. After some time, the servant comes to him again and says that Garrus decided to visit him. Luffy turns around and asks his wife to take care of the master while he hides the gold. Luffy quickly runs away with the gold trail to bury it nearby while his wife sets the table. They quickly prepare quite high-quality dishes to please Mr. Garrus. Garrus waits patiently at the table and asks the girl where General Luffy went and why he has to wait. His wife apologizes, saying that Luffy just went to bed and needs time to recover. Garrus grabs her hand and tells her that he understands everything, and that if he had such a beautiful wife, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. The unfortunate girl asks him how dare he flirt with his subordinate's wife. Garrus states that the general has kept them waiting for a long time, and now it's time for him to wait. He gives the soldiers orders to detain him for a while he has fun with this girl. Garrus completely forgets that he is in a game and is unlikely to be able to do anything with another NPC. However, the girl nevertheless turns out to be very frightened by his harsh words and suggestions. Garrus rips a piece of her dress off and says that he doesn't care at all whether she agrees to his proposal or not. He claims to be the ruler of these lands, as well as all the people who live here. The girl quickly pulls her hair out by the scruff of her neck and understands what kind of gentleman her husband has chosen. After this, she declares that she would rather die than lose her honor, hoping to meet her husband in heaven. Meanwhile, Luffy approaches the soldiers and asks why they are trying to detain him. The soldiers say that Garrus ordered the generals to wait outside for some time. Luffy tries to understand the motivation for such an act, when suddenly he hears his wife's frightened scream. This instantly triggers a fit of rage, and he prepares to fight his way out. He lets out a loud cry, ordering the soldiers to get away before they lose their miserable lives. The scream is so powerful that the soldiers fly apart along with the wooden doors. Luffy runs inside and asks his wife if she is okay and why she was screaming so scared. However, he quickly discovers that his wife has seriously injured herself and is bleeding to death. Garrus realizes how terrible this looks and says that he was just joking with her, promising to give her other women. Luffy calls his boss vile and prepares to fight him with weapons. Garrus says he shouldn't be so angry because she's just a woman, and that he can give him 10 like her. However, this clearly doesn't impress Luffy, and he lands several serious blows that prove fatal. Sam and Astrid receive notification that Garrus has been killed by his subordinate and is removed from the game. Astrid asks Sam if this was part of his plan, to which he replies that he didn't plan it. Astrid says that this is even good, because he not only gained an ally, but also eliminated a serious enemy. Sam says he'd like to believe it, but he gives a little hint that it's not true. Meanwhile, the CEO is watching all this, clearly not happy with what is happening. He states that you can't force a pathetic bandit to win, otherwise it will be a disgrace. The staff says they've checked to see how good Sam's chances are if he takes Luffy under his wing. She got excited about the table and declared that the chances would be 99%, which would guarantee him victory in this match. The CEO quickly gets up from his chair and says that he will not allow such a person to upset the balance. The worker says that he believes that they should respect the rights of all players, because that is the point of the game. The director says that he could not imagine that they had such principled employees. The developer happily says that he arrived at this picture of the world thanks to the guidance of his boss. However, the CEO tells him that he must collect his salary tomorrow and get lost. Meanwhile, we are transported to Luffy's estate, where passions have still not subsided after the murder. Luffy turns to his wife, and she tells him that she defended her honor and is unlikely to survive after that. Luffy asks her what her wish is, adding that he will fulfill it no matter what it takes. Suddenly, the girl begins to behave strangely, as if her system code was being rapidly rewritten. She tells him that her desire is for him to seize these lands for her and become the sole ruler. Immediately after, her hand falls and she dies, leaving Luffy alone with this difficult request. He hugs his beloved tightly and tells her that he promises to fulfill her demand. Sam reviews all the news reports he has received over the past 3 days. He discovers that bandits have appeared outside of one of the cities, and a squad needs to be sent there to destroy them. Astrid reflects that when Sam is serious, he actually looks very handsome. Sam says that one of the cities is getting ready to build an inner courtyard, and he needs to inspect it personally. Astrid asks him what he plans to study now, and he immediately cancels the construction, stating that he doesn't need it. Suddenly, one of the advisors runs into the room and reports some rather shocking news. Sam asks him what he wants to tell him and learns that the valiant General Luffy has decided to join him. Finally, it is reported that one of the cities sent information that Luffy had gathered soldiers and become mayor. Sam muses that this is impossible, as there are no settings in the game for NPCs to behave this way. The advisor also says that as soon as Luffy took power into his own hands, he changed his style of governance and immediately conquered 2 cities. Luffy received the city's next mayor and presented him with a difficult choice. He declares that either the man will submit to him or die by his hand, as he has no intention of sparing him. This mayor turns out to be a player and asks why he should obey an NPC and humiliate himself. Luffy almost instantly deals him a fatal blow, not wanting to stand on ceremony with such an insolent man any longer. He looks up to the sky and addresses his wife, saying that soon her husband will fulfill her wish in full. Meanwhile, we are transported to the jungle, where a real hunt for a rare animal is raging. This beast is a white tiger, which ferociously pursues its target, hoping to catch up with it and tear it to pieces. Sam runs away on his horse, saying that if the tiger catches him, he will regret it. After some time, he finds himself near a cliff and notes that this is not very good, and it might be the end for him. The tiger slowly creeps up on him, and the victim no longer has a chance of escape. Sam asks if the tiger is still chasing him, adding that it is already in the house. He turns to Astrid, who has taken the stand, and says that she has been waiting for this chance for a long time. After this, she decides to use a charged shot to increase the lethality. An arrow fired from a heavily powered crossbow cuts through the air with incredible speed. The tiger doesn't even have time to understand the depth of the trap it has fallen into. All that remains is to hope for a quick death. This is exactly the outcome that awaits him, as the arrow pierces his skull with incredible ease. However, the tiger turns out to be stronger than one might think, and Stan, who was waiting for him in the tree, comes into play. The force of the blow is strong enough to paralyze the opponent for several seconds. Stan lands and addresses his comrade, saying it's time to join forces. Sam jumps up and calls upon his power, preparing to use the skill Mountain Rumble. The hammer increases in size many times over, and unleashes its full force on the tiger. The system reports that the white-fronted demon tiger that was terrorizing the area has been killed. They also get a few things from it. The tiger skin and fang can now be used. Sam says that it is no longer surprising that the tiger was so strong and had such artifacts. Stan asks how best to divide the equipment, and Sam suggests giving the skin to Astrid. They imagine what kind of clothes could be made from the skin and realize that it is a good idea. Astrid asks which countries he means, and adds that it would be better to give the equipment to Stan. Stan tries on the skin and says he looks pretty cool in it, considering his call sign. Sam says that next time he will give him a gold chain and a wristwatch, and he will become the boss. Suddenly a loud cry is heard, strong enough to scare away the birds. Sam and Stan wonder what the scream is and realize it is coming from the foot of the mountain. After a while, they reach the foot of the mountain to look around, and a terrifying sight appears before them. A huge number of people were destroyed in the unequal struggle against the troops of General Luffy. Luffy tells the tied-up general of this army that he must stay, or he will die by his hand. The player has chosen to surrender, and is now removed from the game as they are no longer active. Sam realizes that the general has defeated the other faction, and it looks like they will soon be his next target. The system reports that due to the rapid expansion of the Luffy faction, there are now only 2 factions. Sam says that he couldn't imagine that such a quest existed, emphasizing that it would be better for him to team up with Luffy. Astrid immediately kicks him in the back, telling him that he should be a man and never swear allegiance to an enemy. Stan says that the enslavement army is at a disadvantage because they have time limits. Sam says that no one knows who this unfortunate future Supreme Lord of the Resistance Army will be. The system informs that the player with the highest reputation will become the Supreme Lord of the Enslavement Army. Sam understands where this is leading, and the system quickly declares that he is the chosen Lord of the Enslavement Army. Astrid, smiling, says that this is quite good, since he accidentally seized such an authoritative title. Stan says that all players can follow him, but he himself cannot force anyone to follow him. Sam feels very depressed, but he has no reason to be sad because he has such amazing friends. However, he asks them if they really wouldn't mind watching him get killed. After some time, we are transported to an unknown place, where Morrigan decides to use the rain summoning skill. This skill works almost instantly, and several heavy drops of water fall to the ground. After a few more moments, the rain begins to intensify many times over, gradually irrigating the ground. The villagers were very happy about this, and said that the rain goddess had once again demonstrated her incredible power. Morrigan looks at these people carefully, and realizes that this was just a low-level skill enhanced. And also, after a few moments, a small system notification appears next to her, and she decides to read it. Morrigan continues to stare at the system screen, wondering why the broadcast suddenly started there. The screen shows Sam standing with his back to someone and greeting them, saying that he is very glad to see them. Victor calls him an idiot, and says that he is facing a completely different direction from the screen. Sam quickly turns around and says that his time is very valuable, so he will skip unimportant details. He states that everyone saw the system notifications that he is now a warrior of the enslavement army that will go against Luffy. Sam states that Luffy is much stronger than them, but they must not give up on the NPCs and must fight despite the difficulties. Astrid starts beating him and tells him that he should stop acting like a cheap clown. Sam quickly gets to his feet and says that he is ready to give 10,000 gold for all the players to join him. He invites them to join his army to become the strongest enslavement squad and defeat Luffy. The pirate commander says that this is very tempting and orders everyone to raise the sails and anchor. A player who has been trying to gain reputation as a merchant states that it is a very valuable reward. Meanwhile, the girl who was on the leaderboard says that they need to check how strong he is. After some time, they arrive in Sam's improved city and say that it is a very decent place. Sam happily says that all the heroes under the sky have finally come to his territory. One of his allies says that the Lady of Osh, the Night Leopards, lived and met with them. Sam says he heard that she had no property of her own and was busy plundering everything she could get her hands on. Sam also says that her name is Eleanor and that she is very similar to Astrid in her willful nature. Nevertheless, he decides to talk to her and gives the order to prepare a room for an audience. Eleanor says that this is not how she imagined him at all. He looks too small and weak. Sam says that if she came to join, their chances of winning will increase. Eleanor states that she only respects the strong, and if he can defeat her, she will join him. Astrid says that Sam, the High Lord of the Enslavement Army, cannot fight so carelessly. Eleanor says she can fight any champion they put against her. Sam asks Astrid why he can't compete with her, since nothing will happen during the competition. Astrid says she can't say for sure, and no one knows what will happen during the fight. After some time, Eleanor enters the arena, prepared for the most brutal battle. She suggests not to waste time and start as quickly as possible, after which she asks where her opponent has gone. After some time, the warrior Stan, familiar to us and one of the strongest, comes out against her. He says he doesn't really want to fight the woman, but he's been given orders, so he has no choice. He joyfully takes out his sword and says that the time has come to cross weapons to find out who is stronger. Eleanor looks at him in shock and asks if it is really the ghost of a tiger in front of her. Stan says he didn't expect to know the nickname here and hopes it's not a fan of his. However, the reaction turns out to be quite harsh. She almost immediately rushes into attack, as if she hates him with all her heart. She jumps into the air and says that if it is really him in front of her, then he must die immediately. Stan steps aside with incredible agility and combat savvy, trying to figure out what's going on. Eleanor continues to strike blow after blow, but he fails to achieve his goal. Stan praises her skills and suggests that she is a professional, while Eleanor says that the undressed tiger has become a coward. Stan assumes that she mistook him for someone else, since he does not remember doing anything bad to a lady. Sam hopes it's not some woman he slept with when he was popular. Stan looks at him, slightly disappointed, and asks if he really doesn't remember her. Stan says he's a bit forgetful, and asks if she can give him any clues. Eleanor angrily says that in that case, she is ready to provide him with a small cheat sheet. She prepares a powerful blow and says that he should definitely remember such an attack. Stan looks at her in surprise and wonders if this is the same girl he met a long time ago. Eleanor charges forward using Panther's charge and summons a special avatar behind her. Stan uses the Steel Blade skill and realizes that he will have to significantly increase his vigilance. This blow turns out to be strong enough to at least partially break through his defense and throw him aside. Sam looks at his comrade and asks him if everything is okay, hoping that the worst was avoided. Stan somehow managed to stay on his feet and says that he finally remembered her. We travel back in time to when Stan was one of the most popular players. The host of one of the tournaments said that their last contender was a cute little girl. He also said that the Green Tiger Ghost prefers to fight with only one hand to give her an advantage. Young Eleanor lost the fight to him and said that the Green Tiger Ghost was still incredibly strong. Stan extended his hand to her and told her that she too was incredibly strong and that she should be proud of how far she had come. He says that her Panther Break skill almost forced him to use his other hand and that he shouldn't fight her again. Eleanor asked him to promise that he would wait until she became a professional player, and he made that promise. Stan says that he had no idea that she had grown so much, because when a girl grows up, she changes a lot. Eleanor says that to fulfill their promise, she practiced every day. However, 5 years later, once she had achieved her goal, she approached her manager and hoped that he would organize a tournament between them. The manager said the man had long since retired and was surprised that she still remembered his name. Eleanor said that it was simply impossible, because he had promised to wait until she became strong. The manager said that the professional community depends on young people and invited them here this evening. Eleanor immediately rejected his offer because she had absolutely no interest in participating in this. The manager told her that she should understand what would happen if she refused him, because he would lose her job. Eleanor stated that, unfortunately, she no longer has the need to continue training in this area. Immediately after that, having realized the intention of this scoundrel, she threw her badge right in his face. After that, she proudly left, saying that she would not come here again and was quitting. Eleanor complains that she made Stan the goal of her life, but he carelessly forgot about their promise. Stan says he's very sorry, he never wanted to stop playing, but life circumstances happened. He talks about how one day his wife was bedridden and his daughter was still little, and he was unable to continue playing. He also says that his wife died and he never returned to gaming, but he never regretted his decision. Sam and Astrid watch this sad scene and say that they have never seen anything more touching. Eleanor looks at him in surprise and asks if this is really the reason he left the games. Stan says that he must fulfill his promise, otherwise his wife, watching him from heaven, will not forgive him. After this, he takes the form of a monkey tiger and says that the time has come for a real massacre. Eleanor happily agrees with him, saying that the time has come for a great battle that will shake the rest of the people. Immediately after this, she rushes into battle to check which of them is truly still strong. After some time, Eleanor suffers a crushing defeat, as she lacked the skills. She falls to the ground and says that she expected as much. She still hasn't become strong enough. However, he smiles and says that she hasn't felt this happy in a long time. Stan says that this is true, and it has been a very long time since he fought for fun. Afterwards, he smiles and says that if it weren't for her training, he wouldn't have had a chance. He offers her his hand to help her up, and she takes it, a little shyly. Sam says that this girl is quite beautiful and is trying to figure out how to help his friend. Astrid asks him what he's up to, and Sam, being the incredible expert in matters of love, throws the pebble forward. The pebble hits Eleanor's foot, and she, unsuspecting, slips and falls forward. A few moments later, she lands right on Stan, who remains rock hard and still standing. Stan gave her a little hug, and it immediately lit an incredible spark of a future romantic relationship between them. Sam immediately says that they can hug later, but now they need to discuss another very important issue. Stan apologizes for his rudeness, but Eleanor says there is no reason to apologize. Sam asks her what she thinks about the words she said when she came to the audience. Eleanor declares that she means business, and from now on her entire tribe of black leopards will serve him. Sam is notified that he received 10 points for this and wonders why he received so little. Eleanor asks Stan if she can come to his house after this stage to meet his daughter. Stan says he has a lot of games there and they can play together to celebrate. Sam notes that his brother is too invisible and naive, and Astrid states that he suffers from these qualities himself. After a while, Morrigan joins them and says that there is a disturbance on the street. Sam says that with the help of the Night Panther tribe, the enslavement army has become even stronger, and now no one will have to think about who to join. Morrigan says she has good news and bad news, then asks him which news he wants to hear. Sam asks her why she is so frank and asks what kind of news is good. Morrigan says that because of the notification just now, many players have decided to join the enslavement army. Sam looks around and sees that he is surrounded by notifications that he is getting 10 points for each. Sam is happy that if he gets such a high number of points for each person, he will become rich. Morgan advises not to be so happy, since now he will have to spend more money to expand his army. Sam immediately starts crying and says that he didn't save his money to spend it on people. Fast forward to the next day, where Sam called a grand meeting of the other players who had decided to participate. Sam states that all the players who are here are his elite, whom he has chosen. Pirate Captain Dante says that his army is strong on land, but he has no peer, and this needs to be corrected. Morgan says that the army of the tiger and the wolf remains undefeated, and there is no point in attacking now. Lucas asks what strategists who understand the art of war think about this. Morgan says that Tigra was able to easily break through and conquer several cities, exposing their weak points. Sam asks her if she really wants to disrupt the tiger army's supply chain. Morgan says that as long as they can destroy the tiger's army's supplies, it will plunge the enemy into chaos. Astrid says that they still don't know where he hid his supplies, and they are under guard. Lucas says it's not difficult at all because he made friends while he was trading. Lucas says that he is willing to share information in exchange for one very valuable thing. Sam asks him what this valuable thing is that he wants in exchange for his invaluable knowledge. Lucas snaps his fingers, making a special gesture that indicates he needs a lot of money. Sam says that if he continues like this, his wallet will definitely become even emptier. Lucas says that if you can't stay with your child, you can't catch the wolf. Astrid says that they don't know what they're getting into, so they should be careful when spending such a large amount of money. Sam says that he will not use a person who seems suspicious to him. He says that they will leave enough for the expenses of their army, and these 50,000 will belong to Lucas and Dante. Dante, because he had never seen such large sums of money, and his comrade says the same thing. Lucas says that the mayor is extremely generous and promises that he will not fail the task with such a huge amount of money. A few days later, a huge number of carts containing a lot of supplies arrive in the city. Sam looks at this and says that he was actually able to buy and bring here a huge amount of resources. Lucas happily says that he has bribed the supply officers, and now their plan will go very smoothly. Sam asks him if he really spent all the 50,000 gold taels we allocated. The system notifies him that he has completed a hidden achievement, and now his income is increased by 20%. Lucas says that the gentleman didn't seem to have lost all that much, was generous, and received a hidden blessing. Sam says that he had actually been expecting this award for a long time, it was only a matter of time. He wonders if it's even possible to become stronger if you don't spend money on a computer game. Morgan hits him on the back of the head to stop him wasting other people's time with these pointless lectures. She says that with this appeal there will be more than enough supplies, but what to do with the excess? Sam says that the tiger army was merciless, forcing many to flee, so the refugees can be fed. He turns to his generals and tells them to send out scouts and spread rumors that Luffy is out of supplies. Astrid says this is the ideal solution in this situation, and the costs involved will be low. Friedrich and Hobbs say that they will definitely cope with this task, after which they bow respectfully. Stan asks Sam if he forgot to give him and Eleanor missions to do so, they have something to do. Sam points out that Eleanor has just arrived and isn't used to their location, so he has to take care of her. Astrid points out that Stan hasn't had any fights lately, and she should train with him to keep him from getting rusty. Eleanor and Stan are feeling a little nervous as a romantic connection begins to blossom between them. Sam says that they have finally prepared for battle, and that the real war will begin very soon. A few days later, Luffy ordered that the officer responsible for technical supplies be captured and brought here. He cursed his officer, saying that he had entrusted him with the care of their supplies, and now he had failed in his task. The officer admits his guilt, and says that he did not touch the money, it can be used to buy these supplies elsewhere. Luffy kicks him in the face and tells him that Sam bought all their supplies, and now they won't be able to buy them. One of the messengers says that they have received a letter in which Sam challenges them to a battle that will determine the fate of this kingdom. Luffy says that this damned boy won't dare fight him directly, and resorts to such a clever trick. One of his advisors says that this challenge cannot be accepted, since news of their lack of supplies has already spread. Luffy feels enraged and decides to ignore his comrade's warning. He says that now that their supplies are depleted and their morale is destroyed, they will no longer have a chance to win. He asks that his command be conveyed to all troops to take what is left of their rations and feed them. The surprised advisor says that he cannot work with this person because he is too eccentric. Luffy decides to prepare for battle and takes out a special tablet that reminds him of his beloved wife. He tells her that he will win tomorrow's battle and fulfill her last wish or join her. He understands that regardless of the outcome, he can consider his mission accomplished, since both options suit him. As time goes by, he becomes increasingly ill because he drank a huge amount of alcohol before the battle. Finally, he says that it doesn't matter what happens to him, because he will not regret anything in his life. Stan, meanwhile, comes to the protagonist and says that Luffy accepted their challenge, and tomorrow there will be a decisive battle. Sam says that it is very good, but his face looks rather tense and gloomy. Astrid asks him why he is so sad, emphasizing that such thoughts do not suit him at all. Sam says that he originally wanted to starve Luffy to death, but due to the time limit, that wouldn't work. He also states that his power is immeasurable, and he is such a powerful opponent that he is unlike any other. Morrigan takes his hand, telling him not to think about all these things on the eve of a great battle. After this, she takes him outside, saying that she will show him something that will make him think about everything. Sam finds himself on a small balcony and discovers that the sky is lit by the bright light of thousands of lanterns. He looks at them carefully, asking questions about what they are and why they decided to release them now. These lanterns are released into the sky in thousands, and the sky is painted in a pleasant warm light. Each of these lanterns symbolizes the hope that they will be able to win this incredibly difficult battle. Under Sam's control, these people were given hope for a better future, despite being just NPCs. Morrigan looks at the protagonist with a smile and says that now he will not be able to disappoint them in any way. Sam rolls his eyes and says that they are just NPCs and he doesn't understand why they do such things. Morrigan asks him if he's crying, and he claims that the lanterns are just too bright. The next day, the two armies come dangerously close to each other, but still do not rush into battle. Sam looks at his rival and asks him if he really starves his soldiers. Luffy says that they used underhanded tactics to deprive him of his supplies, and he understands them perfectly. After this, he orders that the officer who was bribed be brought here, and who prays for mercy so that he will not be killed. Luffy says that this corrupt officer stole their supplies, and today he will sacrifice him. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful, merciless blow that instantly kills the man. The soldiers say it was a good kill and hope that the battle will be bloody. Sam understands that they are facing terrible warriors who are ready to fight to the end, so it will be quite difficult. Luffy rushes forward, saying that there will be no retreat from this battle, and that they need to come with him. The soldiers are immediately charged with a new surge of fighting spirit and say that they will fight with all their might. Sam orders his warriors not to be afraid, then prepares the formation and gets the bulls ready for battle. Their warriors bring chained bulls to their opponents and prepare torches. This is necessary in order to set everyone on fire and hurt the bulls so that they rush forward in rage. A line of fire bulls can do quite a bit of damage if you let them get close. Unfortunately for Luffy's army, their soldiers had never encountered this tactic before and didn't immediately understand what to do. Bulls, with their rather sharp horns and powerful muscles, can destroy several battalions at once. Not to mention that the hoof strikes of these creatures are also very powerful and can break bones. For a man like Luffy, these animals are of course not a serious obstacle, and he destroys them. Sam says that all players with water abilities should prepare for an attack. Morrigan comes here with her comrades and prepares to activate the tidal wave skill. The other two warriors also use their fire skills, which have rather difficult to pronounce names. By combining their powers, they create real tsunamis that look incredibly threatening. The soldiers, victims of these skills, wonder where all this water came from and realize that they cannot swim. Sam says that with such attacks they will be able to significantly reduce the size of the enemy army. Luffy says that such tactics will not stop him from conquering the world for his wife. Once he gets close to these water powers, he uses crushing earth strikes to break them. He creates a large crack that fills with water and orders the warriors to continue marching forward. Sam realizes that with only his power, this man can move the earth and guard the seas like a true monster. He says that the enemies have lost more than half of their numbers and that they need to show strength right now. Friedrich and Hobbs join the fight, saying that they will gladly destroy all their opponents. Stan and Eleanor also act as reinforcements, as their combined efforts make it possible for nothing to be scary. Meanwhile, ordinary soldiers are wondering why these heroes are showing off when they are in the midst of a war. His comrade declares that after this he will return to his homeland and get married, but a few moments later, he is killed. Luffy continues to crush his opponents in a furious burst and asks who will dare to challenge him. Sam transforms his weapon into an energy bow and orders the general to try this move. Taking careful aim, he fires a projectile of energy forward at an insane speed. However, General Luffy easily deflects it with his spear and knocks down this attack very easily. He looks proudly at his opponent and says that his arrow is too slow to do anything to him. However, after some time, another projectile flies at him, which he does not have time to block. Astrid looks closely at her target and asks him what he thinks about the shot. Luffy feels an unbearable pain in his chest, but he realizes that the arrow did not go through. The soldiers look at him, wondering if their general is dead, and their morale immediately drops. Sam raises the question of whether they really succeeded, and the war has already been won. However, after a few moments, He realizes that it is too early to rejoice, and they are in for a very tough fight. The thing is that the general turns out to be alive and slowly rises to his feet, pulling the arrow out of his body. The hatred that had been building up inside him all this time finally had a chance to come out. Luffy, irritated, remembers his beloved wife and says that all this time he wanted to live with her. After this, he begins to scream loudly, and the rage becomes so strong that it turns into magical power. This magical power causes him to become an unearthly being, consumed by his grief and incredible anger. His body instantly transforms, and he increases in size several times, as well as in combat power. Luffy has finally entered his demon god form, and his power has increased by 1 level. Sam feels the incredible pressure coming from this creature and understands that he needs to change tactics. Friedrich still does not understand how strong an enemy he has encountered, and says that he will destroy him. Hobbs, a wiser military leader, orders him to slow down a bit so as not to get into trouble. Friedrich, however, ignores this warning and rushes forward to feel the force of his spear. However, for Luffy, such an attack turns out to be just an attempt to inflict damage on him, and he retaliates with a blow. Friedrich looks at the palm strike coming towards him and realizes that he can no longer dodge it. Luffy escapes unscathed, while Friedrich is severely wounded. The injury was so severe that his arm was severed from his body within seconds. Friedrich quickly jumps off his seriously wounded horse and asks how one can be so strong. Luffy is feeling better than ever, even though his mind is still controlled by fits of rage. In an attempt to satisfy these urges, he punches the ground, creating even more cracks that spread across the earth. All the dead soldiers, as well as those who remained alive, take on a completely different form. The soldiers of the enslavement army wonder how this is even possible, since they were just so close to victory. Sam says with annoyance in his voice that these dead soldiers were separated by the aura of the demon god. Luffy approaches Friedrich and tells him that in front of him is only a pathetic cockroach, which he will destroy. Astrid decides to come to the aid of her ally in time and takes aim with her crossbow again. However, as soon as the crossbow bolt gets close enough to him, he simply intercepts it with his hand. Astrid looks at her weapon in irritation and realizes that she should have shot more accurately and chosen the right moment to do so. Luffy turns his angry gaze on her and says that it was she who destroyed his wife's precious tablet. Immediately after this, he prepares to jump and destroy her in the blink of an eye. Astrid doesn't have time to look around before a real demon of rage appears next to her, ready to smear her on the ground. Astrid feels too much pressure coming from this creature, which prevents her from moving. However, not everything is so bad, since the main character always appears at the last moment to save the beauty. Sam sticks to his guns and modifies them into a form that blocks the attack. Sam says that real men don't fight against women, and he will be her protector. Astrid looks at the protagonist with irritation, and says that she also wants to take part in the fight. Sam says that she is a shooter, and her skills would be much more useful down there, so she has no business here. Sam also asks her not to worry about him, as they promised each other that they would win. Astrid says that if he is here, then she will follow him in the real world, and he will not just leave. Luffy says that if Sam hadn't come to them then, his wife wouldn't have faced such a sad fate. Sam says he offers his sincere condolences, but wreaking havoc over one death is foolish. Luffy states that he simply wants to fulfill his wife's final wish, and does not care about the chaos throughout the Sky Realm. Immediately after this, he uncontrollably rushes into battle to crush his last obstacle on the path to greatness. Sam tries to block the powerful blow and feels a weight comparable to a heavy truck falling on him. His feet sink into the ground, but he still tries to stay on them so as not to lose heart and lose the fight. Sam realizes that his opponent seriously deserves the title of an incomparable general, with the strength of demonic dogs. Their fight develops so rapidly that very soon flashes of energy begin to appear. Stan says that this wasn't the plan, and now Luffy's opponent is Sam, which is a bad sign. However, at that very second, a zombie soldier appears behind him, preparing to strike him with his spear. Eleanor immediately comes to his aid and asks him to be careful, saying that she will not let him die. Stan says that it appears their enemies are now the soldiers who were quickly resurrected. Eleanor declares that all they can do now is believe in their leader and fight with all their might. Sam, meanwhile, is in serious trouble, facing a much more formidable opponent. Sam remains in good spirits and summons his weapon to become a hammer. He says that destroying the enemy army was too easy for him, and finally, he got a worthy duel. Immediately after this, he takes proper aim and unleashes a powerful attack with this hammer straight at Luffy. The blow is so devastating that it causes a small collapse on the mountain where they were fighting. Sam wonders how successful his strike was, and realizes that he hit his opponent dead on. He looks closely, trying to understand what happened, but apparently not everything is so simple. The thing is, after a few moments, he notices two bright red eyes and the approaching silhouette of Luffy. Luffy reaches out through the smoke to grab him before anyone else can intervene. Sam doesn't have time to react in time, and the demonic general grabs him by the armor without much trouble. He immediately lifts him off the ground so that he has no chance to escape, calling him a non-entity. Luffy adds that he expected much more, after which he orders him to finally die and leave this world. Sam, realizing that it's time for a special trump card, orders all the equipment he's wearing to be removed. After a few moments, Luffy's hand pierces through the protagonist's armor without any problems. However, to his surprise, it does not cause any damage to him, as he managed to slip out of his armor. Sam immediately grabs his sword and orders it to change into a more suitable form. Sam resolutely rushes forward and says that now we need to respond with an equally powerful attack. The blow is successful, sending a large amount of General Luffy's blood spraying into the air. Sam jumps to the side and again commands his weapon to change form for more ranged combat. Luffy feels like he's been hit right in the eye and calls his opponent a vile, lying bastard. Sam draws his web-powered energy bow and says that it will now rain down a hail of arrows on him. He also adds that this version of the ability was specifically modified to counter General Luffy. Luffy tries to get rid of this danger and makes several waves of his palms to create streams of wind. These wind currents destroy a certain number of arrows, but they will not get rid of them all. Sam looks at his enemy and says that this is exactly what should be expected from the incomparable general. Luffy states that his opponent is no weakling either, and in truth, he doesn't hold any hatred towards him. He says that, unfortunately, this will not change anything, since he was expecting a promise to his beloved wife. He rushes at the protagonist and says that he will destroy anyone who stands in his way. Sam immediately changes the shape of his weapon to prepare for the next series of attacks. Sam realizes that if he keeps coming face to face with him, he won't last long. After this, he decides it's time to use a special secret technique and ends up behind Luffy. Without thinking twice, Sam thrusts his spear into the ground with incredible force to weaken the landscape a little. Luffy tries to quickly turn around, but Sam already manages to jump away from him with an acrobatic move. Sam quickly reforges the weapon into a hammer shape and says that there will only be one winner in this fight today. With these words, he falls uncontrollably to the ground, creating a powerful earthquake that destroys the landscape. Luffy falls down and angrily says that he has fallen into pathetic tricks again. But it is not that simple. He manages to grab Sam by the leg and says that if they die in this battle, it will only be together. Sam realizes that he made a big mistake. He should have jumped a little further to avoid falling into the trap. Due to the intense pressure from the general, he also falls down, and they both fall over the cliff. This cliff is quite powerful and causes serious smoke, blocking normal visibility. Astrid turns around in fear, wondering what happened, and realizes that Sam must be in trouble. Once the smoke clears, it is clear that they have both suffered serious injuries and are dying. The CEO, surprised, receives this data and wonders how this is even possible. He states that Luffy received a lot of power-ups, but somehow still lost to this player. After a short pause, he suggests adding more health to Luffy, but the workers say it's impossible. He states that if they don't do this, they will simply be fired, and the unfortunate workers say that they will carry out his order. After a few moments, the general's hands begin to fill with healing energy. He clenches his fist tightly, letting everyone know that he is still alive and in good spirits. He slowly gets back to his feet as some of his organs are still recovering. Having caught his breath properly, he happily says that he did not die and still survived such a fall. Laughing loudly, he declares that apparently the heavens are on his side, and his time of death has not yet come. After this, he orders the soldiers to come closer so that they can chop Sam's body into pieces. Sam, meanwhile, lies completely motionless, his hand pinned by a giant boulder. He still hasn't regained consciousness, apparently due to serious head injuries sustained when he fell on the rocks. Gradually, ominous shadows creep up on him, and the soldiers look at him, preparing to tear him to pieces. The CEO says this annoying little bug will finally be eradicated. Suddenly, an employee runs up to him and says that they have discovered a serious error on the server. The CEO looks at him in surprise and is left wondering what happened. An employee says that the programmer they fired left a script in the game that triggers certain events. That same programmer actually decided to take revenge on the company for throwing him out into the cold. He talks about how he put his heart and soul into this company, and they paid him in the most horrible way. He starts the script initiation and says that he will show everyone what the wrath of a real programmer is. Immediately after activating the script, a small glow begins to appear near Sam's body. Astrid looks at her comrade in surprise and exclaims that he will get up. Morrigan also expresses hope that this can't be just like that, as that would be very stupid. Luffy is still rejoicing over his victory and talks about how his triumph is coming very soon, and he is about to conquer this world. A huge number of people begin to pray to the main character, in the hope that he will still emerge victorious. His reputation is constantly growing, while civilians hope that he will not lose even in such a situation. His comrades in arms begin to cry and say that their boss simply cannot die in such a situation. Because of these prayers, the sky gradually begins to darken, and a large number of clouds gather there, causing a thunderstorm. A few moments later, a powerful bolt of lightning appears, hitting Sam directly and destroying the soldiers standing nearby. After this, the dragon appears, and the system informs you that it has reached 10,000 reputation, unlocking a secret achievement. This achievement guarantees a gift from the Azure Dragon, granting the person the power of one of the 4 elements. The dragon tells Sam that he is passing on a special religion to him and hopes that he will continue the great work. Sam declares that with this treasure, he has finally collected a complete collection of great artifacts. Sam gradually recovers, and a huge amount of strength flows into his heart. The system places there the jade of the 4 sacred sovereigns of the highest rarity. Sam clutches the artifact to his chest and declares that he will spend all of these points to obtain the Azure Dragon formula. After this, he takes the great creation into himself in order to merge with it and move to a new level of power. Luffy looks at this horrific transformation procedure and says that it is simply impossible. Sam becomes a dragon man, and now his fighting skills have reached a whole new level. He summons his weapon with a flick of his fingers, and the spear flies into the air, quickly heading towards him. He quickly intercepts it, showing everyone how cool and powerful he looks armed with this artifact. Sam looks at his opponent and asks him how about one more round to put everything in its place. Luffy charges in and advises him not to be so overconfident as it will end badly for him. After this, he launches several blades that can cut not only demons, but also gods. Sam responds with a mirror attack that is supposed to bring all the evil, and he manages to dispel its onslaught. Sam also says that he would like to show his opponent a move that he just came up with. After this, he takes careful aim at his opponent, preparing to pierce him with one powerful blow. Before Luffy can even blink, he finds himself the victim of a powerful blow that leaves him with no chance. In the end, only 2 small silhouettes remain, and a structure of smoke that gradually narrows. Sam brings his opponent to his knees with a fatal blow and says that the game is finally over. Luffy states that even if his body turns to dust, his hatred will never go away, no matter what. With these words, he gradually begins to dissolve into thin air, leaving the protagonist alone with his thoughts. The system announces that the leader of the wolf army has finally died, and all players receive 2,000 points and move on to the next stage. Sam feels his strength slowly begin to leave him and falls to the ground, rejoicing in his incredible victory. He looks up at the sky and wonders if it's finally over. In a few days, he's going to the bar to relax a bit and have a couple of drinks. News reports indicate that the company's current CEO has been manipulating game data. The board of directors decided to fire him, but he gave an interview saying that firing him would be the biggest mistake. Sam gets his order, which is a nice glass of beer with plenty of foam. Sam talks about how he was wondering why some things were happening this time that hadn't happened before. After some time, a beautiful girl with curvaceous figures and a revealing suit approaches him. She says that she has been watching him for a long time and asks him if he would like to have a drink with her. Sam says that if a beauty like her offers him a drink, there is no way he can refuse. The girl declares that if she drinks this mug in one gulp, she will pay him a considerable amount of money. Sam claims that he is a very good drinker, and therefore such competitions do not frighten him at all. Immediately after this, he lifts the mug to drink, but the tablet at the bottom has still not dissolved. 2 days ago, this girl was shown a photo of Sam and told that they never wanted to see this man again. A girl named Linda asks if this man is the most hyped player. Her team captain, Sirius, said he wanted to avoid unnecessary complications and ensure his victory. Linda says that she only knows how to play games, and that it will be quite a difficult and challenging task for her. Sirius says that he has already transferred her an amount that she will not refuse in order to avoid misunderstandings. Linda smiles and looks at the photo, saying that the team captain knows her like no one else. After this, she declares that she will not only remove him from this game, but also make sure that he no longer appears in their lives. Linda smiles and understands that once he takes this aphrodisiac, he will lie only for her that night. Sam remembers that he already knows this girl and assumes that she probably mixed something into this drink. Suddenly, a familiar girl approaches him and quickly snatches the mug of beer from him. Astrid drains the mug in one gulp, causing genuine surprise and shock in the protagonist. Sam looks at the empty mug and asks her how she managed to drink it so quickly. Astrid asks him if he really wants to object, since she already asked about it at the meeting. But now he is sitting with someone else. Linda looks at her with disdain and mentally answers this question, wondering why this woman is here. Astrid states that she will talk to this guy, after which she asks her why she doesn't drink water alone. Linda tries to object to him, but he doesn't listen at all and simply leads him away. Linda reflects on the fact that her plan has failed, and now everything will probably not go exactly as she planned. Astrid suddenly says that her head is starting to spin, and adds that she shouldn't get drunk so easily. After a few more moments, she says that her eyes are closing and she really wants to get some sleep. Sam says she hasn't had that much to drink, but she's already acting like she's had 3 balloons. Astrid immediately delivers several blows to his head and says that she is a superwoman and can do a lot. Sam smiles and says that he is staying in room number 8888 and states that he will see how nice she is today. Linda reflects that this is just wonderful, because now her plan can still lead to the desired result. She calls the news agency and says that she received news that a COG player picked up a girl in a hotel room. After a while, we are transported to the very room in which, in theory, something obscene should be happening. A male voice looks at a naked girl and says that today he will have fun to the fullest. After some time, the door to the room opens, as the journalists somehow manage to break it down. They start rushing in there like crazy and talking about how they need to take photos of every moment. However, after some time they discover that they were sent on a false tip and there is no one here. The former CEO of KOG looks at them like they are idiots and asks what they are doing here. Meanwhile, we are transported to a street that is illuminated by the melancholic light of ordinary street lamps. Sam says that the turtles were supposed to break into the hotel room and laughs at their gullibility. Astrid looks at her comrade and calls him a fool, saying that he should let her go right now. Sam says that he can't do it while she's dizzy, because she'll just fall to the ground. Astrid suddenly asks him why he treats her so well, no matter what. Sam says that he probably didn't tell her, but she had a very long dream. He states that in this dream they were dear comrades, and went through a huge number of different difficulties. He also says that whenever he was in danger, she came to his aid and pulled him out of trouble. He says that it was after he met her for the first time that he decided to protect her no matter what. Astrid says that he probably said the same thing to many girls to win their hearts. Sam says that in fact these words are meant only for her, since only she was in this dream. Astrid looks away and says that maybe she will believe him this time. After some time, they go to his apartment to wait out the night and get a good night's sleep. Astrid falls onto the bed almost immediately, still feeling heavy from the alcohol and pills she drank. Sam states that despite everything, his home is still a safe place, and recommends that she rest. However, just as he is about to leave, she suddenly grabs his hand and does not let him go, no matter what. Astrid looks at him with a very tender look, and says that she would not like him to leave today. Sam says that this is somehow wrong, and understands that some aphrodisiacs have been mixed into the drink. Astrid grabs his hands, pulls him towards her and tells him that he should stay with her tonight. Sam understands that the situation is very delicate, and that he must act with extreme caution. However, he comes to the conclusion that it is much better to be a beast than a miserable herbivorous sheep. However, suddenly the doors open and Morrigan is brought into his room, warning him about the reporters hunting. She discovers this scene and looks at them carefully, after which she asks what it all means. Sam, who is about to take off his shirt, says that this is absolutely not what she thought. Morrigan understands that in this situation the problems must be solved exclusively by violence, and rushes into the attack. After a while, Sam justifies herself and says that it was just a misunderstanding, and that she got it all wrong. Morrigan states that she will take care of Astrid, and orders him to go to the couch to think about what he has done. After that, she comes into Astrid's room and says that when it comes to this man, she can't do anything. Suddenly, Astrid comes up to her and hints that tonight she will delight anyone's company. She comes closer to her and asks why they don't stay the night alone to chat. Morrigan feels a little awkward and says that she wouldn't want that, but doesn't dare run out of the room. The long-awaited morning arrives, and Sam decides to cook breakfast for everyone who decided to spend the night at his house. He finds his girlfriends acting a little strange and asks them what's wrong with them. Astrid and Morrigan chorus that absolutely nothing remarkable happened, and there is no point in talking about it. Afterwards, Sam asks them how they found out about the scheme that Linda was trying to pull off. Sam says that he knows the leaders of her team very well, who are outstanding schemers. He also says that this is not the first time he has used such a scheme to create a scandal around his opponents. Looking at the newspaper, he says that despite everything, the reporters also did not return empty-handed. Morrigan says that she knows Sirius very well, and remembers that last time he used civilians as bait. Sam says that the man is cunning, but that only means that they have to be even more cunning to win. Sam smiles, and says that Sirius will have to pray that he doesn't run into him this round. After some time, they are transported to the eastern continent of Mons, to the Easter Village, where the next round takes place. Players are wondering what will happen here, adding that they can't wait for it to begin. Sam watches them closely, saying that they are idiots who don't understand what awaits them. He states that in the 4th round of the Monster War, all the technique and power they had acquired beforehand will disappear. Dance greets the players and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and tries to explain the new rules of the game. However, the players once again start making sullen faces, saying that they wanted the leading beauty. Dance says the company has received a lot of complaints, so he's decided to change his image. After this, he takes out a specific object of a very suspicious shape to use the transformation skill. He transforms into a beautiful girl in a revealing outfit, which is enough to satisfy people's demands. Sam, in turn, wonders if these idiots don't understand that this is just an image. Dance says that they need to be allowed to explain the rules of the game, adding that they are in for a battle between monsters. Dance states that this continent is inhabited by unique creatures, and their appearance is completely different. He also talks about how the profession of those who tame these monsters is used in combat, and is called a monster trainer. One of the players raises his hand and asks what the conditions for winning this round are. Dance responds that the players on this battlefield are scattered across several standard cities that need to be escaped. He also states that there is no limit to the number of monsters that can be tamed, but there must be at least 5. One of the players says that it is not that difficult, because with the equipment he got, it will be very easy. Dance says that things will be much more difficult, since all abilities and equipment will be taken away in this round. The other player starts to get embarrassed, saying that this means the advantage they gained will be meaningless. Dance says that they can use the points they got earlier to exchange them for monster eggs. Dance also states that these eggs are worth between 1,000 and 7,000 points, and the more expensive the egg, the higher the chance of getting a rare monster. Another player says that he doesn't have 1,000 points and asks what he should do in that case. Dance says that if he couldn't even collect 1,000 points in 3 rounds, then he'd probably be better off just giving up. He also states that they have half an hour to decide what level of egg to buy, and asks them to make a decision faster. Players are wondering how to spend their points more rationally, and which egg would be better to buy. Sam happily approaches the host, and says that he would like to take the most expensive egg possible. Other people immediately start looking at him, realizing that in front of them is that same legendary upstart Sam. Dance says that even buying the most expensive monster egg doesn't guarantee you'll get a rare creature. Sam says that it is not a problem for him, since it is only 7,000 points. He immediately turns to the other players and asks them if they have 7,000 points. This question echoes and destroys the self-esteem of every player who watches it. One of them states that just because the protagonist has a lot of points, it still doesn't give him the right to bully them. Sam says he just wanted to show off his incredible success to the common people. Dance hands him a level 7 egg, adding that the organization is not responsible for all the failures. Sam decides to open this egg and wonders how powerful a character he will get. He immediately begins to dream that he will come across a fire dragon, which is a powerful monster. He also hopes to get an Arctic Phoenix, which is similar to a character from a famous game. Sam, as always, shows incredible self-confidence in the hopes of getting something legendary. He uses all his dragon luck and power to put energy into this egg and finally open it. The procedure gradually begins to complete, and the egg slowly cracks. Sam wonders if he will ever get the Azure legend that will elevate his power. The other players watch him with interest, trying to figure out how serious the monster will be. Finally, the procedure is completely completed, and the egg begins to crack violently, releasing divine light. Sam looks inside happily, expecting to get a level 7 creature. However, the system states that he has received a caterpillar that has the silk shooting skill and is at level 1. Needless to say, there was an awkward silence between the other players after they saw this. After a few moments, they start laughing, saying that this is probably the most ridiculous way to roll 7,000 points. Sam looks at them, feeling resentment growing in his soul, because he wanted to laugh at them, but it turned out the opposite. The caterpillar begins to feel a little sad as everyone laughs at her, even though she hasn't had a chance to prove herself yet. Sam advises the caterpillar not to be sad, saying that he will definitely find a way to make her shine. He declares that from now on he will call her Leaf Buzzer, as this is the name that seems appropriate to him. Dance says that it is extremely unlikely that a creature will emerge from a higher egg, and this is even surprising. Immediately after this, other players try to approach the leader to order even more eggs from him. Different players get different minions, but each one looks much stronger than Leaf Muncher. Some people get a small tiger, others get a giant moth that can shoot silk. Sam realizes that this time the competition is run by elimination, and he better get out of here. Suddenly, several players appear in his path and order him to stop immediately. They ask him if he really thought they would let him go so easily after such a torment. They also say that this guy is too strong, so it's better to knock him out of the game from the very beginning. Sam smiles and realizes that these people are probably very wrong because they underestimate him. He asks them if they really think he can't deal with them, even with the caterpillar's help. He ponders that even if he can't fight directly, he must use the dragon's energy. Immediately after this, he begins to vigorously shake Leaf Buzzer, gradually charging it with energy. It looks rather ridiculous and indecent, but such are the harsh realities of realistic games. Sam suddenly shoots out a gigantic amount of silk, which the caterpillar managed to generate during the shaking. He constantly spins around to shoot in all directions at once at all enemies. The players find themselves immobilized and say that it was very disgusting, but they can't get out of there. Sam feels suddenly tired and says he can't squeeze out any more silk. Leafbug is also not in the best mood after what she had to go through. The other players try to beg him to let them out, but of course he won't do it. Sam wonders why he suddenly felt tense when Leafbug used her powers. He looks closely at the caterpillar, which looks at him pitifully and asks to be fed a leaf. Sam realizes that there is no point in thinking about such things now, and he just needs to move on. After this, he takes out a small match to light it and carry out his brilliant plan for revenge. He looks at his opponents and asks what punishment they deserve for attacking him. The players who risked everything to knock him out realize they made a big mistake. Sam joyfully throws a match in their direction, and the silk they were wrapped in ignites like gasoline. Sam even decides to dance a little, after which the players, engulfed in flames, simply explode. The system rewards him with a lot of points for destroying a lot of players and their animals. Sam knows it wasn't easy to get to this point, but their luck ran out when they met him. After a while, his grandfather runs up to him and says that someone burned down the forest and will now be locked in prison forever. Sam immediately turns to the old man and says that the truck with the beauties stopped a few meters from him. Immediately after this, he decides to take advantage of the moment of hesitation and begins to run away as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, an eagle takes off into the sky, which is also a very powerful monster. After completing an observation flight, the eagle lands on a special cuff worn by its owner. This owner turns out to be Sirius, who has a 4th level Azure Falcon, which is a good sign. Linda says his strategy is incredibly effective, as provoking players to fight among themselves was a good idea. After this, they look back at the battlefield, which remains after a serious massacre, where no one won. Sirius states that in this round, the players are not important, and the monsters are the most key aspects. He says that to win you need to collect all the monsters of level 3 and above. One of his comrades says that these monsters were left over from the players' battle and they won't be able to tame them. Sirius says that it remains to be seen, because if he could handle the eagle, these animals won't be a problem. Linda says that in this case there is no point in making these animals suffer, and they should be released. However, Sirius is very cruel, and says that all other creatures must be destroyed without mercy. Linda looks at him in surprise and asks if it really matters, since they are not threatening them in any way. Sirius puts his hand on her shoulder and tells her that now is not the best time for mercy. He states that even the slightest mistake can lead to defeat, and these animals should not be liked. Linda says that these beasts are actually lifeless codes and can be dealt with later. After some time, she drags all these animals into a small barn so that they cannot escape anywhere. She apologizes to them and says that if she has to blame anyone, it will only be their own weakness. After this, she turns to her little animal and says that now she can deal with it. After some time, all that remains of these animals are small coils of rope that burn slowly. Linda comes out of the barn and says that torturing weak animals is not at all interesting. Looking up at the sky, the girl declares that she is much more interested in playing against strong players who are capable of fighting back. She also hopes that Sam will try hard in this round and show his best. At this time, we are transported to a dark forest, where all this time there is a small raven who looks around. This raven has a 2nd level and carefully watches any movement in the forest. The leaf chewer finally makes its way to a suitable clearing to have a good feast on the grass. The raven immediately swoops down to pick up its prey and swallow it with its giant beak. However, the raven still does not understand that Sam deliberately released his beast as bait. At a certain point, Sam pulls on the rope, saying that this stupid bird has finally fallen into his net. Before the raven has time to understand what has happened to him, a special net falls on him from top to bottom. A few moments later, the raven finds itself on the ground, completely unable to move. However, he tries to free himself and shakes his head in different directions. But this will not help. After some time, the bird notices that a mysterious person is approaching it and trying to figure out who it is. Sam picks up the bird and says that people kill for money, but birds kill for food. After some time, he destroys the raven and uses its meat to get some food. He happily hands over a small piece of meat to Leaf Buzzer, despite the fact that this creature is a herbivore. Suddenly, he hears a loud female scream calling for help and realizes it is time to move on. Sam says that it is a lot of trouble because he needs to save some beautiful girl. Immediately after this, he takes off to get to the desired area of the forest as quickly as possible. From the outside, it might seem that someone really decided to attack a defenseless girl. The girl holds a small monkey in her hands and asks the people who attacked her not to come closer. Both of these people say that it is dangerous to walk in the forest alone and ask if she would like to join them. Suddenly, they hear strange noises and wonder who else should be waiting in the forest so late. Sam decides to make a surprise attack by jumping from the trees and gaining speed using a vine. He calls this blow the Justice of Heaven, and immediately delivers 2 kicks to the heads of his opponents. After this, he takes a heroic pose and says that it was a huge boom from the sky, and he finally arrived. However, after a few moments he realizes that it would have been better for him not to come here. Alice immediately jumps into his arms, saying that she didn't expect to meet him here at such a time. Sam says without much enthusiasm that he didn't expect to find himself on the same battlefield with her either. 2 villains call upon their beasts, saying that the gangster bear must tear them apart. Sam and Alice turn around to see a truly terrifying bear standing in front of them. Sam decides to use Leaf Muncher to immobilize the enemy again and set him on fire. Unfortunately, however, the caterpillar makes it clear that it has no more silk reserves left. Sam starts shaking her from side to side and asks if that was really all the silk she had. The bear, meanwhile, suddenly switches his attention to a small monkey. The monkey realizes that she needs to act quickly if she wants to get out alive. Alice rushes to her pet, saying that she will not allow him to be harmed. Sam tries to stop her, saying that it is too dangerous to go there. Alice ignores the warning and tries to sacrifice herself to protect the monkey. The monkey understands that its time has come to prove itself, and is preparing for a real miracle. She rushes forward to exploit an important feature that Dance hasn't told anyone. Alice looks at her hands, wondering what this strange sensation is that she feels. Her arms begin to rapidly become covered in fur, and over time she feels only strength. The metamorphosis procedure, which the protagonist disliked so much last time, is launched. However, the giant bear still does not understand the threat it faces and continues to attack. Sam looks at the creature that resulted from the fusion of the monkey and Alice, and finds no words to describe it. The bear is surprised, growls, and tries to understand what kind of enemy has suddenly appeared in front of him. However, it quickly becomes clear that no matter how strange the enemy may look, he is stronger than the bear. Alice has transformed into a hybrid of her Power Girl form and a gorilla form by fusing with her monster. She immediately knocks the opponent to the ground and begins to hit him with all her might, crushing bones. The bear realizes that he has chosen the wrong time to hunt little girls. The bandits also try to escape, realizing that she is too strong and they should not risk it. Alice spins the bear like a propeller and prepares to launch it towards her enemies. Of course, the bandits are too slow to anticipate the attack or dodge. The blow is too powerful, the players are defeated, and Alice earns points. Sam tells her that she didn't expect her monster to be able to undergo biological evolution. Alice suddenly turns around and looks at him with a suspicious look that does not inspire confidence. Sam wonders if she's gone berserk after the transformation and tries to calm her down. Alice suddenly rushes towards him, spreading her paws, making any attempts to escape impossible. Sam understands that his fate could be tragic, because he will not have time to escape from the gorilla. Alice, despite this, hugs him tightly, expressing animal love. Sam says that if she continues to hug him so tightly, his health will quickly decline. The monkey understands that the effects of evolution must be urgently reversed, and gradually initiates the connection procedure. At first, what is happening seems unusual to the young monkey, since she has not seen human interactions. However, she quickly realizes that the scene is awkward and closes her eyes. The thing is, Alice's clothes were destroyed by the process of turning into a giant pile of muscles. Alice immediately realizes that she is naked, and the realization comes quickly. She loudly demands that he not look at her and turn away before it is too late. After a while, she puts on her spare clothes and says that she was wise to take them with her. She also wonders what happened and tries to understand why she merged with her beast. Sam says he might be wrong, but it seemed to him like it was a skill of biological evolution. Alice slowly repeats these words and asks what this skill means. Sam explains that the monster can evolve into a stronger form after gaining the necessary experience. He adds that her monkey's next form should be a level 4 flexible Banzank. He also says that in another situation, when certain conditions are met, the monster can merge with its owner. Alice wonders what these conditions are and how they can be reproduced periodically. Sam says it's very difficult to explain because each monster is an individual. Alice asks why he knows so much about the nature of these monsters, because she had no idea about it. Sam says that there are a lot of guides in the starting town who leave some information. Alice smiles and says that she left the starting town in search of adventure and did not listen to anyone. She also states that once her chimp hatched, she didn't pay attention to anything else. Sam is glad that his interlocutor is too trusting and will be easy to fool. Alice approaches him and says that everything is okay now, because she can stay next to him all the time. The situation is becoming more and more romantic, but in this situation, it is more of a problem than a blessing. Sam starts to blush and says that he wouldn't have been so good if he hadn't known that Alice was waiting for him. Suddenly they begin to hear a strange sound of a giant creature approaching. Alice asks him what it all means, saying that the sounds frighten her very much. After some time, a rabbit covered in copper armor comes out to the edge of the forest. Sam realizes that it is better not to fight this creature, and immediately covers Alice's mouth so that she does not scream. They hide together behind a small tree, which turns out to be large enough to conceal them. The rabbit looks at them for a while and then leaves without making any more attempts. Alice watches this monster closely and concludes that it is probably strong. Sam says that perhaps this video is needed to scare away wild monsters that appear at night. He recommends finding a safe place to spend the night, and they begin their journey through the dark forest. Sam suddenly finds one of the mushrooms and decides to examine it to see if it is worth eating. Alice asks why he collects mushrooms and other plants all the time while they are walking. Sam states that these are good materials and can be used to make potions or artifacts. Alice says that she would like to find some kind of tavern, since the idea of sleeping on the street does not appeal to her. After some time, they find a special house, spacious enough to spend the night. Sam says in surprise that he could never have imagined that his companion's wish would come true so quickly. Alice grabs his hand and runs forward, saying that they are lucky and they should spend the night in this house. Sam says that the cottage that appeared out of nowhere is too good to be true, and it must be a trap. After a while, when they knock on the door, it slowly opens and a silhouette appears from it. The beautiful girl looks at them in surprise and asks who they are and why they decided to disturb her. Alice says that the cute girls here in such a place really look suspicious. This time Sam decides to show his best side, since he is the most hopeless henpecked husband and womanizer. He says that they cannot stop and asks for her generosity and indulgence to stay the night. After some time, they find themselves in a fairly spacious room with very high ceilings. The girl says that she has prepared something quick for them and recommends that they enjoy it. Sam says that this girl is too kind to them and states that he is already very grateful. Meanwhile, the monkey tries to help Leafbug get to the food, carefully holding her with his paws. The girl says that they both have monsters, which means they are probably their trainers. Sam states that this is true, adding that they have been traveling together since the beginning and want to capture more monsters. The girl says that they are probably on their honeymoon and declares that she is very envious of them. Alice throws herself into the protagonist's arms and asks if it is really that obvious. Sam asks why she lives alone in a cottage in the middle of the woods, because there are fierce monsters here. The girl says that her mother passed away long ago. Her father owns a business in a neighboring town and sometimes visits her. She also says she planted repellent plants around the house so their scent would distract the monsters. Alice says that she is sorry to hear this, and she had no idea what trouble the girl was in. Sam looks at her carefully and clearly does not believe this story, considering it a lie. The girl asks why he looks suspicious, hoping it's not about her food. Sam says that Miss Layla's cooking is so delicious that he doesn't want to eat it too quickly. Layla says that unfortunately she doesn't have any guest rooms, and they will have to stay in her room. Alice says there is no need to worry, as she is grateful for the place provided. After a while, they decide to go to bed and head to their rooms. Layla and Alice decide to spend the night in one room, which has 2 beds. Layla suddenly opens her eyes, and they begin to glow in a strange way, as if she were not human. After this, she carefully gets out of bed so as not to make any unnecessary sounds. She slowly approaches Alice and asks if she has fallen asleep or is still trying to sleep. Alice is in a deep sleep and says she wants to sleep a little longer. Layla says that the sleeping pill she brewed seems to be working very well. After this, she comes closer to the girl and says that she will soon collect enough DNA. She slowly applies her hand, which turns into a strange jelly-like mass. This mass gradually begins to spread throughout Alice's body, and it is not entirely clear what Layla's motives are. However, suddenly the door opens, and the creature's plans, no matter how evil, are clearly disrupted. Sam says that these are very interesting games and he would like to join as he enjoys this kind of thing. Layla asks why he didn't fall asleep, adding that she saw him eating the food she cooked. Sam says he smelled the stew before she served it and just spat it out. Layla sadly says that he discovered everything from the very beginning, and her plan was not good enough. She says all she wants is to collect human DNA and not hurt anyone. Sam realizes that he quickly wants to be a ghost slime, and says that he will now show her something amazing. Immediately after this, he decides to use the secret technique of shooting into the face with white silk. Layla tries to shield herself from the projectile, but after a while her body becomes entangled in silk. Sam says that a few more shots like this and she will be completely unable to move. Layla understands that she will have to absorb the shock in order to maintain her ability to move and fight for her life. Sam watches with interest and says that his white silk was simply swallowed up. Layla says that low-level techniques don't work on her because she's a more serious opponent. Sam smiles and says that she thinks too highly of herself, because everything is not that simple. After a few minutes, it becomes clear that small cracks are beginning to spread across the girl's body. Layla wonders what is happening and realizes that if this continues, she will simply die. Sam says it's because of the same silk she was consuming in an attempt to improve her mobility. He adds that the inn has a hidden ability that modifies the silk depending on what she has eaten. Layla says that people have always been cruel to her, and she has become accustomed to their treachery. Sam says that if she signs a contract with him, he will let her live. Layla says that even if she dies and her body turns to stone, she will never serve anyone else. Immediately after this, she rushes towards Alice to use the skill of possessing someone else's body. Sam understands that such things must be stopped immediately, and rushes forward with a powerful attack. Alice is walking out of bed when Sam suddenly delivers the most powerful blow of his life right to her stomach. Alice grabs him and says that he must be crazy if he really decided to hit her. Immediately after this, he attacks the knees and begins to spit out a large amount of ghostly slime. Layla, having taken full damage from the blow, says that people are too cruel even to their companions. Sam says it's just a game and nothing will happen until the blow is fatal. Layla looks at him and asks what he plans to do next, not understanding a word about the rules of the game. Sam decides to tie her up with a specific technique so that she cannot escape. Sam says that if Alice's body is left, he will spare her. Layla can continue to use the girl's body indefinitely until he kills her. Sam gently takes her chin in his hand to hint that her plan isn't so foolproof. He claims that he has already discovered her weakness, because all the dishes she served were sweet. He emphasizes that the weakness of all slugs is salt, which causes their body to dissolve. Layla declares that he will not intimidate her, since he is unlikely to find even a pinch of salt within miles. Sam says he has a backup plan and begins to slowly take off his shirt. Layla asks why he suddenly decided to take his clothes off, noting that something is clearly wrong. Sam looms over her and tells her that she will soon understand everything, and she will not feel very good about it. After a while, he asks if she realized how cunning he is. A small drop appears on her body which behaves like hot oil and constantly hisses. Sam says he doesn't care that he doesn't have any salt, because his sweat does the job just fine. He also says that he wonders what would happen if he placed his completely sweaty hand on her body. Layla says that she regrets what happened and promises to obey him. Sam says it would have been better if she had done it from the start, and asks why she built the house. Layla says she didn't want to harm anyone, but was simply going to take the DNA of a girl or colleague. Sam asks why she is collecting DNA, suggesting that it might make her stronger. Layla claims that if she collects enough DNA, she can transform herself into the perfect woman. Sam places his hand on her head to stroke and reassure her, realizing that she is a kind soul. He adds that he knows many good girls, and if she signs a contract with him, he will be able to collect their DNA. Sam asks if there is a beautiful older sister, a smart older sister, and a sister with a nice body. Sam remembers all her friends and says that it is safe to say that everything is true. Layla enthusiastically says that she is ready to sign a contract with him and become his monster. Sam takes out a special card to make a contract with the arriving slime. After this, the system gives him a card, which will now be inhabited by this creature. Sam is glad that the ghost slime has a high level and good abilities. Sam holds the card up, saying that he finally got a strong monster. The next day, the couple comes to explain who Layla really was. Alice listened to the story in surprise and asked if she had really been pretending to be a monster all this time. Layla declares that she is now the master's monster and apologizes for letting him down yesterday. Alice hugs her and says that it doesn't matter to her whether she is a human or a monster. In any case, a companion is great. Sam asks if there's too much hugging and kissing, since Layla is his monster, not hers. Alice says that she doesn't care, because she also wants to make friends with a strong monster. Sam recalls her physical strength and says that she is also a very strong being. Alice suddenly reveals that she had a very strange dream last night where Sam was doing push-ups right above her. Layla hurries to report that it was not a dream and everything happened in reality. Sam knows it's best not to reveal the details, as it could complicate their relationship. He says it's a very interesting event, but they're already late, so it's better to start the day trip. After some time, they again hear a strange cry, this time belonging to a terrible monster. To understand what the sound was, they decided to immediately head in the direction from which the scream came. However, a few moments later, a giant rabbit covered in copper armor crashes into the house. Under his pressure, the roof begins to crack, and Sam and his comrades decide to leave the building. After some time, a real collapse of all supporting structures begins. Despite the severity of the collapse, the rabbit is unharmed and continues to search for victims. Layla says that probably all the plants lost their repellent properties, and the rabbit came here. Sam says with a smile that Alice recently wanted a strong monster and can take this rabbit for herself. Layla says now is not the best time for jokes and hopes he has a plan. Sam says time will tell if this monster will be strong, but he is certainly an interesting opponent. Sam turns to Layla and asks her to use the force fusion technique directly on him. Alice turns around in surprise at her friend and asks what this strange technology is. Layla says it's a unique skill of the ghost slime that can cause both the monster and the trainer to undergo evolution. Immediately after this, she throws a special molecule towards Sam, which quickly flies towards him. Sam feels himself beginning the process of uniting with his beloved caterpillar, whom he treasures so much. After some time, he transforms into the mighty Leaf Ranger and gains several new skills. The giant rabbit looks at the new enemy and lets out a loud howl, as if something is really bothering him. Sam makes a sharp jump upward to deceive the enemy and catch him off guard. Immediately after this, he shoots several streams of web at the rabbit to entangle it. At first, the rabbit doesn't understand what the enemy's plan is, and turns around so as not to lose sight of him. However, he turns out to be quite slow, and does not have time to dodge the attacks in time. Sam begins to pull the nets towards himself to add more momentum to his strikes. He thrusts his leg forward to perform a powerful jumping kick that pierces the rabbit's armor. Moments later, he lands, delivering a stunning blow directly to the creature's head. Sam quickly takes out the firegrass, as this is the second stage of his grand plan. He snacks on the leaves to gain a significant boost to his fire abilities. He feels the energy of the volcano spreading through his body and prepares for the next round. He decides to keep his opponent at bay and unleashes a flurry of quick attacks, each of which spits out a clot of silk. The rabbit covers itself with its hands, hoping that its mobility will not be reduced too much. Within moments, he becomes enraged and prepares to take it out on Sam. Alice and Layla, watching from around the corner, realize that the rabbit's skin is too thick and cannot be pierced. Sam calmly allows the enemy to approach and says that the skin is indeed very thick. After that, he snaps his fingers and says that it will definitely burn well. Within moments, each piece of silk spread across the rabbit's thick skin begins to burst into flames. Before the rabbit can even realize what's happening, he's set on fire like a match. Sam takes a few steps to the side, ignoring the burning rabbit, which is experiencing incredible pain. The rabbit falls and starts rolling from side to side, trying to put out the flames. Alice asks Sam why he doesn't show mercy, because it looks so painful. Sam decides to show mercy and asks Layla to give the monster a cold shower. Layla uses her water ball skill to quickly put out the fire on the rabbit. After a while, she directs a stream of water, which instantly cools the rabbit. However, the rabbit had already suffered enough damage to become completely incapacitated. Sam pushes Alice forward and tells her that she shouldn't hesitate and just grab the rabbit. Alice happily takes out a special capture card and initiates the corresponding procedure. After a few moments, the rabbit's body begins to slowly dissolve, and the energy is directed into the card. Alice gets full use of the rabbit and can call on it for protection when needed. Sam, meanwhile, uses the power-up and returns to human form. Alice immediately hugs him and thanks him for his help, saying that the method proved their incredible connection. Layla says that she cannot take the master only for herself, since he belongs to everyone. Sam asks her to stop clinging to him so tightly or he will get into trouble. After a while, they again hear a loud roar coming from somewhere nearby. Sam says that the growl can only belong to a very powerful monster located somewhere in the mountains. Layla says this is Dragonbone Mountain, and she heard a legend that powerful creatures live there. Sam says he's no ordinary trainer, so they're going to capture all the monsters there. Meanwhile, we are briefly transported to a cave near the mountain to understand what we will have to deal with. This cave contains a huge number of skeletons that have appeared here over a long period of time. A serious monster lives in the cave, which from a distance looks like a large dragon. Meanwhile, our heroes decide to go to a special village where they were recently. Alice says that she has never been here, and notes that the name of the village sounds very strange. Sam says he was told about the uncle of the former Lord of Fort, who died defending the village from monsters. Alice says that she needs to go inside and look around, as she never dared to go into crowded places. She also states that she might be able to meet a lot of cute girls and collect more DNA. However, to her great regret, there are no girls in the village. There are mostly only men there. Layla says that this is not at all what she expected to see, and Alice asks her not to be upset. Sam suddenly sees a familiar face who greets him, saying that he is the ruler of this fort. Sam looks at him in surprise and asks if he looks like the village chief from the previous village. Grandfather claims that there is nothing special about this, since all the village elders on the continent are his doubles. Sam says it seems like the developers were just too lazy to make additional models. Grandfather states that the reason all the trainers have gathered here is to kill the demon dragon. Sam looks at him carefully and asks who the dragon demon is. The village headman explains that a dragon lives on the mountain and often attacks the village. He adds that the mountain is named in memory of the uncle of the previous village headman. Sam realizes that this is not the most useful information. He needs something truly valuable. The village chief says that the Demon Dragon Slayer quest has begun, and everyone is free to participate. Sam receives a notification from the system that he can get 2,000 points for killing the demon. Alice asks if they should take part in the quest. After a while, several players from the enemy team appear in front of them, trying to behave politely. Sam realizes who it is and recognizes them from the last game. He understands that these people call themselves a team of professionals, but in reality, they are just a group of newbies. Sam decides to play with them and catch them off guard by pretending to be a newbie. Other players approach him, asking to be included in the team because they look strong. Sam raises his hand, giving them the opportunity to join the team of strong players. He says he heard that this team consists of only the strongest players. The player replies that he can join, because the more strong players there are, the stronger the team. The others are surprised that the team is behaving so hospitably. Another participant says that they will still have to choose a single leader. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Sam understands that they want to take control of the team so that they can sacrifice players whenever the opportunity arises. After some time, they reach a mountain where there is a statue of one of the elders. Sam moves on calmly, followed by the players, expecting a trick to happen at the wrong moment. Some players ask questions about how strong their comrades are, because they haven't seen them yet. The Lin team players talk among themselves, realizing that others are beginning to doubt their abilities. After some time, they reach a section of the mountain where specially prepared traps await them. One of the team members tells his animal to play the role of a beaten, strong animal. The phantom dog growls joyfully, showing that it is ready to carry out any command from its owner. After some time, he takes on his adult form and jumps out to meet the travelers. His eyes sparkle and his teeth look like he could bite through steel bars in an instant. Lin's team members say the monster is big and strong, so they need to be careful. They theatrically ask others to stay away, claiming that they can handle the threat themselves. Sam decides to disrupt their plans, and says that there is no need for professionals for a simple action. He turns to Layla and asks her to use water balls to knock the enemy off course. Layla immediately obeys, saying that she will carry out any command from her master. One of the team members looks at Sam in surprise and asks him to wait a little so as not to fuss. A few moments later, a giant water ball heads towards the dog. She takes serious damage and is thrown aside, receiving several bruises. After this, she returns to her form, becoming a cute puppy again. The puppy whines and quickly runs away, hiding in a crevice, no longer wanting to fight. Sam says it was too easy. All they had in front of them was a pathetic little thing. The members of Team Lin realize that they have just lost the opportunity to demonstrate their powers. Sam says he accidentally took away their championship and didn't mean to interfere. One of the team members says that they are leading the squad and this behavior is unacceptable. Sam agrees and promises that next time he won't interfere when they encounter a monster. After some time, he approaches Alice and says that they need to start implementing the plan. Alice happily takes out the card with her copper rabbit and prepares to use it. After just a few moments, Valya begins to tremble violently, hinting that a monster is now appearing here. Regular players start to panic, wondering what that sound is and assuming an enemy is approaching. One of the Lin team members tries to calm everyone down and says that whoever appears here is still no match for them. Immediately after this, he creates a small golem, which has the 3rd level of strength, and sends it forward. However, after some time it becomes clear that he is clearly not choosing the best fighter for this task. The giant rabbit is several heads taller than this golem and is certainly not inferior to it in strength. The summoner wonders how such a powerful monster could possibly be here. Players say that now they will finally show the true power of professional players. The summoner understands that he now has no choice, and he has to fight, despite the fact that he does not particularly want to. He commands his monster to perform a special attack that should help him overcome his power limit. However, the rabbit turns out to be not only strong, but also quite smart and agile. He immediately intercepts the blow with his metal fists, neutralizing any attempts to attack him. Immediately after this, he seizes the initiative and grabs his opponent with both hands, preventing him from escaping. After lifting it into the air, he throws it over himself, thus performing a famous martial arts move. The sullen summoner looks at his monster and realizes that he clearly cannot emerge victorious from this fight. The copper rabbit prepares to consolidate his success and is about to land a few blows on the summoner. Sam suddenly comes to his aid and stops the attack with a slight movement of his hand. It turns out that even such a powerful monster is unable to penetrate the incredible defense of the great player. Sam tells the monster that they do not wish to fight him, and asks that they show a little mercy to those who are significantly weaker. The monster looks at this guy in surprise and realizes that it is he who makes him writhe in pain and burns. Immediately after this, he jumps down and runs away carefully, afraid of attracting unnecessary attention from Sam. Players watching this are wondering how this guy can achieve such outstanding results. Sam combs her hair back to keep her amazing hairstyle and starts showing off. The other players recognize him and say that he is the same Sam who defeats the demon god Luffy. Alice says that this is her lover, who is incredibly famous. Sam says that this is just one of his small achievements, because in this round, they all have the same number of points. Lin's team members say they now understand who this guy is that their boss finds annoying. After this, one of them states that they can't even imagine that Sam suddenly decides to join their team. The remaining squad members say that in that case, Sam should be their leader, and these pro players are not that strong. Sam says he doesn't like being the center of attention, and declares that he won't become a leader. The members of Lin's squad thank him for his trust, and then declare that they are definitely up to the task. Sam says he trusts them with his life, and hands over some fruit for his caterpillar. The caterpillar is very happy because it is finally given the opportunity to have a proper meal. Lin's team members silently curse him, noting that he won't be able to enjoy his arrogance for much longer. After some time, they reach a giant cave and say that this is the lair of a demonic dragon. One of them claims that he has already scouted this place, and that at the moment the demonic dragon has not yet returned here. Players are wondering what to do if the demon dragon returns early, as it is very dangerous. Team Lin says that they will both guard the group and protect its rear in case of an emergency. Afterwards, they suggest that Sam go on a reconnaissance mission, and Alice asks him if it is too risky. Sam suddenly says that there is no problem with this and that he will follow his leader's plan. Lin's team members say that if this is indeed the case, they would be happy to follow his example. Sam walks further cautiously, looking around carefully to avoid falling into any traps. After some time, the other players also go inside, trying to understand how dangerous this cave is. Sam says that the further they go, the darker it gets, and asks someone to bring a torch. One of them declares that this is his chance to prove himself and summons his monster, noting that it is a real beauty. Sam immediately shields his eyes from the incredibly powerful light source that suddenly appears. However, once the monster fully reveals itself, Sam's enthusiasm immediately diminishes. The whole point is that the light source turns out to be the very smooth, bald head of a 4th-level gibbon. Alice asks her pet how much he wants to evolve, and he immediately shakes his head. After this, they move on, illuminated by the incredibly bright and radiant light from the monkey's bald head. Alice hears a strange noise and immediately takes his hand, saying that she has a very bad feeling. The other players also say they hear something strange, like something falling somewhere behind them. Quickly turning around, they realize that the noise is caused by a powerful collapse that is blocking the exit. These stones are tightly bound with mud, which almost does not allow anyone to simply break through it. There's a mud monster behind all this, creating sticky mud specifically to hold these rocks together. One of Lin's team members says that his monster's attack is quite weak, but its defense is very strong. He also adds that if the authorities find out that they took care of Sam, they will definitely be rewarded. However, suddenly he takes a closer look at the stones and wonders what they are. The thing is that they notice how some strange liquid, not like water, begins to ooze from the cracks between the stones. Gradually, this liquid becomes more and more, as if someone is trying to squeeze through from the other side. After some time, Sam crawls out of there in the form of slime and asks them if they really wanted to get rid of him. Players assume that there is a ghost in front of them, and their hearts immediately begin to beat much faster. Sam says that he has been revealing their little plan from the start, and that they are still too inexperienced to stab him in the back. Lin's team members say they have more of them, so he's not a serious opponent for them anyway. After this, their leader gives his monster the command to rush into attack, and it immediately carries out the order. However, his friend reminds him that the mud monster has been holding the boulders together all this time to keep them from falling apart. After the entrance collapses, players emerge calling them allies and asking to be left alone. Sam tells the players not to push them too hard, as they can still take advantage of these people. Immediately after this, he allows the fusion to be activated so that Layla can move freely. Sam asks her how she feels after merging with a man, and she replies that she doesn't feel very well. After this, the remaining players wonder how they will deal with these traitors. Sam says he has a couple of ideas to deal with them most effectively. After some time, they take out a small rope, as well as a special wheel for lifting loads. The players lift the captives up and ask them how well they feel at such a height. The captives look at their tormentors in surprise and ask what they are going to do to them. Sam says he will use them as bait to bring the dragon here. These scoundrels immediately try to beg for forgiveness, saying that they are very sorry for what they did. Sam decides to ignore them and assures the others that they are safe, as the dragon will definitely feast on these traitors. After a while, a loud roar begins to be heard as the dragon finally returns to its lair. The traitors continue to dangle on the rope and beg the dragon not to eat them, as they are not tasty. Sam, in turn, understands that this is not a simple dragon demon, but someone much more serious than it might initially seem. A real monster called the 7th-level 8-headed demon dragon appears in front of them. Players say this is not the monster they are expecting when they take on this quest. One of the heads suddenly notices a strange movement and immediately begins to look in that direction. After some time, the dragon opens its mouth and begins to shoot energy flames at them. The players immediately run away, saying that they need to save their lives because they can't cope with such a monster. Alice tells the protagonist that they better run away from here too, since they won't be able to cope with him. Sam remains determined and says he never expects to meet an old friend here. He asks the dragon if he remembers the horrors he experiences when he is in his power. The dragon immediately understands that confrontation with this person brings him nothing but pain and suffering. Immediately after this, he falls to his knees and begins to nod his head to show his peacefulness. Sam says he doesn't understand the monster language and asks Layla to translate what the dragon is trying to tell him. Layla says that this dragon is a female and explains that she needs to take care of her children. After a while, Sam discovers that next to the giant leg of this dragon, there is another very small tail dangling. This tail belongs to a two-headed demon dragon that is still only in the early stages of growth. Alice asks him how he meets this dragon, and Sam replies that they meet on the first level. Sam says that even if it's just a screen, he could never kill a mother protecting her cub. He advises her to stop going down to the village and scaring everyone, adding that he will organize food deliveries for her. Alice, meanwhile, says that these baby dragons are very cute, and she would like to have one of them. Sam states that if she manages to keep even one of them, he will definitely grow up a little weird. His mind immediately imagines a two-headed dragon with the body of a very muscular man. Meanwhile, the mother dragon descends towards him and prepares to open her giant mouth. However, she does this not to swallow him, but to give him a gift. Sam looks closely at the creature's glowing tongue and discovers a special egg there. Sam asks the monster if he really wants to share such a rare and valuable artifact with him. After some time, Sam returns and tells the whole story about this dragon, stating that he is peaceful. The village chief says the village's finances are unlikely to support the creature's appetite. Sam says he's going to use his ability to exchange points for the resources he needs. After this, he gives the headman a huge amount of gold, which will last them for several thousand years. He claims this will be enough to feed this dragon for decades. The system informs them that the quest to defeat the demon dragon has been completed and rewards them with points. Suddenly, a girl approaches him, surrounded by two partners, and immediately demands that they bring water. One of them addresses her by the name Iris, and says that he gets this water from the well. Iris immediately throws the glass right in his face, saying that the water here is spoiled and that she only drinks mineral water. Sam wonders if this is the same Iris from Team Lin, adding that he has already heard about her. Iris says that if he's not a complete idiot, he knows perfectly well how strong she is, and demands that he give her the egg. Sam says she remembers how she used to be a member of the Italian team, but couldn't keep up with them, and was fired. Iris says she intends to let him live, but now claims that only God can save him from death. Immediately after this, she summons her monster to perform the fusion procedure. Sam watches the process and is amazed that this woman is undergoing biological evolution. Iris looks like a creepy underwater monster, and asks him if he was scared after what he saw. Sam says this is probably the strangest evolution he has ever seen, and is amazed at the growth. The rest of the team are also not feeling well and are saying that they might be leaving. Sam says that if she comes here to look for him alone, then she is really very brave. Iris states that she does not want the other kings to take her prey, and demands that he give the monster egg to her. Sam continues to spin the egg on his finger when he suddenly drops it, and it lands on the ground. Immediately after this, the shell begins to crack from the incredible force with which the egg hits the ground. Sam looks at the egg in horror and realizes that he is making a big mistake by being careless. Then, after a few moments, several energy beams begin to emerge from it, shooting into the sky. After some time, a second-level dragon demon hatchling, who is just waking up, crawls out from there. Sam immediately strokes his head and realizes that he already recognizes him as his master. Iris says it's definitely a rare monster, adding that it saves her a lot of trouble. Sam declares that he will now demonstrate to her the real wonders of biological evolution. Immediately after this, he turns to Layla and asks her to use the Force Fusion skill right now. Immediately after this, Sam transforms into an even more powerful creature that has powerful wings. Iris looks at him in surprise and says that she can't believe her own eyes. Sam transforms into a dark dragon aspect, and despite not looking much better than Iris, becomes much stronger. After that, he says that it's time to fight and decides to use the Double Dragon Flame skill. This skill creates a powerful firestorm that forms the shape of a two-headed dragon. Iris doesn't manage to dodge this attack in time, and realizes that she has to use additional skills. She says that this attack is useless because the water barrier's defense is too high. Sam rushes forward with incredible speed and says that he will introduce her to his other techniques. After that, he decides to hit her with the Flaming Dragon Claw skill in hopes of breaking through the barrier. However, it suddenly turns out that this is not enough to break the water shield. Iris also doesn't stand still, and immediately rushes forward to deliver a powerful attack with her tail. The blow knocks him off his feet, and if it had been another person in his place, his back would have been broken. However, Sam still withstands the blow, and despite being thrown to the side, maintains his balance. However, this is very difficult for him, and he leaves behind several furrows covered in flames. Iris says that only the purest water monster, who has mastered the essence of this element, can wield such power. Sam looks at his opponent and tries his best to pretend that he is not at all surprised. He also says that, unfortunately for her, he has already discovered her weak spot and is defeating her right now. After this, he flaps his wings and prepares to rush forward while he still has time. Iris orders her monster to deal with this villain and swallow him up in the depths of the water. The water lands right on his head, but he continues to fly forward as if he doesn't care. Alice understands that she must always help her comrades and prepares to come to his aid. Sam breaks through the water barrier even without her help and rushes upward towards the sun. He says she conjures even less water than Morrigan and recommends she study a little. Meanwhile, the action moves to the battle city, and Morrigan suddenly sneezes while a water elemental is next to her. Astrid asks her if someone is remembering her, and Morrigan suggests that someone is insulting her. Iris says she won't tolerate some boy looking down on her. Sam rushes into the attack and says that it is she who starts first, and now she will know his great righteous anger. Immediately after this, he grabs her with his hands, and thereby deprives her of the ability to move normally. Sam says he now wants to do a show with her. He rises higher and higher, saying that they are reaching the very heavens. Alice watches them with interest, and says that it is quite a great height, and she can hardly make them out. Sam suddenly stops and says that this height is optimal for doing what he has planned. Iris looks down in fear, hoping he doesn't plan to fall to the ground like a stone. Sam does just that, and says that he's going to give her a taste of the new ability he's just getting. After this, he starts spinning in different directions using the spinning sledgehammer skill. Alice steps aside, realizing that the shockwave from this landing could simply knock her off her feet. Iris wonders how she could lose to such an insignificant insect. Sam says she's not dying yet because her head is hard as iron. He also claims that he can melt her with acid, suffocate her with caterpillar silk, or burn her to ashes. Iris says he can't kill her and demands fair treatment. Sam smiles and says that in that case he'll leave it to Alice, who is already suffering from a thirst for blood. Alice summons her monster and turns into a monkey herself, saying that she will destroy this enemy. After some time, she brutally maims and kills Iris, taking advantage of the fact that she cannot answer her. Meanwhile, his former accomplices beg him not to kill them, saying that they do not want to fight him and are simply trying to survive. Sam says that since the team's boss, Sirius, wants to kill him, he's become incredibly interested in finding him and talking. These guys say that the leader is located near a city called Battle City, adding that this is all they know. Sam states that he really wants to let them go, but his monster needs food to evolve. After this, he decides to mercilessly destroy them, despite the fact that they share this valuable information. These players turn into fried pork and immediately give him several hundred points for their kills. Sam happily turns around and says that the next stop is a trip to Battle City. A few hours later, they arrive at the desired location and decide to take a good look around before moving on. Sam says he's never been here before, and Alice wonders why the place is called Battle City. After a while, they watch as two players walk past each other and accidentally bump shoulders. One of them immediately takes a fighting stance and looks menacingly at his opponent, preparing to tear him to pieces. He asks him how dare he bump into him, suggesting that he has too much courage. His opponent says that if he wants a fight, he will get one, because such offers cannot be ignored. Immediately after this, a brutal fight begins between them, in which only the strongest wins. Sam says that the people here are very warlike, and that if you meet their eyes, a battle will inevitably begin. Sam says that if Astrid were here, she would really like it here, because she is fierce and loves to fight. Alice suddenly becomes frightened and tries in every way to hint to him that now is not the time to talk about it. Sam says that Astrid is actually quite stupid, and that she has no brains other than brute strength. Astrid immediately locks her hands around his body so he can't escape anymore. Sam realizes that this voice seems familiar to him, and only now does it dawn on him that he is saying too much. Astrid throws him over herself and asks if he really thinks she's a cruel bore. Afterwards, she is surprised that this is the way he decides to greet her, and Morrigan notes that he is still the same idiot. Alice asks them why they come here, and Morrigan replies that she assumes they will all be here. Sirius also spots the protagonist and adjusts his glasses to look even more mysterious. Sirius says that he is going to take care of this problem himself, since he already has all the necessary means. Sam says that if he didn't have such a thick skull, he would have died long ago, and Astrid claims that it is his own fault. Alice asks why they are so sure that he is here, in this godforsaken place. Morrigan states that this city, on the contrary, is one of the most important in this round, and that many supplies can be bought here. Sam says he assumes they understand him well, so he decides to look around. The other people who watch him say that this guy is very arrogant. Sam feels the heavy gazes of others on him and tries to understand why he feels a cold aura around him. Astrid says that when you are accompanied by 3 beauties, it will be strange if no one pays attention to you. Alice immediately throws herself into his arms and says that she can't help herself, because Sam is very charismatic. Morrigan decides to intervene in this awkward scene of mutual feelings and gratitude on Alice's part. She pushes them apart, telling them to remember the social rules of behavior in public. Alice asks her why she suddenly starts lecturing, since she never does that before. Sam suddenly says that registration is open for the 7th dual combat tournament in this city. Dance welcomes everyone who comes here and adds that this tournament is held in a 2-on-2 format. Morrigan and Alice say that it looks very exciting and that they even feel confused. Sam approaches Dance and asks him if he's forgotten that he's the leading NPC of the original village. Dance says that after changing his image, his popularity among players is increasing, and he decides to take advantage of this. Astrid wonders what they should do then, since there are 4 of them, and they need to somehow split into teams. Alice says she wants to be on a team with Morrigan because the 2 of them would be simply unstoppable. Meanwhile, Sam sees how hard it is for Dance to fill out paperwork with such a curvy figure, and asks him to reduce his breasts. Suddenly, the other players wonder why they suddenly smell cherry blossoms and see petals falling. Sam says he can smell the familiar cherry blossoms and the signature arrogance permeating the air. Lee Han, along with his new companion, says he has no idea they are meeting here. Astrid wonders if this is the same person from the leaderboard who constantly speaks in poetry. Lee Han approaches the protagonist and almost instantly draws his sword from its sheath, pointing it towards Sam. He says that his condition is at its best today, so it wouldn't hurt for them to fight at full strength. His companion says that if they are going to fight, they should wait until the tournament arena. Sam asks her if this little girl is his monster, noting that she is quite cute. The girl immediately bites his hand and says that she is Lee Han's partner and demands respect. Sam says he can't imagine such a lone wolf looking for a teammate. Lee Han states that he needs to find a teammate to meet all the requirements. His partner, Deborah, starts kicking him, telling him that he is showing her too much disrespect. Morrigan hopes this guy doesn't have a hobby of kidnapping little girls. Alice says that this is quite possible, and Lee Han decides not to comment on the situation. Dance says they are closing registration right now, and thanks everyone for the long wait. After a while, she says that the competition is held in a 2-on-2 battle format, and only 1 monster can be summoned. Dance also says that the 4 highest-ranked teams will receive prizes, with first place receiving a super rare prize. The other players listen to him attentively and say that something amazing is definitely hatching from this egg. Dance says that due to the large number of teams signing up, the qualifying matches are being held in 4 arenas. She also states that she is calling 3 more judges so that they can assist her by taking into account the results of all the matches. Players immediately start looking at Dance's new skin, despite the fact that they are perfectly aware that it is a man. Sam says they don't pay attention to it, and Astrid wonders why he's acting so strange. Sam says that he knows perfectly well that it is a fake, but he still can't stop looking at it. Dance says that teams are randomly assigned to each category by the system. Sam looks closely at his opponents and says that they look rather strange. Their opponents are a sweet couple who are constantly hugging and wearing matching pajamas. One of them looks closely at Sam and Astrid, asking them if they are a couple, suggesting that they are not. They immediately become embarrassed and clear their throats slightly, after which they wonder why they decided that way. The girl says that it is obvious to her that such a callous woman as Astrid has never been surrounded by love. Astrid immediately loses her temper and asks her rival in a threatening tone how she dared call her rude. Immediately after this, she summons her Steel Eagle, saying that they both need to be destroyed. Enter the Steel Eagle, a level 3 fighter with a rather impressive array of abilities. The couple in love says that it is time to use the evidence of their incredible love. A few moments later, 2 elves of eternal love enter the arena, each of whom is at level 3. Immediately after this, they begin to hug, completely unaware that there are enemies next to them. Sam and Astrid look at the couple with some confusion and realize that the monsters are repeating the behavior of their owners. Smiling, Sam says that in that case he has the perfect candidate to fight in this battle. Layla appears out of nowhere and says that she will work incredibly hard for her master. Astrid says that if he makes this monster call him master, then he is not far from them. Astrid turns to her monster and commands it to use the virtual feathers. The monster immediately makes a bird-like cry and shoots out a large number of steel fragments. Meanwhile, the couple in love turns to their elves and asks them to show the strength of their love to everyone. The strange elves continue to hug, but their eyes suddenly begin to glow. Layla and the Steel Eagle cover their eyes from the bright light that is emitted by a special ray of love. Dance says that this ability is capable of inflicting a huge amount of damage to any lone creature in the world. Layla falls to the ground and says that she also wants a relationship, while the Steel Eagle looks down sadly. The other players watching the tournament also start to cry, realizing that they have no chance. The couple in love says that now is the time to attack and orders the use of the Whip of Love. Both elves summon a highly mobile vine to take advantage of their enemy's disorientation. They begin to whip our heroes' monsters, hoping that they can quickly disable them. Astrid wonders how they dared to use such low tactics, and tries to figure out what they should do. Sam approaches Layla, declaring that she must grab the whips and absorb the DNA of the Eternal Love Elf. Layla suddenly completely removes all control effects from herself and carries out her master's command. After this, she absorbs the DNA and says that she is awaiting further orders. Sam goes forward with Astrid and asks Layla to transform into the Eternal Love Elf and use this body as an example. Layla turns around happily, looks around carefully, and turning to Sam, declares that she understands everything perfectly. After some time, she changes form and becomes something similar to her opponents. The lovers say that it is useless, after which they order the Elves of Eternal Love to use the beam again. Sam looks at them with a satisfied expression and asks them if they are sure that their monsters can still use this technique. A few moments later, one of the elves, belonging to the man, suddenly hits Layla with flowers. He wonders how his elf of eternal love suddenly decides to cheat on his beloved. A few moments later, a whip begins to crack in the air, immediately approaching him. The elf of eternal love doesn't have time to react, and another vine immediately begins to strangle him, pulling him further. The girl who previously received maximum attention from him now decides to punish him for his infidelity. Astrid turns to the Steel Eagle and commands it to use its attack again. This time, the elves are unable to react to these attacks in time, and they receive quite a lot of damage. The girl begins to beat her boyfriend because his elf allows himself such incredible insolence. She claims that monsters echo their masters, which means he is not as good as he tries to pretend. Sam says that love that is put on display is doomed to be short-lived, no matter what. Alice praises Sam's ingenuity, while Morrigan suggests that only someone like him could think of such a thing. Dance says that the next round will be between Lee Han's team and the Dashing Guys team. These Dashing Guys say that their victory is already in the bag, since they have all the means to defeat their enemies. They summon a pigman, as well as a bull in anthropomorphic form, who possess enhanced physical abilities. After this, they themselves decide to step aside, so as not to interfere with their monster's fight. Astrid wonders why Lee Han hasn't summoned his monster yet, and Sam says that's not the case. Dance says that it looks like Lee Han is going to fight the monsters with his own hands. They immediately rush to the attack and say that this impudent fellow must be crushed and destroyed as quickly as possible. Lee Han says that his blade is also his monster and it has a name, which he is saying right now. After a few moments, he makes a sharp dash forward and delivers a quick blow to both enemies. He states that he has a monster called the Demon Blade, and realizes that this battle is already ending. Immediately after this, he slowly sheathes his sword, and his opponents receive 10,000 cuts per second. The players wonder how this is even possible, noting that he defeats them with one blow. Sam realizes that he will most likely have to fight him, which means he needs to think about a strategy for conducting the fight. Meanwhile, his opponents say he is breaking the rules by entering the battle without his monster present. Dance says the tournament rules don't stipulate that the masters themselves can't enter the fight, so he's not breaking anything. Dance's next form shows that it's now a team of muscular girls against a team of good people. Alice enjoys the attention of the crowd, while Morrigan tries to avoid unnecessary publicity. Two men appear in front of them and say that they are the strongest team in the world. Immediately after this, they begin to behave rather strangely and call upon several steel doors to help them. Sam wonders what the point of existence is for monsters that don't have any offensive skills. These guys say that their steel gates have the strongest protection, and it is impossible to break through their armor. Morrigan says that their opponents rely on tactics that focus on defense. She asks her friend if she has anything to say in response to this, but her friend is already preparing to rush into battle. A team of good people says that this is useless, and then increases the width of the steel gates. Alice easily breaks through them and says that she is using a skill called Iron Mountain Crash. However, it seems that these opponents are even happy with this development of events, and declare that their gates have finally been breached. Alice ends the duel and asks the others what they think about it. Dance says the top 4 teams have already been selected, adding that the final is tomorrow. Sam looks at the fact that Sirius is among the finalists, and is surprised that he might fight him tomorrow. Sirius suddenly comes up behind him and says that he never expects to meet such a strong opponent. A spark of mutual hostility immediately flashes between them, but they decide not to express it right away. Astrid says that she hears something going on between this man and Sam even before the game starts. Sam extends his hand to him and tells him that he misses him very much, and Sirius reciprocates. The other players are watching closely and trying to figure out what's going on, seeing that these two have had a conflict before. Astrid notes that they appear to be on good terms, while Alice suggests that it is just a facade. Sirius is surprised that he gets so far, and Sam says that his subordinates bring him a lot of points. Just after they decide to part ways, Sirius casually nudges him with his shoulder, pretending it happens by accident. After this, he adjusts his glasses and says that Sam always remains a loser, and that tomorrow his path here ends. Sam reflects that he finds it very hard to believe that this man will wait until tomorrow to take action. Lee Han tells him that he needs to prepare well because tomorrow they will fight each other with all their strength. Sam mentions that he plans to have a few drinks that night, and asks him if he would like to join him. Deborah angrily says that he probably wants to take this chance to get this guy out of the way. Lee Han suddenly agrees to this, saying that he knows his character, and therefore is happy to drink with him today. Alice says that if they go to a bar, she's going to have fun with a little girl, and Deborah gets even angrier. After a while they reach the evening bar, clink glasses and make a few toasts. Sam says that Lee Han is the only fighter besides Stan that he truly respects. Lee Han silently accepts this praise, after which he decides to quickly drink the alcohol that he pours into his cup. After this, he says that he feels a little sorry that no one else deserves such an opinion of themselves. Sam asks him if he means it seriously, or if he's just trying to show him that respect he talked about earlier. Meanwhile, the girls decide to relax in a special bathhouse, talk a little, and argue about what happened. Deborah tries to sit apart from the others, blows bubbles and doesn't feel very well. She states that she only feels normal when she is around Morrigan because she is the calm one. Alice wonders if they should look for Sam, noting that he would likely need help. Astrid asks her why she's even going to care, and states that they're having a girls' night out today. Sam, meanwhile, tells the bartender that they want to order another one, even though he's already feeling unwell. Lee Han remains silent, but it is noticeable that he is also quite drunk after drinking alcohol. Astrid approaches him and tells him that it is time to return to the room to rest. Sam tries to walk on his own, but she helps him along and states that he is unlikely to be able to do anything today. Sam asks her if she wants to help him wash up, to which she replies that it's just a joke. Immediately after this, she quickly turns to the side and makes characteristic gestures, addressing an unknown group of people. All the other patrons of the bar who look suspicious immediately fall silent and prepare to attack. They immediately realize that they need to kill at least one person from that group, and immediately run towards Lee Han. Their fate turns out to be rather unenviable and ends almost as quickly as a lightning strike. After some time, the action moves to a lonely pier, where at the moment there is not a single living soul. Sam slowly comes to his senses and wonders what is happening here, trying to look around. Astrid speaks to him in a slightly different voice and asks him if he is finally waking up. Sam finds himself tied up and wonders what these strange pranks are. Astrid suddenly begins to change her appearance and says that now he finally understands what is going on. Sam looks up and sees that it is a level 3 amorphous slug in front of him and realizes that he has just been tricked. Another girl appears in front of him, who says that he is not the only one who has allies. Sam says that he remembers her, and that she looks a lot like Linda, who tries to seduce him at the bar. The girl says that she is much more useful than this senseless simpleton, because it was she who was able to kill Sam. Immediately after this, she pushes him into the water, saying that now all he can do is die. Sam falls into the water and makes a fairly loud splash, but it's too deserted for anyone to hear it. They watch the bubbles gradually disappear and say that everything is going too easy. The next day, the action moves to the tournament to see what consequences this has. Dance says that the quarterfinals are starting now. He adds that today the great Lee Han, who destroys enemies with one blow, and his partner are coming here. Dance is also surprised that for some reason Sam's team comes here without a leader this time. Astrid just looks around sadly, as if she misses her comrade very much. Sirius says that he hasn't been able to take out Lee Han yet, but the most important thing for them is that Sam is out of the game. Astrid says that her partner will be here very soon, and asks for them to be given a little more time. Dance says that the technical fight is already starting, and therefore there is nothing unusual in two fighting against one. Lee Han instantly draws his sword from its sheath, preparing to charge at his opponent. Deborah looks at him in surprise and asks if he really wants to start the battle right now. Lee Han doesn't answer and just silently thrusts his sword into the ground, which goes through the brick like a knife through butter. After that, he kneels down and says that they promise each other to fight, so he will wait for him. Dance says it's a very touching scene, but if a winner isn't determined within half an hour, they'll be disqualified. Sirius wonders why he should wait for a dead man when he never comes back. Alice asks her what is happening and why Sam did not return yesterday after a small celebration. Morrigan says that these villains are wrong to think they can do anything, because it's almost impossible to deceive Sam. 27 minutes later, Dance declares that they don't have much time left, and the fight still hasn't started. Astrid says that she is not going to give in to them, and is ready to fight them if necessary. Sam suddenly appears, apologizing for being late, stating that he is contemplating the meaning of life. Dance looks up at the sky in surprise and says that the participant is flying here with all his arrogance. Sirius asks his ally what it all means, and the girl states that she sees him drowning with her own eyes. Sam, meanwhile, falls down near the city, creating a powerful funnel and a small shockwave. Sam says that the protagonist should always appear at the very last moment for maximum effect. Astrid calls him an idiot and asks him to stop showing off and do the right thing for once. Sam suggests that they fight Lee Han one-on-one so as not to drag out this fight. Lee Han immediately takes up his sword, pulling it out of the ground with the utmost grace that is characteristic of him. After this, he adds that he agrees to such conditions and wants to finish this fight quickly. Immediately after, he uses the Demon Blade skill, sending forth streams of wind capable of cutting through steel. Sam dodges the blow with great difficulty and says that it turns out to be quite fast. After that, he uses his enhanced dragon legs and says that he also has a pair of trump cards. He rises into the air and talks about how he can fly and that this gives him an advantage. Lee Han prepares to perform a special attack that requires reciting a short poem. Finally, he speaks of the lunar crescent arriving here and makes a characteristic sweeping lunge. He creates another stream of wind, which rushes forward with even greater speed towards Sam. Sam doesn't react quickly enough to the blow, and his wing is seriously damaged. He also sees that Lee Han decides to use the waning moon skill to build on his success. Sam tries to dodge, thinking that he's not very good at fusion yet. After this, he smiles proudly and says that in this case, he has to take risks for the sake of his victory. After this, he tries to quickly get closer to his opponent, noting that now everything is being decided. As his trump card, he decides to use the rotating sledgehammer skill to hit Lee Han. Lee Han, in turn, tries to respond to him with the moon crescent skill in order to cross their energies. In a matter of moments, two powerful flashes of two energies arise, which tirelessly fight each other. Dance holds up her dress, saying that these are incredibly powerful attacks that belong to level 5 monsters. Astrid tries to figure out who will emerge victorious from this duel, but thick clouds of smoke hinder her. After a while, she looks in surprise at the dissipating silhouette and realizes that something is happening. The first thing they discover is a tail, which turns out to be cut off cleanly and belongs to Sam. Lee Han remains silent, trying to analyze the results of these attacks as he feels a little strange. Looking down, he finds that someone has suddenly snatched his blade away, even though he is holding it very tightly. Sam reverses his evolution and returns to his human form, holding the same blade in his teeth. Immediately after this, he intercepts the weapon and throws it aside so that it cannot be reached. The blade hits the ground, and everyone else takes a few steps back to avoid provoking his wrath. Sam says that now their monsters can no longer fight, so they need to choose a winner like men. Lee Han states that he can fight with his fists because even his heart is a blade. Alice notices that a real fight is starting, so to speak, and Astrid declares that they still have a chance. Immediately after this, they make unstoppable dashes towards each other and prepare their signature blows. However, these signature moves turn out to be ordinary moves from the game rock, paper, scissors. Sam emerges victorious, noting that he manages to predict in time which sign Lee Han chooses. Alice wonders if this is really how real men fight, since it's just a child's game. Deborah tries to cheer up her friend by telling him that he shouldn't be so downhearted, even if he loses. She also says that even though he doesn't win, she still thinks he's very handsome. Lee Han looked away and smiled slightly, as if he didn't attach much importance to these words. Deborah immediately starts hitting him on the legs and asks him how dare he act so indifferently. Dance says she never thought such a good fight could end in such an unusual way. The host also announces that now Team Alice and Morrigan must fight Team Sirius. Sam tells them to be careful and keep a close eye on this villain's plans. Morrigan says that it would be better for him to first figure out a way to come to his senses, and then give advice. Sirius and his partner choose an amorphous slug and an azure hawk for this fight. Morrigan summons her water elemental, while Alice decides to use the copper rabbit. Sirius, in his usual nasty tone, says that the fight is beginning and that the strongest must win. Sam, grinning, says that he is surprised that this man has the courage to say such words. Morrigan states that their enemies have a slime monster, so it may have similar abilities to Layla. Alice says there is nothing to worry about because her little bunny is incredibly obedient. Morrigan looks at this creature in surprise and thinks that this bunny is definitely not small. Sirius commands the Falcon to use Plan A, adding that this is the most optimal plan at the moment. The Falcon immediately gains altitude and shoots a special feather, which turns out to be quite sharp. A few moments later, the rabbit finds a pointed feather from the falcon flying into his thigh. The rabbit looks at his paw in irritation and tries to understand how they dared to attack in such a vile way. Alice says that they are being attacked from behind, and Dance says that the competition begins as soon as the heroes enter the arena. The rabbit immediately rushes into attack and ignores Alice's warning not to get too angry. Sirius says that now is the best time to use the sandstorm skill. Hawk immediately carries out his order and creates a giant sand tornado to disorient his enemies. Morrigan addresses her familiar and tells her that it is time to use surface transformation. Morrigan also tells her to use her rain skill to clear away the sandstorm. Her water familiar lets out a proud and combative squeak, thus signaling its full combat readiness. Immediately after this, rain is created over the sand tornado, which significantly slows its rotation. The copper rabbit looks around, trying to figure out where his opponent is, and slowly moves forward. Suddenly he hears a strange rustling sound and immediately turns around to prevent an attack from behind. Suddenly he sees a monster in front of him that belongs to Morrigan, and out of habit he prepares to attack. However, he stops quite quickly and realizes that he is about to make a very serious mistake. However, this monster behaves a little strangely and forms a small ice dagger in its hands. Immediately after this, the slug takes on its true form and delivers a powerful blow straight to the copper rabbit's chest. Morrigan and Alice note that the storm is finally starting to subside after such a heavy rain that it pours onto the sand. However, after a few moments they discover that the situation is not nearly as good as they thought. The thing is, the powerful monster falls to his knees, and now he is clearly very unwell as his wound is starting to fester. He even starts coughing up some kind of green liquid, which indicates that the blade is poisoned. Morrigan says that their only option is to leave this battle in order to avoid complications. Alice agrees with this decision, first raising her hand and saying that their team surrenders. Sirius suddenly commands the Azure Hawk to use the skill Slashing Wing. Hawk follows his command because he doesn't realize he's breaking the tournament rules, and it turns out to be very wrong. Immediately after this, he rushes forward at the weakened monster in order to attack it with his claws. This attack is quite powerful, and the rabbit is thrown to the side and falls on its back. Dance says that the winner has already been determined, and there is no point in continuing the battle. Alice says that they have already surrendered and asks why they are still attacking, because it is not fair. Sirius slowly approaches her, enjoying his superiority and preparing to gloat. He states that there is no point in being so naive, as showing kindness to your enemies is foolish. Sam puts his hand on her head and tells her that everything will be okay, and that she doesn't need to be angry because of this scoundrel. He also says with a smile that he will now teach this guy how to behave properly like a human being. Morrigan apologizes to him, saying that she was too careless and thought that they could weaken the enemies. Sam says their greatest strength is in using under-recognized tactics, and now he understands what to do. Astrid says that now there is no need to worry, since Sam has no equal in cunning, and he will definitely show them this. Dance says that they are finally reaching the final, and now they need to figure out who will win this tournament. Astrid summons her steel raven, saying that she leaves the battle on its wings. Sam summons the dragon, saying that he will once again seek its help to win this round. Sirius says that the two-headed dragon demon is a powerful monster, but its level is too low. Sam says that Sirius only ever looks at the levels, so he never understands the true meaning of battles. Sirius summons the Azure Falcon and states that he requires the creation of a sandstorm. Dance says their team is once again using the same tactics to isolate their opponents. Alice and Morrigan realize that this is a very dangerous tactic, and warn the protagonist to be careful. Sam says that there is nothing to worry about here, since his monsters are also smart and resourceful. The amorphous slime says that she takes the form of a demonic dragon and destroys the steel raven first. The camouflage slug looks around to figure out which bird it needs to attack. After a while, an ally's falcon flies up to him and quickly stops, trying to figure out who is in front of him. The slug instantly transforms one of its heads to show that it poses no threat. After this, she asks him to move away so that he can sneak up on them and remain unnoticed. However, after a few moments, Layla's hand pierces through this dragon and begins to slowly absorb the energy. The amorphous slug looks at Layla in surprise, pretending to be an eagle, and tries to understand how this is even possible. Sam says that time is almost up, and Astrid orders her steel eagle to use the whirlwind. The bird immediately carries out this command in order to disperse these sand clouds around itself. Sirius says that it is too late to dispel the sandstorm, because his monster is already losing. However, what they see puts serious pressure on them, and they realize that they are making a serious mistake. Layla continues to finish off her opponent, completely absorbing his life energy. Sirius immediately yells at the referee, saying that the opponent is changing his monster to a ghost slime. Sam says that this is not actually the case, as he initially shows Layla transforming. Dance says that the competition has no rules regarding the monster's original forms, so everything is fine. Sam states that he already sees his trap, so this time he decides to prepare something special for him. After completely absorbing her opponent, Layla begins to feel a powerful energy flowing through her body. Suddenly, her level increases and she gains the title of Slime Queen, as well as a beautiful dress. Sam says that he never suspects that a monster can evolve into a queen after being consumed. Sirius says that the fighting power of these slugs is not very high, and orders his eagle to destroy the enemies. Sam asks Astrid if she wants to know what it's like when two people become one. Sam states that the ultimate form of the ghost slime allows other trainers to fuse with monsters. He orders the Slime Queen to force Astrid and her pet to undergo fusion. Astrid immediately begins to feel her energy filling her entire body, and she becomes much stronger. After some time, she transforms into a graceful harpy, acquiring a huge number of new abilities. Observers of this fight say that they have never seen such a stunning creature. Astrid calls the protagonist an idiot and asks him why her clothes are so revealing. Sam says that unfortunately, clothes after the merger are not in his power, and he has no control over it. Sirius says that this is the first time his opponent has decided to use fusion, but there is nothing to be afraid of. He orders his Steel Falcon to rush forward, and it rushes towards its target with incredible speed. Astrid calmly dodges his attack, as if he were moving at an incredibly slow speed. She wonders why everything seems so slow, as if she had fallen asleep. Sam explains that the thing is that she's become so fast that everything else seems too slow to her. Astrid realizes this is her chance to show off her best side and soars higher into the air. After this, she takes aim at the Steel Falcon and decides to use the skill 1000 Cuts. The Falcon does not manage to return in time and receives heavy damage from such a swift attack. He immediately falls to the ground and realizes that his wounds will not allow him to fly for a long time. Dance says that the fight appears to be over, but Sirius states that his monster can still fight. Immediately after this, Sirius takes out a special serum with terrible substances inside from his pocket. He roughly grabs his monster and says that he was forced to do this, and no one dares to blame him. Sam says it's a mutagenic cleansing serum, and using it now could have serious consequences. Sirius, of course, ignores all these warnings, and the monster, having received a strange serum, begins to mutate. It grows in size many times over, making this fight even more difficult than before. The Steel Falcon begins to emit loud, shrill cries as the mutation takes place painfully. Dance says this is an unexpected turn of events, as Sirius is using illegal drugs to enhance the monster. Sirius states that he doesn't care at all what means he spends to achieve his goal. He also orders his falcon to rush forward and tear his unworthy target to shreds. Layla turns to her master and says that he must be as careful as possible. Sam immediately understands that he is the priority target of this monster, because it is logical. Astrid immediately stands up to defend her ally, saying that no one would dare to hurt her comrade. She covers it with her body, and because of this she receives a very serious blow right to the stomach. Sam looks at his ally with fear and wonders if she is okay and how she feels. Taking her in his arms, he says that she is stupid, and that it was not worth risking her life for him in this situation. Astrid asks him what else she could do, since he is too weak to defend himself. Sirius says that times don't change, and he once again needed a weak woman to protect him. Sam says Astrid is much stronger than pathetic trash who only relies on tricks like Sirius. He also states that he initially wanted to teach Sirius a lesson, but now he will simply finish him off for what he did. Sirius states that he has no chance of winning, as his monsters are enhanced with mutagen, and their raw power is at level 5. The falcon immediately soars into the sky and slams down on its target, relying on its incredible speed. Sam turns out to be just as fast and manages to dodge even such a swift attack. After this, he turns to his monster and says that it is time to perform the fusion procedure. After the merger, he takes on a rather strange form, but for him, the tournament is just beginning. Sirius says that his monster has almost no fighting skills, so it will not be able to defeat the true power of the falcon. With these words, the eerie bird once again erodes the air and prepares to launch a powerful attack. Sam continues to run, but that only means he has a plan that takes more time. Sirius asks him why he hasn't stopped being so naive and arrogant and still tries to evade. Sam says that he should be told one very important detail, because he has another ability. Sam states that Layla can be angry not only at the coach, but at anything she wants. Sirius realizes that he was dodging and that the Azure Hawk destroyed the arena by pulling this trick. Sam rushes into battle, saying that he already understood everything, but does not change the blow with a stone fist. Sirius commands his monster to sacrifice health in order to block Sam's attack. Sam unleashes the attack at full force, and it proves quite devastating to the hapless monster. He is thrown to the side, blood begins to spurt out of him, as he has been seriously wounded. Sam is surprised that Sirius decides to use his own monster to shield himself. Sirius says that the monster is just a tool and will be useless after this battle anyway. After this, he orders his creature to launch a final attack in order to destroy Sam. Sam realizes that he will have to resort to cunning to get out of this trap alive. They cross their fists and paws and have to put in a lot of effort to stay standing. However, after a few moments, the giant hawk soars upward along with its prey. Dance says that if Sam can't fly as well, things will get really bad for him. Dance says the Azure Hawk is returning, but they still can't see Sam because of the bright sun. Moments later, they discover that he is on the back of an Azure Hawk and is controlling it. Sirius says that this is impossible, because his monster would not obey the orders of another person. Sam jumps off his new vehicle and declares that he's going to hit him with Buddha's palm. Sirius says that he demands that the fight be stopped, since these actions are against the rules and violate the order of the tournament. He doesn't have time to finish his indignation, because Sam drives his mortal body into the ground. Sirius is seriously injured and is left wondering what happened. He looks at the recovered falcon, who sat down next to him, and asks him why he betrayed him. However, this falcon does not answer, only spits contemptuously in Sirius's face. Immediately after this, the falcon flies away, and Sam wishes him luck, adding that it is better not to look for a master in a garbage dump. Dance says that Sirius can no longer fight, and was abandoned by his monster, which is why he lost. Sam happily accepts congratulations from the host, and now all that remains is for him to enjoy his triumph. The other players also start chanting his name, as they didn't cut the villain Sirius in the first place. Some people question how fair the results of this tournament are, but there is no room for double interpretation. Morrigan says that Sam took risks again in order to win, but Astrid says that's just his style. Deborah says she will do much better next time, and Lee Han points out Sam's good quality. Dance happily announces that they now have a winner, and now it's time to start the awards ceremony. Sirius congratulates Sam on his victory, and says that his place on the big screen is his, but Sam is in no rush. He turns to other people and says that he would really like them to pay attention to the big screen. Immediately after this, he shows them a video of one of Sirius' partners pushing him into the water. The girl wonders where he got the recording from and how he was able to film it at all. Sam says that all this time they were trying to push down the Queen Slug, who had disguised herself. Sam emphasizes that he himself had been watching them all this time, because he guessed that they would try to do something similar. Sirius calls his ally an idiot and says that she is not capable of even completing the simplest tasks. Sam approaches Dance and asks him if he could find out what the punishment is for such actions. Dance says that if you look at the tournament rules, then according to them, Sirius's team will now be excluded. The villain says that his plan was perfect, and everything failed because of useless incompetence instead of normal subordinates. Sirius asks him why he even fought him if he had dirt on him all this time. Sam leans towards him and tells him that he can defeat him no matter the circumstances. Sirius says that he seems to have greatly underestimated Sam, but this is only temporary, and the difficulties will be surmountable. However, his villainous monologue is interrupted by a well-aimed can throw that hits him right in the head. The crowd chases him away with loud shouts, telling him that it's time for him to get out of here and never come back. Sirius says that he will pay for this, if such humiliation, then many times over. Dance states that all organizational issues have been resolved, and the awards ceremony can begin. The presenter also says that Sam receives a special egg as a reward, from which a unique monster can hatch. Sam looks closely at this egg, and it immediately begins to crack, and very soon a new monster will be born. However, suddenly a strange fog with an ominous aura begins to appear around Sam. Sam jumps back and says that it looks like the egg is trying to reject him. However, he decides not to give up, and says that he will show the egg who is the real boss. Once the fog clears, it becomes clear that he is holding a scythe in his hands that looks as if it is alive. Deborah says that he has the same monster as Lee Han, which turns into a weapon. Lee Han looks closely at this monster and says that there is clearly something wrong with this scythe. Sam holds the thirsty god's scythe in his hands, and feels his thoughts begin to spin, and he loses control of himself. Alice comes closer to him and says that this is a very cool braid, and asks permission to hold it. Sam immediately turns around and says that if she touches her, he will have to kill her. Alice immediately runs away, and Morrigan says that this is too weird a joke, and Sam should apologize. Sam says it felt like he just lost control of himself, and it was really bad. He approaches Alice and explains that the scythe made him say bad things, which is why he behaved that way. Dance says the other two teams will also use rare items in a similar way. This gem can raise a monster's level by several levels when used. Deborah says that each team only received one gem, so it's best to use it wisely. She offers Lee Han the use of this gem, and he decides to fulfill her request. Immediately after he does this, the blade begins to behave very strangely, as if it begins to live a life of its own. After some time, the Demon Ball Princess appears before him and states that she is here to serve. Li Han immediately asks her to return to her ball form before he gets completely angry. Li Han looks at the blade and says that no one understands the true beauty of a sword like he does. Deborah looks at him and says that he is completely lost to normal society. Sam asks his comrades what monster they are going to use their gems on. Alice says that if she allows her monster to evolve, it is unlikely to bring her great happiness. She suggests that this could cause significant destruction, so it is not the best option. She states that her monster is already strong enough, so it is better to give the gem to Morrigan. Morrigan says that if everyone else is okay with it, she would be very happy to use this gem. She also adds that she will save it for now, since such a valuable asset should not be used thoughtlessly. Sam immediately moves closer to Linda, saying that he really likes the way she thinks, and she declares that he shouldn't even think about it. After that, he tells Li Han that next time they should have a good fight and show their full strength. Li Han also notes that the scythe he received is a real disaster, and it is best not to abuse it. Sam asks Li Han what he means and asks him to speak properly at least this time, but he refuses. Sam says he won't worry about it, and then invites everyone to go to the bar. After a while, he comes inside and says that he wants to order the best of what they have now. The employee says his restaurant is honored to serve the champions, and says he won't charge them. Sam says that having a good reputation is not so bad, and his friends will now feel it firsthand. The next day, he hears one of the people behind him trying to get services from the merchant, but he is refused. He asks them on what grounds they treat him so badly, since he has money to pay with. The merchant explains to the client that his commander is the despicable Sirius, and that people like him are no longer welcome in this city. Other merchants also support him, saying that they are only happy to see honest people and have no need for such impudent people. 2 days later, the action moves to the edge of the forest, where Sirius and some of his team are located. Some players say they have decided to leave the team and never associate with it again. Sirius says he's been in charge for a long time, training them from beginners to professional players, and now they're going to leave him. They say they have to choose a path for their careers, and their contracts are ending anyway. Sirius says he's offering them a chance to defeat Sam and regain their former glory. They reply that they are not interested, and he states that if they are going to leave, he will not stop them. Suddenly, his face begins to transform horribly, and he says that his monsters will remain no matter what. The players turn around to see that their captain has transformed into a terrifying monster that resembles the Kraken. He immediately grabs them and doesn't let them run away, and they ask him if he has any aces up his sleeve. Sirius says he will turn these players into nutrients for the great god he serves. Linda asks him why he is doing this, and Sirius states that he is too hungry to satisfy his hunger. He immediately rushes towards Linda, declaring that he will devour her monster to satisfy his endless hunger. Linda realizes that she can no longer escape, and remains lying there, calling for help in the hope that a hero will appear. Luckily, her hopes are not left unanswered, and Sam arrives, saying that he will deal with Sirius. Sirius looks angrily at his opponent and says that he didn't expect to see him here and now. Sam asks him which merchant he stole the monster from, adding that it looks quite peculiar. Morrigan, Astrid, and Alice also come and say that the situation looks simply disgusting. Sirius says he will get his revenge here and now, and demands all the nutrients for the Lord of the Abyss. Sam reminds Sirius that he already beat him once, but he wonders what tricks he has up his sleeve now. After this, Sam prepares to use his weapon and says that it is time to fry the octopus. He quickly unleashes a powerful attack and prepares to decapitate Sirius, saying that the game will end here. However, Sirius suddenly decides to use his Eye of the Abyss skill to stop Sam's attack. Sam freezes in place and feels like he's in a completely different space, because the light around him has gone out. He also feels like he is being watched by some monster that is trying to swallow him with its giant mouth. Real fear grips Sam, and for the first time in a long time he feels lost. However, after a few moments he comes to his senses and realizes that it was just an illusion. He wonders how this is possible, and why his strength has increased so rapidly in just a couple of days. Sirius says that he obtained the Lord of the Abyss purely by accident, but he becomes stronger by absorbing others. Linda says that now everything has fallen into place, and Sirius even absorbed his comrades to become stronger. Sirius says that there are no companions, and they are all just tools on his path to divinity. He adds that after he absorbs their monsters, he will become the most invincible creature. Linda says that unfortunately there is something to be said for it, and orders her beast to use the shimmer. Immediately after this, the fox uses his ultimate ability, the likes of which no one has ever seen. Suddenly, all of Sirius's victims, whom he held tightly in his tentacles, disappear in an unknown direction. Sirius turns to his ally in surprise and asks how she could betray him. Linda replies that she did not betray him, but he betrayed his ideals and became a real monster. After some time, she disappears at the moment when this creature should have destroyed her. Sirius says it's not much of a problem since they can hide now, but they won't be able to escape the end. After some time, the action moves to the top of the mountain, where there are several houses. Sam gradually comes to his senses and tries to understand where he is, looking around. He wonders if he is alive and how he ended up in this unknown place. He notices a fireplace and a small table set up for receiving guests. He is met by his grandmother, who says that he is quite a strong guy, since he was able to survive such a long journey. Sam claims that this is the first time he has seen a monster that looks like a dried-up monkey. But the old woman claims that she is an ordinary woman. Sam apologizes to his grandmother and says that he would like to know where he is and why he ended up in this place. The grandmother states that yesterday a young lady brought him to this house to help him somehow. Sam wonders who the young lady is, and Grandma reveals that it was Linda. She adds that Linda fainted after carrying him all the way, and now can't wake up. Sam looks at her in surprise, and wonders why she decided to save him, since they used to be rivals. The grandmother explains that the cold has penetrated her organs, and if she is not treated, she will only have a couple of days left. Sam says he's willing to offer his body because it's incredibly hot, but Grandma says now is not the time. She also says that there is only one way, since the weather in this place is abnormal, and there is a small volcano. The grandmother adds that it is quite difficult to climb to the top, and says that he should take the necessary things with him. Sam notes that there is no point in worrying, as he is already used to overcoming difficulties, and takes out a small card. Having transformed into a dragon man, he says that this will not be a serious problem for him. After this, he smiles and declares that he is ready to leave right now to save Linda. As he soars into the air, he says goodbye to his grandmother, saying that he will definitely see her again before the finale. The grandmother looks at him carefully and expresses hope that he will be able to withstand all the tests. After this, she begins to slowly transform, and it becomes clear that she is not entirely human. Sam keeps taking Linda higher and higher, and she says that she is getting hotter and hotter. Sam notes that there is very little time left, and they have almost reached the top of the mountain, where they will find healing. After a while, he sees huge snow globes and says that this is a very simple test. After a few moments, he rushes forward at increased speed, dodging all obstacles. He looks back and wonders if this is enough to pass the test, or if something else is needed. After he hears an increasing roar and sees an avalanche, he realizes that this is more like a real danger. The avalanche descends rapidly, almost completely covering it with a thick layer of snow. However, it will take more than just a huge pile of sediment to defeat the hero. Sam rises higher, saying that he is still above the avalanche and can handle any problem. He smiles and notes that despite all his efforts, he is still not impressed by such pathetic attempts. After some time, he finally descends to the giant lava lake, hoping to find healing there. However, after a few moments, he feels his fighting form gradually losing its former strength. The fusion procedure ends and he parts with his wings, finding himself in the wrong place. Sam can only hope that they both fall to safety and don't end up in the molten lava. He falls onto the hot surface, narrowly avoiding falling into the lava, but Linda is still unconscious. Sam looks at his pet and discovers that he still managed to save her and prevent something irreparable in time. Sam, however, is a little judgmental of his pet, saying that he decided to save the girl instead of his owner. The dragon just closes his eyes in embarrassment, realizing that he really did follow his instincts. Sam pats one of his heads, noting that it was still very good, and that the pet made the right choice. After some time, he sees strange firemen who ask who he is. Sam explains that he came here not for selfish reasons, but so that they could save his friend. After some time, the princess of the fire people appears and declares that they have passed the tests and deserve help. The firemen immediately bow before the queen, not daring to contradict her. Sam notes that she seems to be the one in charge here, and asks what she wants in return for her help. The firemen tell him to watch his language, saying that he cannot speak so boldly to the queen. The queen explains that they live here because they can constantly train and become stronger. She declares that if Sam defeats one of them, she will definitely save his friend, no matter what it costs her. Sam wonders who would be the best choice in this situation, and decides to pick at random. After some time, he comes to the conclusion that it would be fairest to fight exclusively with the queen. Sam says she's on level 4, so she should have less time to train. The queen confirms that this is indeed the case, but it is her duty to accept the challenge of anyone who wishes. Sam realizes that he miscalculated a little when he thought that she was the weakest fighter. However, he realizes that there is no point in retreating either, and summons a two-headed dragon to fuse. However, he quickly discovers that for some reason they still can't merge. The queen explains that this skill is not available here, and he can only send his monsters into fair combat. Sam says it now becomes clear why he was forcibly separated from the two-headed dragon. Despite this, the dragon shows enthusiasm and prepares to rush into attack. Sam looks at him in surprise and asks if he really wants to fight despite his weakness. Sam praises his dragon, noting that he did not expect such devotion from his faithful companion. The princess says that the dragon has great potential, but is currently in its infancy. Sam notes that his dragon is unusual because he trained it like crazy. The princess declares that she is not going to give in to him under any circumstances. Immediately after this, the princess decides to use the infernal skill and creates a magma clot. However, the dragon manages to dodge the initial blast, and Sam orders it to gain altitude. After this, he recommends that the little dragon pour fire on the clot so that she takes more damage. Several fireballs hit the spot where the flame princess had just been standing, causing a massive explosion. Sam wonders if he succeeded in his goal, as he was quite an accurate shot. However, once the fire dissipates, it becomes clear that this undertaking was rather pointless. The princess voices the obvious, noting that fire is completely useless against her. Sam, despite this, orders his baby to continue firing, saying that he can do this for as long as possible. The little dragon obeys the command, and takes in as much air as possible to last for a long period of fire. Moments later, the princess finds herself in a rain of fiery comets, each of which poses a danger. The princess says that these fireballs will only make her stronger, so all this will be useless. She takes out a small fire corner and declares that she has come to attack. She decides to use the explosive arrow skill, aiming it towards the little dragon. Sam orders the kid to dodge and then immediately use his ice breath skill. The dragon follows the command and dodges the fast-flying arrow, as if it were nothing to him. After this, the second head of the dragon decides to enter the battle and releases a stream of icy energy. The princess understands that she will have to defend herself and use her fire defense skill. She also notes that this is almost impossible, since a dragon should not be able to control ice. Sam says that most dragons' primary element is fire, but in this dragon's case, with each new head, it gained a new ability. He says with a smile that this dragon has acquired an ice breath skill, which is very useful here. The princess dispels the breath with a fire shield, and notes that it is a very weak technique. Sam says his goal was never to destroy the princess standing before him. He claims that all this time they were aiming at the ground beneath her feet to push her down. Sam notes that now the final push remains and orders the use of fire. The princess states that they won't be able to achieve their goal even using Ragnarok's skill. Sam looks up at the sky in horror and says that this must be some kind of terrible joke. This time, even more comets fall on her, but they are already aimed at the heroes. The dragon barely dodges the projectiles, but takes several hits. Sam immediately runs forward to intercept the falling dragon and prevent it from falling. The dragon, meanwhile, falls lifelessly down, as it no longer has the strength to stay in the air. The fire princess tries to stop the hero, saying that it is magma and he will simply burn if he is not careful. Sam ignores the warning and decides to do anything to save his comrade. Immediately after this, he lands in the hot lava, but does not make a sound, as if he is not in pain at all. The fire princess notes that the man relies on tricks, but he is not a bad fighter. She orders him to be healed, because although he lost the battle, he still earned her respect. Once they reach the lava lake, it turns out that the situation for Sam is not as bad as they thought. The fire people claim that this is simply impossible and ask Her Majesty to pay attention. The princess watches what is happening closely and says that this is simply unthinkable. The whole thing is that the dragon suddenly decides to evolve and immediately grows 6 additional heads. Sam states that he never thought the dragon would do this now, and suggests continuing the battle. The princess says that there is no need for this, as his actions have already touched her heart. After some time, they decide to take him to a special temple to increase Linda's powers. The princess does everything she can to remove the frost spell from the girl. She claims that she has removed the frost from her body, and now Linda should wake up in 2 days. Sam immediately hugs the princess, saying that he is immensely grateful for her help. The fire people nearby say that this is unthinkable and cannot believe their eyes. Sam realizes that he may have given in to his emotions and put the process in a comfortable position. He immediately jumps back, apologizing to the princess and saying that he forgot his place, and he is very sorry. The princess suddenly asks what he felt when he touched her, assuming that it hurt. Sam replies that he felt nothing but simple warmth, as if he were touching a radiator. The fireman says that this is very unusual, as people usually burn if they touch fire creatures. The princess notes that this means he has been granted the privilege of making a contract with her after passing the test. Sam says he will do everything to make a contract with such a powerful monster. After a while, the princess comes closer to him to ask him about something. They then proceed to a special temple where the great test must take place. The princess asks him if he is ready, feeling a little unsure of the situation. Sam remains optimistic, saying he's never been more prepared than he is now, and offers to begin the ritual. The princess gathers her hands to create some more energy and prepare everything for the beginning of the test. The princess also states that this ritual has never been performed before, and if Sam gets hurt, he should let her know. Sam states that there is no need to worry about this, as he is a professional in such things. The princess uses a ritual oath and dissolves into thin air, while Sam is engulfed in flames. The other fire people near the entrance wonder how they will be able to meet their trainers. After a while, the dragon looks at them in surprise, trying to understand why it is taking so long. Sam is really feeling heavy as his whole body starts to burn and it causes him pain. The firemen say that 2 hours have already passed since the start of the test, which means he will most likely fail. However, a few moments later they hear a powerful explosion, which frightens them. The explosion is so powerful that the temple gates are engulfed in flames. As they get closer to the ruins, they discover that Sam has survived and has progressed to the next stage of evolution. Sam makes a pact with the Fire Queen, and now gains control over fire and the ability to manipulate flames. The fire people note that God appeared before them not in the flesh, and they had never seen anything like it. The princess deactivates the fusion procedure to escape and breathe. Sam wonders what's going on, and the princess states that they are now one. The fire people surround Sam, saying that for some reason these people have their tails in front. Sam understands perfectly well what they are hinting at, and notices that his clothes have burned for some reason. Linda suddenly wakes up much earlier than expected, and wonders where she is. However, the further picture that she sees does not give her any information about the place where she is. Victor tries to fight off the fire people, who are very happy that they have a human leader. Sam raises his hand and asks for help, hoping that someone will pull him out of this difficult trap. After 5 days, the dragon undergoes intensive training to maximize its abilities. The princess also participates in these trainings to improve herself and her charge. Their battlefield looks like a real fire show with volcanoes and other effects. Linda watches the action and is amazed at the power of the monsters in Sam's arsenal. Sam jumps into the lava to cool off and emerges feeling reborn. Linda says that she knows about his passive skill of fire immunity and that he shouldn't show off. Sam says he just saved her and hopes she will trust him a little more. Linda points out that she also saved him and didn't ask for a favor in return, so she won't reciprocate. Sam says he's dying to understand why she saved her enemy, as it seems strange to him. Linda tries to explain, but Sam states that there is no need for this, as he understands everything. He suggests that it was because she had placed all her hopes on Sirius winning, but he had betrayed her expectations. Linda says he's got her figured out, then asks how he plans to make it to the finals. She reminds him that today is the last day to register, and Sam claims he forgot about it. He immediately turns to the Fire Princess, saying that they need to move as soon as possible. The fire people ask her where to go and what to do after the leader leaves. Sam also wonders how she will leave them, but the princess replies that there is nothing to worry about. She tells her subjects that their power will only be fully revealed when they meet a worthy master. After this, she declares that she is removing the seal from the fire testing ground so that everyone can try their hand. The fire people say they are very happy to hear this, and will finally be able to descend from the mountain. Sam asks if she's sure about that, to which she replies that she wants everyone to find happiness. After some time, they climb onto a giant dragon to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Sam advises Linda to hold on tight, saying the ride will be unpleasant due to the speed. Linda gives him a light hug and notes that despite what is happening, she feels she can rely on him. Sam commands his dragon to take to the air and set out on a journey to great victory. Meanwhile, we are transported to the city, where the final stage of the last round of the game is to take place. Dance happily announces that there are only 10 minutes left until registration closes and everyone should hurry. Astrid wonders why Sam hasn't come yet and hopes nothing happened to him. Morgan claims that he is always full of surprises, and if he doesn't perform a miracle, they will be surprised. Alice agrees with her, noting that she is not worried about her lover. Sirius says he wouldn't be so sure since after what happened, Sam is unlikely to come. He confidently notes that Linda tried to save them with an imperfect skill, and they survived by chance. Astrid summons her monster and asks how dare it appear before her this time. Sirius says that a fight to the death during the tournament will result in disqualification, but there is no need to worry. He suddenly smiles and declares that he will swallow everyone up at the official competition. Astrid feels a powerful pressure, and Morgan wonders if Sirius has become even stronger. Sirius notes that if Sam shows up, he'll be a little annoyed, as it will ruin his fun. Sam suddenly appears behind him and asks if he dared to think that he would disappoint him. Sirius begins to sense an even more threatening presence and turns around to see who it is. Sam jumps off the giant dragon and declares that he cannot die until he finishes Sirius. Other players point out that Sam is so arrogant that he blocks the sun. Sam states that he should thank Sirius, because if he hadn't found him then, he wouldn't have become so strong. Sirius notes that the more powerful his monsters are, the more sacrifices he makes for the Lord of the Abyss. Sirius asks Linda if she has become closer to her former enemy, but she only clings closer to Sam. After this, she states that compared to a crazy man like Sirius, she prefers reliable men like Sam. Sirius says he'll see how long she can keep that tone up, because soon she'll stop smiling. Astrid and Morrigan note that they waited a long time for him. But not only did he not die, but he also lured another girl here. Sam states that he seems to have been misunderstood and demands an immediate explanation. Linda claims that the relationship between them is quite complicated, and Alice reassures her, saying that she will get used to it. After a while, Dance reports that they have finally reached the end of the monster war. After some time, she announces that the first match will feature such titans of this round as Luther and Sam. Luther summons a giant dinosaur, saying that it will easily crush this arrogant opponent. Sam looks at the dinosaur and notes that it is quite small compared to his animals. After this, he summons a huge 8-headed dragon to show who is the boss here. Luther notes that he never expected his opponent to be so strong and powerful. After a while, all that remains of the enemy is a pile of ash, and victory easily goes to Sam. Alice defeats her opponent thanks to her increased physical fitness, which she has trained intensively. The same can be said for Li-Han and Sirius, each of whom has unique skills. To everyone's surprise, the next match is announced to be between Astrid and Morrigan. Viewers watch this and wonder who they should support, because the choice is extremely difficult. Astrid notes that she has long been waiting for the chance to finally become Morrigan's rival. Morrigan says that while they were teammates, she had to hold back her powers. Astrid immediately fuses with her monster and declares that she will not give in. Morrigan, using her upgraded ice elemental, orders him to take countermeasures. The elemental begins to roar and fires multiple projectiles towards Astrid. Astrid takes some serious damage but is still able to fight. Morrigan also takes minor injuries as all the projectiles were blocked by her ice golem. Sam wonders why they fight so fiercely if they are on good terms with each other. Linda says he doesn't seem to really understand any of these girls. She adds that they fight so hard because they are fighting for themselves. Astrid and Morrigan, meanwhile, decide to use their most powerful techniques to save time. They try to figure out which of them is more important to Sam, but he orders them both to stop before it's too late. After some time, an explosion occurs, and Sam realizes that it is time to act to stop it. Astrid is thrown aside by the shockwave's strength. The same thing happens to Morrigan, as she too couldn't withstand the force of the blast. Sam jumps over the fence, and Linda watches his incredible determination intently. She says that it doesn't matter who he saves first, because he will destroy the other with his actions. Sam states that he has already decided who he is going to save this time. He heads to the battlefield to intercept Morrigan and prevent her from falling to the ground. However, he also manages to save Astrid so that she too does not get injured. The whole point is that he called his clown so as not to have to choose between two girls and save both at once. Dance notes that since both competitors were thrown out of the arena at the same time, it counts as a draw. Astrid gets to her feet and wonders why there are two Sams here. Morrigan says there can't be two of them, which means one of them is the Slime Queen. Sam states that there is no need to think about him in that way, since what is important to him is that both girls are okay. Astrid notes that she doesn't care much and asks which of the two is the real one. After some time, Dance announces that the next match is to be between Sirius and Li-Han. Sirius says that he is really strong, and if Li-Han joins him, he can stay alive. Li-Han notes that the aura around Sirius reflects evil and must be destroyed. Sirius states that he did not expect any resistance and orders Li-Han to die immediately. Li-Han responds with a swift counterattack and releases a powerful wave of dark energy. This wave quickly passes through Sirius, and after some time fades away behind it. Sirius is surprised by this reception, and feels like his body is falling apart. From the outside, it may seem like Li-Han dealt with his opponent in a matter of seconds. But in reality, things are not that simple. It turns out that the degree of integration of monsters in Sirius's body is truly impressive. Sirius says that the old him would not have survived such a blow, but now the rules of the game have changed. Afterwards, he releases numerous tentacles from his chest and uses his devouring skill to devour Li-Han. His own knee comes to the defense, which again turns into a demonic-level princess. Li-Han looks at her blade in fear, trying to understand why she decided to sacrifice herself. The girl is gradually sucked into the abyss that is inside Sirius, and she only says goodbye to her master. Li-Han falls to his knees, and Dance notes that Li-Han's monster is incapable of fighting, so Sirius wins. Deborah comes closer and tries to cheer up Li-Han, saying that he shouldn't be upset because it's not the end yet. Sam understands perfectly well how hard his friend is feeling and decides to cheer him up together with Deborah. He tells Li-Han not to worry, promising that Sam will handle this and avenge the Demon Blade. Dance announces that they have finally reached the semi-finals, and that Sirius and Sam will face off in this fight. Sam says he couldn't have imagined that they would meet so soon, but he's even glad about it. Sirius says that no trump cards will help him, because now it is simply impossible to destroy him. Sam summons his monster and places his hand on its stomach, noting that it won't be able to kill Sirius in pieces. After this, he decides to use the fusion procedure at the very beginning of the battle. Taking on the demonic form of the Dragon Emperor, he declares that he will simply burn Sirius to the ground. After this, he summons special fireballs, saying that he will show Sirius how strong he has become. Taking aim, he uses the funeral pyre skill to entangle multiple fireballs into him. These balls mentally reach the target and cause a cascading detonation that combines into a powerful explosion. However, from this flame a huge number of tentacles burst out, which have not yet burned out. Sirius notes that in preparation for the battle, he absorbed many fire-resistant monsters. Sam says it's a real shield because such a monster is literally a universal one. Sirius states that even the demon blade gave him its soul in a couple of minutes, and now he is absolutely indestructible. Sam notes that it looks quite terrifying and admits that Sirius was indeed well prepared. He adds that, however, fire control is far from Sirius's only ability. Sirius realizes that in front of him is an 8-headed dragon demon, each head of which has a new element. Sam agrees with this and asks Sirius if he is ready to be attacked by all elements. Without waiting for an answer, he uses the Great Blizzard skill to prepare icicles. These icicles prove quite effective in preventing Sirius's endless regeneration. Sirius also finds himself trapped in ice and orders the protagonist not to relax. Sam begins to rapidly close the distance between them, declaring that the fun is just beginning. After this, he resorts to the power of lightning and uses the thunderstorm skill to strengthen his attack. He directs all his power and fury at Sirius, forcing him to seriously consider his decisions. Sirius gradually comes to his senses and notices that a giant shadow appears with him. Sam manages to create a giant ice ball, noting that he sees Sirius already in the afterlife. Immediately after, he activates the skill Demonic Ice Comet to rain down ice on Sirius. Players watching are noting that these abilities are too strong, and the match is moving quite quickly. One of them turns around in surprise and notices a strange thing lying on the ground. He bends down to pick it up, unaware of how dangerous it could be. He looks at the strange piece of tentacle and notes that he doesn't understand what it is, but the thing looks disgusting. Sam says he's a little tired of the endless war of blows, and asks Sirius if he's ready to give up. The icy prison he is in is slowly beginning to crack under the influence of Sirius's incredible power. After some time, he breaks the ice and comes out to freedom, but his body has been transformed again. Sam says he never thought he would have to take things so seriously, but the results are now impressive. Sam wonders what exactly he meant and immediately turns around to see the point. Meanwhile, the virus tries to penetrate one of the observers in order to take control of it. The same thing happens to other players who fall victim to this strange virus. Sam asks Sirius if he had a tactic all along. Sirius proudly states that he had a strategy from the very beginning, and he stuck to it, because he knew that this was how the ending would turn out. Dance says that you can never do what you plan to do, as it is against the rules of the tournament. He tries to disqualify Sirius, but all of his avatars are immediately captured by the tentacles. Sirius proudly states that he doesn't care about this tournament at all, as he wants to gain more power. His body changes completely, and he orders the others to immediately give him all the power they have. Sam realizes that against such a dishonest creature, it is worth using the element of light, which he recently acquired. Sam decides to take careful aim and use the most powerful skill in his arsenal. This skill is called Heavenly Beam, which crushes all demons and flies forward at the speed of light. Sirius looks at his body and discovers a giant hole left by the beam as it passed through him like butter. Sam wonders if the skill worked and hopes the fight ends now. Sirius shoots tentacles out of the hole and asks Sam not to be so naive. Sam doesn't make it back in time and gets trapped by the tentacles, which means he loses his form. Before he can do anything, Sirius tries to separate him from the 8-headed dragon. He succeeds in this, and Sam almost completely loses his fighting ability when separated from his monsters. The baby dragon begins to cry sadly. He is very afraid of being torn away from his owner. Sam also looks desperately at the baby he has raised for so long, hoping that everything will work out. However, this dragon meets a sad fate, and Sirius happily swallows it, noting that the baby has taken root well. After this, Sirius decides to take advantage of the baby's abilities, declaring that he will get back at him in full. Sam notes that Sirius is already openly breaking the rules, but the system is not reacting in any way. Morrigan decides to come to the aid of her comrade, and says that she will give him an important artifact. Sam grabs the evolution diamond from the previous tournament, which can be used. Morrigan notes that they knew something like this could happen, so they stayed away and did not use the artifact. Astrid orders Sam to stop standing there and knock everything he can out of the enemy. Sam says he will spend the crystal wisely, as all his hope lies in one beast. This beast is a caterpillar that has not appeared to fight enemies for quite some time. Linda notes that Sam must be crazy to think he could defeat the enemy with some pathetic worm. Sam claims that the caterpillar came from a dragon's egg, and the logic here is quite simple. He then calls upon the crystal's energy and commands the caterpillar to awaken its true form. A real thunderstorm unfolds in the sky, and many lightning bolts pierce it, heralding the return of the legend. Sirius looks at the creature that has appeared and notes that it is simply incomprehensible to the mind. The thing is that in front of him, an azure dragon of the 7th level of strength is piercing the heavens. Sam looks happily at his old comrade, who once helped him defeat a serious enemy. After this, he raises his hand forward to initiate the fusion procedure. Sam notes that he apologizes for not showing his true form for a long time. Smiling, he declares that now is his time to use his cheating skills. Without thinking twice, he decides to use the lightning purification skill to pierce his opponent. Sirius states that it is useless, because no matter how many times his body is damaged by lightning, he always recovers. However, he suddenly discovers that his body has somehow stopped regenerating, despite his orders. Sam notes that the lightning bolts are imbued with the power of the sacred azure dragon, which is contrary to Sirius's nature. Sirius states that it is too early to give up, as the Overlord still has a lot of power and will be invincible. After this, he summons more tentacles to gain even more power. Suddenly, the tentacles begin to behave strangely and stop obeying Sirius. A few moments later, a giant mouth full of sharp teeth emerges from one tentacle. Sirius tries to resist, but his body is consumed by its own monster. Sam can't believe that the monster could be strong enough to devour its trainer. However, this sacrifice bears fruit, as Sirius's wounds begin to heal. Sam notes that the process is not fast, but it completely restores all damage. The Lord of the Abyss comes to this world with a known level of power and declares that it is fully restored. People start running away, noting that this is some kind of cursed choir, and they need to get out of here. However, a true Lovecraftian horror unfolds before them as the earth begins to spew out monsters. These monsters appear in huge numbers and attack people, devouring them. The Lord of the Abyss declares that he saves the best for last and uses the skill Demonic Gaze. Sam suddenly feels like all his muscles have gone rigid, and he can't move no matter how hard he tries. A few moments later, a giant creature appears, rushing towards him and opening its mouth. This creature is created by the Void Strike skill and is meant to devour Sam. Just moments later, he finds himself in the stomach of a giant leech-like creature. Sam looks around and notices that it is surprisingly light in here for the stomach. He also realizes that it smells bad here, and he would never have guessed that the Void Lord's stomach looked like this. He realizes that it wouldn't hurt to find a source of light to get out of here. He snaps his fingers and suddenly he is able to use the flame control skill. Sam wonders why he can use this skill since the restrictions were imposed at the beginning of the round. Astrid, watching what is happening, prepares to save Sam from the death trap. Morrigan understands her friend's intention and manages to grab her in time to stop her. Astrid says that she will definitely save Sam, but Morrigan notes that this is not a fight where they can do anything. Alice wonders how Sam is going to win if he is on a completely different level. Sam creates a hologram and states that if everyone helps him, they will have a chance to defeat the Lord of the Void. He also clarifies that it is just a hologram and asks if they are bringing with them what he gave them. Alice wonders if he means the strange piece of turtle shell and notes that she held it close. Sam explains that these are actually scales, and Alice honestly admits that she doesn't understand anything about it. Astrid and Morrigan take out their artifacts and ask why they have parts from the last round. Sam explains that there is a way to defeat the Lord of the Abyss, using the 4 Sacred Beasts formation. Sam declares that his ideas are collapsing one after another, and now he can only rely on such a risky adventure. After a while, Sam turns around and smells something fried, trying to figure out where it's coming from. Looking down, he realizes the smell is coming from his feet, which are beginning to corrode the gastric juices. Sam knows he needs to hurry if he doesn't want to be digested alive in that disgusting stomach. Suddenly, the acid stops as the Fire Princess decides to come to his aid. She also creates barriers, noting that she will definitely protect her master. The Lord of the Abyss strengthens his power and declares that his capabilities are absolutely limitless. Sam waits for his girlfriend to say the right words, and then announces that everything is ready. Immediately after this, it bursts out of the stomach, piercing it right through, and decides to ascend to the very heavens. Sam rises up and orders everyone else to take their places to perform the spell. The spirit beasts, who arrived at the call of his comrades, form a pyramid to lock away the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss declares that his dimension cannot be destroyed so easily, and he will fight to the last. However, after a few moments, Sam discovers that the Overlord's body is gradually beginning to dissolve. Sam proudly notes that everything will end right here and now, and the enemy will no longer be able to cope. Watching his opponent melt before his eyes, he notices that it is time for him to return to his abyss. The Lord of the Abyss turns into a pitiful puddle and begins to realize that he has lost most of his power. After some time, the puddle dries up completely, leaving only a small spot. Meanwhile, the sky gradually calms down, and rays of light begin to illuminate Sam. He returns to his human form and almost immediately loses consciousness as he falls down. Astrid notes that he put a lot of effort into winning, and it's no wonder he's falling over. Sam claims he has no energy left, but Morrigan warns everyone against celebrating too soon. Sam looks up at the sky and realizes that he is still very far from victory, no matter how much he wants to achieve it. The whole point is that the sky turned into a terrible mess, in which holes for countless eyes appeared. These holes gradually widen, opening the way for new monsters. The abyss begins to gradually seep into this world, and gives birth to a huge number of invaders. Sam wonders if this is some kind of joke and realizes they are in serious trouble. Programmers say they have big problems because someone has launched a virus on their server. The new director comes in and wonders what's going on, trying to figure out how to solve the problem. An employee reports that their program contains a tricky virus that could put players' lives at risk. The director says there is no point in waiting. Everyone needs to be informed and the system needs to be forcibly shut down. The system states that the game is infected with a mysterious virus, and all players must exit immediately. Sam notes that he has no idea what's going on, but it's best not to show heroism and risk his life in the game. Morrigan says it appears the logout option has been removed. The Lord of the Abyss can no longer fight, for the will of this world is stronger, and the Lord who was destroyed was only one of many. The monsters accuse players of committing countless senseless murders. The Lord of the Abyss also states that they have committed numerous acts of vandalism and violence. After this, the system states that the ability to leave the world has been removed, and players remain trapped. She also reveals that she has interfered with the entire world to control their real life and game reality. Players try to leave the game because they don't want to die, as their parents are waiting for them at home. Alice wonders if this virus is real, and can actually kill them if necessary. Morrigan notes that gaming headsets are directly connected to the nervous system, and this is theoretically possible. Sam asks True Evil what they want to achieve with their actions. The Lord of the Abyss states that they want humans to become their toys for eternity. After this, the Overlord goes on the attack, declaring that the first thing he will do is start looking for someone like Sam. Morrigan uses the Ice Wall skill to delay the enemy's advance for a while. She tells Sam that he can hand this opponent over to her, as she can handle him easily. Morrigan states that this is the most powerful ability not only in the Ice Elemental's arsenal, but in the game itself. Sam realizes that this ability requires the trainer's body as a catalyst, and asks her to stop. The abyssal monsters sadly note that they will freeze together, and an eternal ice age will begin. Morrigan turns to Sam and says that she is glad that she finally met him once. After a while, she turns into an ice statue and no longer moves. Other monsters that arrived here in huge numbers also turn into ice statues. Sam takes a few steps towards her, asking her not to die and not to leave him, because he treats her well. However, despite the fact that he managed to touch the sculpture, it had no effect on it. A few moments later, a powerful tentacle breaks the sculpture into several pieces. The Abyss monster states that this is a pointless sacrifice, as none of the available elements in the world can do any harm. Sam looks at his hands and notices that they contain the ice pins that Morrigan loved to wear. He suddenly remembers Luffy, who asks him if he feels hatred for not being able to protect the person he loved. Sam embraces the rage that is almost completely consuming his body and decides to let his emotions become his strength. Immediately after this, he summons his secret weapon, which he had been trying not to use all this time. The Abyss monster declares that this caged beast struggle makes no sense. He then lunges forward and uses the Spiral Killer skill to pierce through Sam. Sam is not afraid of the enemy and also rushes towards him, declaring that he will destroy every single one of them. Immediately after this, he uses the skill Furious Divine Wrath to cut the monster into 2 parts. The Abyss monster notes that it is a futile attempt, as he cannot die no matter what. However, after a few moments, Sam begins to feel terrible. His body begins to disintegrate again. He screams loudly that his body is burning, and this is simply impossible, because there is no element that can destroy it. However, after a few more moments, only pitiful scraps remain of the monster, which slowly fall down. Sam steps on one tentacle that still shows fading signs of life to finish it off. Sam looks at the next monsters and notes that it is their turn, as he will not rest until he kills them all. The programmer states that this is incredible, since the virus they have been fighting for so long has simply disappeared. The CEO watches what is happening in amazement and wonders how this is even possible. The whole point is that the scythe belonging to the Dark God still fulfilled its purpose. Sam admits he wasn't in the best shape and was almost consumed by negative emotions, but he managed to persevere. After a while, he falls to the ground and wonders if this is all, or if he will have to suffer more. The programmers begin to rejoice, noting that they will not be fired, and this guy destroyed the virus in time. However, the CEO looks at what is happening and says that it is too early to rejoice. The sky begins to behave even more strangely, forming a funnel reminiscent of the initial stage of a black hole. After some time, a giant eye appears, which announces that it is the physical embodiment of the abyss. Sam watches his opponent, who still refuses to die, and realizes that the situation is already getting out of control. The abyss monster states that in 3 minutes, he will be able to control the minds of all players and connect this world to himself. The CEO demands Sam's information be handed over to him, but the programmers say they cannot change player data during the game. The CEO replies that they only have one chance, and only the players themselves can solve this problem. After a while, they will activate the equipment summon ability to give Sam equipment. Sam quickly grabs the weapon he's been through many rounds with, and which has served him faithfully. Sam looks at his all-purpose weapon and wonders if his old friend has come to him for one last fight. He also recalls that there was one form of this weapon that was almost impossible to open. This form is called the Ultimate Nine-Tailed Dragon, but it requires 100 million points to unlock. Sam notes that he always thought it was some kind of joke, because no one in their right mind would give their points to another player. After some time, he receives a notification that he has received 5,000 points to his account. Meanwhile, Eleanor and Stan are not in the best position, but she decides to confess her feelings to him. Stan says it's too early to go to the next world, after which he sees a message from Sam. Sam reports that they are facing an unknown threat, and now the only goal is to ensure the survival of the others. He explains that to complete this task, he asks everyone to give him their glasses. Players wonder why he might need this, since earning points is not an easy task. They assume that Sam is a liar who wants to profit from ordinary players in a dangerous situation. However, some point out that it is better to trust him, while the Lord states that people are too stupid. Sam sits down on the ground and wonders if the huge eye has suddenly become scared. The abyss monster declares that he is unseen in this world, and no one will give him points. Sam receives a notification that someone has given him some glasses, and realizes that he was wrong in his assumptions. The abyss monster claims that it was a measly 200 points, a mere drop in the ocean compared to hundreds of millions. Sam points out that he should never look down on the players, otherwise he will pay for it. Stan and Eleanor decide to help their dear friend, and give him all the glasses they have. Astrid and Alice also decide that Morrigan's sacrifice should not be in vain and hand over all their points. Even the most stubborn players, who are not going to part with their riches, decide to take a risk. Everyone understands that if they show cowardice, they may become the cause of the destruction of humanity. Sam receives numerous notifications from various players about giving him all the points. The abyss monster states that hoping for such a trifle is pointless, as they are on their last legs anyway. Sam notes that his points have already exceeded 30 million, and he will soon reach his goal. After some time, he collects half of this amount, and his victory no longer seems so impossible. The abyss monster states that this is unthinkable, because people are too narcissistic and helpless. Sam notes that people are indeed selfish and illogical creatures, but they can still perform miracles. Sam states that he needs a few more points to reach 100 million. However, after some time the counter stops, and he asks the last people to be at least a little generous. The abyss monster states that reality is cruel, and they failed to perform a miracle this time. Sam looks around and wonders why there is suddenly an aura of courage in the air. Lee Han lands next to him, and Sam notes that he knew perfectly well who that aura belonged to. Lee Han reveals that he wishes to give Sam his 10,000 points, adding that he gives them from the bottom of his heart. Sam asks him to hurry, because the situation here is really serious, and there is no time for showing off. After Lee Han decides to donate his points, the required amount is finally reached, and Sam is able to acquire a new form. Sam notes with a smile that he has now managed to achieve the required goal within a certain time. The abyss monster states that, unfortunately, they are too late, and now nothing will work out for him. He adds that now absolutely all players will belong to him, and he controls their minds. Lee Han is one of the first to fall under the influence of this strange entity, and begins to move very strangely. Gradually he turns around, and it is noted that he must now kill the annoying villain. He calls Sam the scoundrel, adding that he will tear him to pieces. Sam wonders if this is all a joke when suddenly he is surrounded by his former comrades. He doesn't manage to save himself in time, and is immediately grabbed by other people, forcing him to fall to his knees. He desperately tries to break free, but he fails and is chased by his opponents. The abyss monster notes that Sam lies like a bug and can never interfere with his sacred plan. Sam appears right next to them and explains that he apologizes for deceiving them, but in fact it was his clone. Sam, who was about to be captured and torn to pieces, begins to dissolve, since it was only a hologram. The Abyss monster is confused as to why he doesn't control Sam, calling it a case of being a pathetic player. Sam states that he at least wants to show off the Nine-Tails' perfect form that they paid so many points for. Sam adds that this sword is called Virus Killer, and it does a great job of dealing with such villains. He also notes that he didn't expect players to add the antivirus as an Easter egg, as there was no point in doing so. The giant virus tries to save itself, and orders the protagonist not to approach it under any circumstances. Sam, of course, ignores all his requests and pleas, unleashing all his hatred and righteousness on the virus. The system reports that a virus scan has been launched, and the monster is taking a serious hit. Finally, the system indicates that this world belongs to the monster, and there is no way he can lose this battle. The system confirms that all viruses have been removed thanks to the use of the sword, and Sam calms down a little. He loses consciousness and falls down, noting that he would be surprised if he didn't get paid for the advertising. After some time, someone very gently intercepts him, preventing him from hitting the ground with force. Astrid slowly lowers him to the ground, letting him know that it's all over, and he can breathe a sigh of relief. We move to the hospital where the main character was taken after such a serious incident. Sam looks around and notes that this is the strangest feeling he has ever experienced, because his head is splitting. Astrid immediately runs up to him as close as possible, informing him that he has finally woken up. She adds that she knew he wouldn't just die, and Sam notes that if she didn't let him go, he would suffocate. He asks her what is going on here and why they suddenly ended up in some hospital. Astrid explains that after the Lord of the Abyss was destroyed, he was kicked out of the game, but he lay unconscious for 3 days. Linda and Alice say he knows exactly how to make them nervous, adding that he's a hero now. Stan notes that Sam should definitely come to their wedding when he is discharged. Sam says he's incredibly glad everyone is safe and sound, but he has to give credit to Morrigan for her sacrifice. His sad speech is interrupted by a powerful throw of a slipper, which flies straight into his face. Morrigan states that there is no need to judge him prematurely, and call him a pathetic idiot who does not understand anything. Sam asks her if she didn't sacrifice herself, and Morrigan clarifies that it was just a visual effect. The CEO and other programmers enter the room to talk to Sam. He greets the protagonist and says that he wants to express his gratitude to him for everything he has done. Sam looks at the man and wonders who he is and why he decided to visit him now. The CEO explains that his name is Herman and he is the new executive director of the company. He adds that Sam's awakening was expected by everyone who played that day, and he decided to check it out by going to the window. Many people looking through the window of his room begin to praise his name and raise their fists in the air. Herman states that while Sam was unconscious, they polled all the spectators, and they decided that he should be the winner of the tournament. Sam looks at the grand prize and notes that he is undoubtedly happy that he managed to win it. After a short pause, he nevertheless announces that he is forced to refuse this gift. They ask him why he made such a decision, because he participated in the tournament only for this moment. Sam explains that becoming an early winner is very tempting, but he wants to finish the game with everyone else. After that, he goes to the balcony and asks the others who else wants to become the king of the games. He turns to his comrades with a smile and notes that they probably want the same thing. Looking at their smiling faces, he says that in this case their game will definitely continue. This is the end of an amazing story full of selfless deeds and interesting adventures.